remember, everyone, if the government tells you to doom your yuri and you don't want to, legally, they can't force you. You have to consent to your yuri being doomed. That is your arrow fact of the day. Now, the veracity and the accuracy of this fact was checked by real arrow patriots. However, as we all know, real arrow patriots are unaligned with any government entity and are functionally sovereign entities by themselves. So I wouldn't exactly say that that's the most trustworthy source, but that is a source you can point to. Like, if no one calls you on it, does it really matter? I was about to say, I'm going to make the Q&A give me a Q for my A. That sounds inappropriate, and I feel like I shouldn't say that. Give me a Q for NA. I'm going to say. That's my answer, and I'm sticking to it. Ugh. Gosh, I'm tired. I continuously, consistently, never without reason, and always forever, just like, do not have the energy to do anything. Pre-doomed Yuri. Okay. Pre-doomed Yuri is just normal Yuri, because everyone is going to be doomed eventually. Hi. Hello. My name is Arrow. What's going on? Everyone is part of doomed something. And unless you are the most strict adherent of what terms actually mean, and by that I mean you care about the definitions of words, and you don't just use them to mean literally anything based on the conversation. Everything is doomed Yuri, because everything is doomed and everything is Yuri. There is no difference between the gender identity or the orientation of the people involved. It does not matter if both of them are immortal and can live together. It's gonna be doomed no matter what it is. Like life sucks. Life ends. Life is not filled with sunshine and rainbows. The doom is eternal. 2016. Hope you're feeling banana today. Okay. First off, palm up or palm down. Second off, what does that mean? Like, how does one feel banana? Is that like the Love Island? Was it? What's the AI TikTok trend where it's just like they're all fruits, but they're all on a romance island? Okay, so you say you haven't died at the moment. I, for one, don't know if I'm immortal because I haven't died yet. Ignoring Occam's razor, I could just be immortal. I don't know that. Unless I take drastic action or something horrible happens, which let's hope it doesn't, I'm not gonna know. However, I could be like secretly long-lived. I could be a vampiric entity hiding amidst the cornerstones of ancient cathedrals, underneath grotesques, slinking beyond the waterways and basins underneath gargoyles. I could be sneaking out of a crypt, crawling up to your bed and going, "Woo-hoo!" Right? I could do that. Now, you might say, that has nothing to do with immortality. That is entirely to do with like the vibes associated with vampires who happen to be immortal. And I say, you have to full send it. If you're gonna take one aspect from vampirism, you need to take all of them. And that's why I think any immortal creature, up to and including the Tolkien elves, should in fact be skullduggerous predators of the night, slinking along through the shadows in order to feast upon the blood of, I was gonna say virgins, but like, what was the woman in Dracula a virgin? I don't think she was a virgin. She was just like a good person, right? We're all dying every second, being reborn, cellular death and mitosis and all. Okay, well, yes. Are you the microbacteria within you? Are you every single cell in your body? If I was to, like, scrape off a little bit of your skin cells and remove them from you, did I just remove you from you? No. All vampires should be Nosferatu? No, okay, so who doesn't know this? First off, hi, I'm Arrow. I'm a VTuber, I talk TTRPGs, I talk nonsense. Today, I'm trying a not TTRPG stream. I'm going to talk TTRPGs. I'm going to be so for real with you. I said I wasn't going to talk TTRPGs today. I'm going to talk TTRPGs today. Oh, right, Nosferatu. Nosferatu came out as an adaptation of Dracula by Bram Stoker after the movie had already come out. There was a movie Dracula, and then there was a movie. Anyway, Nosferatu depiction of Dracula. It was an adaptation of Dracula. They couldn't get the rights, so they couldn't call him Dracula. However, they called him Count Orlok, and they followed the plot basically identically. Nosferatu is the same plot as Dracula. However, if you watch like the 2024 version, I think that there's less monster loving. I would assume there's less monster loving in the original Bram Stoker's novel than in the 2024 movie. That being said, yeah, same shit, different dogs. So, Nosferatu was cribbing Dracula's style. Dracula's flow, you might say. And Nosferatu was basically Timu Dracula. However, it told the story better than the official movie adaptation around the same time. And so Nosferatu, despite being this like discount great value signature Dracula, ended up becoming its own thing, which ended up being more closely related to the book Dracula than the movie Dracula was. However, I don't think in the book like Dracula was this horrible, skulking, emaciated goblin creature. I think that was a product of the Nosferatu movie. That being said, his actual behaviors, what he does, what the characters do, the idea of like the carriage approaching, I'm gonna be so real with you, I don't remember his name. I just remember that okay. The carriage approaching the main guy, ushering him in, bringing him back, saying, "You must bounce on it," crazy style. That was in the original Bram Stoker's work. Has anyone here seen Nosferatu 2024? Parker, thank you. Hutter? That doesn't sound right. Original Nosferatu does still get obsessed with the guy's wife. Well, yes, because vampires historically have been a allegory for predation of that kind, of that sort of attraction. And that is why, actually, the idea of the lesbian vampire, which like seduces a woman and it's all super sexy and all that stuff, is actually like really problematic because vampirism is based in the idea of predation. It is based in the idea of, as an allegory, oftentimes for assault. And therefore, even the reason there are so many depictions of sapphic vampirism is because of the idea of queerness being evil and your women being corrupted by the evil gay women. And like that was like an actual concern. Dracula is Harker, Nosferatu is Hutter. Thank you. Yeah, so like that's a real like actual historical context for why there's so many like sexy vampire lesbian stories, right? Is because they're not supposed to be sexy, they're supposed to be horrific. However, as values have changed over time, and as a lot of maladjusted, neurodivergent, genderqueer, sapphic individuals have seen these stories, they go, yeah, that one's for me. And like, I'm not gonna judge you. Oh, we're coming back to the whole Yuri topic, and I'm going right back off it. The reason I asked if you've seen the Nosferatu movie, there's a scene in it. Okay. Let me set the scene for you. Ignore this. Ignore Games for Freaks. We're not doing that yet. We're talking about Nosferatu, and we're talking about cuckoldry. In Nosferatu, I did a whole presentation on this. Like literally on stream, I did a whole presentation about this. Nosferatu is an allegory for assault, as vampires tend to be. Specifically, Nosferatu 2024 is an allegory of that happening to a child, and then her growing up with the trauma of that, and then having to like deal with that as an adult, right? Like that's what, because like she gets attacked by the monster as she's a child, or not attacked, she's like 13, 14 or whatever, and then like, I don't know. It's really weird. I don't get it. I don't know why. But this is all an allegory. And she's been carrying this with her for her entire life. And she has been like traumatized by it. She gets like night terrors. She has like super bad anxiety. She like really like is kind of like neurotic. She really struggles with this trauma. And then naturally, what happens as a result of that is that her husband finds out after this vampire comes back, Nosferatu. After he becomes a problem again, right? And she like tells her husband, yeah, like when I was like 13, I beseeched him because I wanted company, and then he gave me company. And then he's just like, oh no, that's bad, blah, blah, blah. And so basically starts shaming her. And then she has like a mental breakdown and starts saying how like the vampire treated her better than like her husband ever could. And then her husband, in response to that, gets really like offended. And then they start like busting it down in the horizontal tango, like aggressively, as she's like yelling at him that like he could never be as good as the vampire. And then he's just like, I'll show you, blah, 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 blah. And like, this is all on screen, by the way. Like this is a major motion film from 2024. I would in fact say it was crazy style. And like, I'm gonna be so real with you. This came out of nowhere. I'm gonna be so real with you. This served no purpose. I don't know why they did this. I don't know what. Because, okay. Putting aside the allegory, literally what happened on screen without any deeper meaning, without any meta-contextual analysis. This guy learns that a all-powerful vampiric immortal monster basically preyed upon and seduced his wife back when she was much younger. And she is not taking it well. And his response is to shame her and make her feel worse. And then when she starts like lashing out, his response is, well, I better show you I'm better. And it's like, huh? Also, this is where I mentioned I watched this with my family. So I was, I think, sitting next to my mother while they were bouncing on it crazy style in the movie theater. So, yeah. Oh, no, it doesn't make any sense. And, like, I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't know why because, okay, the ending of the movie, spoilers, is that Nosferatu, the whole plot twist is that it's not actually you have to go and you have to burn Nosferatu or whatever. What it is you have to distract Nosferatu so that he stays awake long enough so that the sun hits him and like melts his flesh, as happens with a lot of vampire stories. However, how do they go about distracting this immortal, plague infested, monstrous? Its name means death being. Well, naturally, they honeypot it by taking the one female lead, who is the one that aforementioned was preyed upon him many years back. And she basically says, like, you down to clown? And he's just like, heck yeah. And then, like, they bust it down crazy style for, like, all night. And then he dies. And, like, why? Bouncing on a crazy dial. No, literally, the way this movie ends is that, like, the plague has come to, I think it's London. Or no, I think they're German. Right, so like the plague comes to their town. The Nosferatu has brought the rats with him. They set fire to his crypt. And then the actual unironic way that they defeat Nosferatu, the elder vampire, the probably like verging on Methuselah, but probably like 5th generation vampire Nosferatu, is they get one of his past victims to come forth and be like, hey, you down? Winky face. And then they do the horizontal tango for like all night. And then he's so distracted. It was so good. that he just doesn't leave and he dies. No. It's not that he's just feeding on her instead. Or are you saying in the book? But basically, in the story of 2024 Nosferatu, no, it is explicitly they're like fully naked on top of each other as he's feeding on her. Yeah. So basically, like, why? I roll to seduce the BBEG and bounce on it crazy style until the sun comes up. There's a full-on Vampire 20th plot. Listen, imagine being so good at just like anything that you managed to convince. I would probably say Count Orlok is like probably like a 5th, maybe 6th generation vampire. Or okay, so fun fact, in Vampire the Masquerade, we're talking TTRPGs, I'm so sorry. The Nosferatu are a clan, but are unrelated to Count Orlok. They're just ugly. That's their big thing. They're related to the idea of monsters like in the sewers, in the alleyways, sneaking up behind you in the shadows. Nosferatu's Count Orlok would be, as Dracula is, a Tzimisce. Or I think it's the Mitzi? I've heard it pronounced like the Mitzi. I don't know. This is like an Eastern European word that I'm unfamiliar on the etymology of. I call it Tzimisce. He would be a Tzimisce. And Tzimisce are all about changing their flesh, changing the flesh of others, mental domination, animal control, right? And so Count Orlok gives me the vibes of like a really old elder, but he doesn't really do much to himself that would indicate Tzimisce. You call them kimchis? I mean, I could see them turning a person into kimchi. You pronounce it quite well. Thank you. Bigger, why, way big. Orlok exists in Vampire the Masquerade. So, okay. Did you know that in Vampire the Masquerade, Dracula exists canonically? And in Vampire the Masquerade, Dracula not only like Vlad Tepes, the real life historical figure, became Dracula. And he like captured 2 like really powerful vampires as a mortal. And basically said like, hey, to one of them, how do I turn into a vampire? And then they said like, here's how you do it. And then he said, okay, turn me into a vampire. And then he did. And then he went to the other one, and then he drank the other vampire blood until he drained it dry and became a stronger vampire instantly. And so Dracula, in the canon of World of Darkness, is just that guy. They must have amnesia, because they forgot that I'm him. Like, straight up. And then, later, he's bored. It's the 19th century. What's an elder vampire to do hundreds of years after living? Well, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go up to this dude called Bram Stoker, this writer, and you're gonna be like, hey, I want you to write a story about Dracula, the Lord Tepes, that is a vampire that feasts upon the living. And everyone else around him going, excuse me, what? And so he goes up to Bram Stoker, and in the World of Darkness, the canon explanation as to why Dracula as a concept exists, when there is literally an actual vampire called Dracula, is because the real World of Darkness equivalent, Dracula, went up to Bram Stoker and said, hey, can you write this book for me? I'll pay you, and commissioned him. He doxed himself so that no one else could do it. It's like when a hacker hits you up with your IP address and you say, oh no, like, I already know my IP address. And then you post it yourself. Like, that's what Bram Stoker did. And all of the other vampires went, you did what? And you want to know what happened? Oh, you want to know what happened? Everyone went, whoa, that's a crazy style, dog. And then they didn't think about it any further. And now, with like the constant recycling of past material, like with Hollywood and Universal movies, Dracula is such a typecast archetypal monster that anything vampirism is just, oh, that's a part of like a new Dracula movie. That's just tied to Dracula. The idea of a vampire is so firmly tied to Dracula. Did you know? Okay. I watched I started watching Super Sentai Z Rangers because it was on YouTube for free. And it was like a 24-hour broadcast of just all of the episodes on repeat, on repeat, on repeat. And so I was watching it, and I watched like 2/3 of it. It was actually really fun. It was like mindless, I will say. I get why people like Super Sentai. I don't get how people can actually connect to Super Sentai is my issue. But I watched Super Sentai Z Rangers. This is a Japanese show. It was the precursor, not J-pop, Japanese precursor to Power Rangers. Shut up. My handwriting is not like your doctor's. It is much better. So, it's the Japanese version of Power Rangers. This was like the 13th series of Super Sentai in the 90s. That like this is the series that directly inspired Power Rangers, that Power Rangers has like steals footage from in order to use, right? One of the episodes, a young girl, because all of these episodes are like one of the Zoo Rangers finds a young child. The young child has some issue. Turns out it's related to a monster. Now all of the Zoo Rangers have to come together, defeat the monster. Oh no, the monster turned giant. They have to summon their mechs. Now the mechs fight the monster, and then the little child has their problem solved, and it's a happy day for everyone, right? So the little girl, she's worried that her father is a vampire. Gasp. And I wasn't sure how this was going to go. My handwriting might be worse than your doctor's. Okay. Have you considered that I am writing probably thousands of words over the course of a stream? And the goal is not just to have it like be on screen. It is also to write at pace of me talking while I'm talking. Like, okay. One time I was writing, and then like AE Archivist was in chat and like was clowning on me for my writing, and then he on his stream was like, and I'm starting beef. I'm like kicking sleeping dogs, and I am not letting them lie, because this is not what I do. I don't sit here and go, what? Oh no, I messed it up. Okay, let me do that again. Oh no, I messed it up. I don't do this. I do like, boom, and I continue going, right? Like you cannot come after me and say, oh, my handwriting's so much better than you, when you are writing at like unironically like a fifth of the speed I am, if not slower. I'm starting this beef, and you can clip it and you can ship it. You can send it to him. You can send it to AE, and you can say, Arrow sends their regards. Write a full note in under 60 seconds. Used to help teach university level English. Your writing's better than some students and faster. I mean, and like that, I'm going for speed, right? If I was going for legibility, I would be like, but like, do you see how much slower that is? Like, this is not good handwriting. I'm not claiming this is good handwriting. This is fine. Like, if I actually, also, I will remind you, I'm writing with a mouse. Many people have been like, oh yeah, like what tablet do you use? No, I just use a mouse. Like the reason this is so scuffed is, one, because my handwriting does suck. I don't have good handwriting. But also, it's with a mouse, dog. Don't invite chat to ship you somewhere. No, I didn't. I said clip it and ship it. Clip it and ship it, like ship the clip. I've already been shipped with other people. And honestly, like, I know it's in my description rules. Like, don't be weird. Like, if you're not weird about it, I don't care. Like, I haven't done anything with AE recently, at least not online. Because funny enough, actually, for Offkai, AE and Orleans, two friends of the channel, were in California, and so I met up with them, and like I was like, yo, it was good. Like, I've already met up with Orleans, but AE, like, this is my first time meeting AE in person. We bought weed. I didn't use it because I don't consume, but it's legal in the state I'm in, so we bought weed. And I got fully doxxed by the dispensary we went into. I was the only one there that didn't want anything. Or rather, Leans didn't want anything either. But like, AE's just like, yeah, I want to like legally buy weed. That'd be awesome. If you're gonna come to extreme to dunk on people for their handwriting, get a job and teach people, ooh. Where are you shopping then? Human trafficking? Yes, human trafficking is bad. I didn't say it wasn't. All I said, I don't buy weed. I don't consume the devil's lettuce. I am not one that smokes the Mary Jane. I am not one that is consumed by reefer madness. I am not I'm not a cannibal a cannabis crazy. I'm not part of the cannabis craze. The dispenser was a fan. No. So what happened is we go into the dispensary. We go in the dispensary. I didn't know this. Even if dispensaries are legal, you have to show ID, right? Because like I think it's like 21 plus. It might be 18 plus. Anyway, we're all fine. We all have our IDs. Leans, shows us forward. Guy looks at the ID. Here you go. Hands back. I hand it forward. My ID does not say I live at my current address. It's still not updated. I really need to update that at this point. But what happens is the guy checking the dispensary takes my ID, reads it, and goes, "Oh, name," and just says my like actual name out loud. And I go, "Yep." And he goes, "All the way from state?" And I go, "Yep." And he's like, "Nice," and hands it back to me. And then AE, who is also from across the country, hands it forward. The guy looks at it and hands it back to him. Nothing for Orleans. Nothing for AE. Literally just like name, state. And like I know Orleans. I know AE. I don't mind them knowing. But it was very funny to just have this dude dox me. Dude was attracted to Arrow. I mean, maybe. Like, I've certainly gotten that before. I had an encounter recently where I'm out and I'm dancing, and there's someone that's like dancing next to me, and then I leave the room, and then I'm chilling out in like a more chill area, and then I see her from across the room, and like she's just chilling as well. I'm like, cool, like whatever. People chill all the time. Like she goes all the way around the entire room, slides up next to me, and just starts chatting with me. And I'm like, cool, hi friend. And like I just start chatting with this person, and then she starts mentioning how, oh wow, that couple over there is really hot. And I'm like, huh? And then she starts telling me about how she's gone home with couples before, and apparently she really enjoys being passed around between them. And this, like, we've been talking for like 2 minutes. And I'm like, huh? And I don't know if this was like some roundabout way of hitting on me. I don't know if this is someone who just is very like happy to share this part of their life. But like that's just like the sort of stuff that she's telling me about. I wasn't asking. I didn't bring it up. I think maybe she commented on how hot the couple was. I'm like, what? And like, I was curious about that. But then she just starts explaining how like she loves like going home with couples. They tried to rope you up. That's what I'm saying. And then at one point I was just like, well, how about you go over there and just hit them up? And then she's like, oh no, I could never do that. If it was other context, I would say peak. Oh my gosh. What was that poor girl attempting to hit on me? Did she think you were there with someone? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I never assume anyone is hitting on me. I just assume everyone's being friendly. And then it's gotten me some very good situations. That's gotten me in some kind of awkward situations. Arrow ran into a unicorn looking for a trio. isn't a unicorn like a VTuber fan that thinks that VTubers should be like gender segregated? Arrow keeps getting past the controller but doesn't play that genre. Listen, you say that I get past the controller. What I need, and I've had this happen before, what I need is explicit confirmation of someone walking up to me and stating in no uncertain terms, I am flirting with you. I have had that happen before. And that completely changes how I interact with the person, because at that point, I understand what is happening. I understand the social conventions, and I can actually have a conversation with this person that is not me just kind of like stonewalling them continuously. I don't think Arrow's looking for that trio. I wasn't looking for that trio. I don't know why bring it. Okay. Like, if it was something where she's just like, oh, well, like, oh, it's so much more fun. And like if she was trying to like proposition me, I assume she wouldn't have been talking about a trio. I feel like she would have been talking about like duos, or she would have been brought up more people and try to get like multiple people involved. But like, I just don't know. Unicorn is someone who hooks up with couples, usually applied to trans people. I've encountered ladies that cannot flirt to save their lives. I tend to be a useless lesbian. My wife has said she would need a steel chair if she hit on me any harder. Like, okay, so like, I don't know. Okay. Alternate circumstance. I'm also out. This is a different time. I'm just kind of looking over the crowd. Fun fact, I actually really like, I found, I don't know what it is. I think it might just be the vibe, but like when I'm out and it's like, I'm at a club or I'm out dancing or whatever it might be, I just really enjoy like watching the crowd. And this guy walks up to me and starts chatting with me. And nothing forward, nothing probing, literally just kind of like chatting about the night or whatever. So naturally, I assume he's just being friendly. And so arrow rights equals arrow ace. We just keep chatting. And I don't know how it came up, but I'm looking down at the floor and I see people that are like dancing. And I comment on how these two people, I thought they were a couple, but like one of them seems less interested than the other one. And so I explained to this dude, like, yeah, I've been watching the floor and like I see these two people and I thought that they were a couple, but actually I think this other person is like hitting on this one, and then the other one has lost interest. So like they're trying to break it off, but like they don't want to stop dancing, so they're gonna continue dancing with this person. And then he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. And the other guy over there, and I point to someone else who's like just kind of like bobbing back and forth, and I'm like, yeah, that guy over there, he is just like busting it down. He's having his best life. He looks a little depressed, but I like to think that he's actually having a great time right now, and he's just kind of like that normally. And like, I just start going into these like stories about these people, and he's just like, wow, you're really funny. You should be some sort of entertainer. Or it's like telling me that like, he's basically saying I should be a content creator. He's like, wow, you're really funny. You should like monetize that. And I'm like, you know, that's a good idea. I'm assuming they mentioned the couples that they've done things with before to show the extent of how much they were down for casual. Oh. Oh, I met the waterbender girl again. Does anyone remember that? So I was out one time. Again, I have various stories. There was a woman who, like, I call her a waterbender because I was dancing, and man, that arrow person sure is an entertainer. They should do YouTube or something. Wait a minute. I go dancing on my own at goth all night at my local punk bar. I also go out to like goth alt events, and like that's where I'm meeting a bunch of these people, because when you're there, you're a freak, right? Like everyone there is a freak, which is why I think they are so, I mean, also just like casual culture, right? Like chances are, if you're at a club, particularly if you're at a club alone, you're probably looking for something casual. I happen to be the 1%. Anyway, I found this girl who's a waterbender because I'm dancing. And I don't know why you would know this. When I dance, I tend to be very high energy, low control. And consistently, people really appreciate my enthusiasm. People really appreciate the energy I bring. I'm not trying to be a good dancer. I'm trying to bring life with me. And that works, right? It's not a matter of me being good. Yeah, like arrow moshes, arrow headbangs, arrow does all that stuff. And then obviously I adapt it to whatever like musical environment I'm in. But this woman that I'm talking to is like doing these really slow, flowy motions. Like full like arms up the body with a little bit of voguing, spin around the arms, and then slow down the other side of the body, all in like sequence with like a body sway. And I'm just like, your dancing's awesome. I don't know how you do that. And then she's like, I don't know how you do your dancing either. And then I'm just like, it's really easy. You just do this. And then I showed her how to dance, like how I do it with like on the beat, every beat, left, right, up, down, up, left, right, up, down, left, up, right, down, like that kind of deal. And then I'm just like, but like, how do you do your thing? And then like she was trying my thing, and then she's like showing me how to do it, and I kept stumbling because she's like, no, you gotta plant your feet down and you gotta flow with it. Like you gotta like move your body with it. It's all about the shoulders. And then like we're teaching each other how to dance, like in the middle of the dance floor. And I felt like she was a waterbender and I was a firebender. And we were like teaching each other different ways. Alternatively, because I was so light on my feet and she was so planted in her feet, I was an airbender, she was an earthbender. And I see her again. I see her again. And like I see her, and then she sees me and she's like, oh my gosh, it's you. And I'm like, yeah, you. I saw you and I went, waterbender girl. And she was just like, and she just started laughing because she's like, I am so happy to be known as waterbender girl. Can I draw the dance instructions? Well, so the thing about my dancing is that it's not good. I don't think you want my instructions. I tend to spin and jump a lot. It definitely ain't pretty or good, but people are laughing with me. I mean, honestly, like if you're in an environment where people want to have a good time, if you just like don't harsh the vibes, you're probably gonna have a good time as well. Because when people want to have a good time, they're looking for reasons to have a good time. There's this guy recently who he was going crazy style. And he was like legs all over the place. He was like shoulders left and right, like just up and down all over the place. I legitimately thought he was on something. He may have been. I don't know. But like he's doing that. And so naturally I go over to him and I start dancing next to him. And then because I do that, someone else goes next to me and all of us are doing like a kick line. Which if you don't know, not like the Rockettes, but like all of us are in a circle and we're all like kicking into the center and then pulling back our leg and kicking into the center and pulling back like on the beat. And like we're all like dancing and doing that. It's so much fun to get a crowd going. It's so much fun when you like involve other people in a dance like this. The only dancing I can do is formal stuff or square because that's what I learned for theater. So what I will say is that dancing is very translatable. I have a background in b-boying, i.e. break dancing. And actually before that point, why do my roommate know? Because my roommate, back when we were in university, they got into b-boying. And because they got into b-boying, I got into b-boying. And then prior to then, they had experience in like a Latin dance. They had experience in like some other form of dance that they translated into b-boying. Meanwhile, I took b-boying and I translated that into like party dancing. So like when I'm dancing, I will keep in mind my hexagon. When I'm dancing, I will be just doing top rock. When I'm dancing, I'll sometimes hit the floor, do a single thing of footwork, and then I'll get back up, right? And like it's just so translatable depending on how willing you are to push it. Bad dance is dancing hitting other people. Yeah. And like obviously, depending on the size of where you're dancing, what the vibe is, how high energy the music is, like bumping into people is to be expected, i.e. a mosh pit, i.e. if it's like a really packed club and you're like shoulder to shoulder with people. I ended up talking TTRPGs with fellow nerds in the back booth, even at my first rave at Gen Con. I have never been to a rave. I want to be to a rave real bad. The issue is the thing I've heard about raves is they tend to be something that I've heard are not very fun or enjoyable unless you're on substances, and I do not partake. So I ain't trying to do that. My go-to is a 3-step on a packed floor. Okay, I had someone else say that, and I was like, oh, 3-step. And I was just like talking to them about that. And then I realized they meant a very different 3-step than I did. Because when I think 3-step, I think 1-step, 3-step, 6-step, which are all footwork in b-boying, right? Raves are a lot of substances and a lot of hanky-panky. Yeah, that seems like very much not my vibe, even though like the actual idea of a rave, like just the music and like the crowd does sound appealing. I'm one of those weirdos that likes the ambiance of these places, but I don't actually consume most of the vices that are like offered. Like I will delve into the den of sin and I will gaze upon all, and like my temptation will be quelled in the face of just kind of like not being super interested. You went to a 3-day rave and you like to party, but it was too much. A 3-day rave sounds too much. A full day rave sounds too much. I feel like a rave longer than a couple hours sounds too much. You've been clean at raves. The vibes are immaculate. Arrow likes watching people get drunk. Okay, no. Arrow Blade opening a rave. No, so I actually don't like watching people get drunk. I also don't find drunk people funny. Which I always thought was really weird with like drunk history. I was really confused. Also, I just realized, hi, first off, we have a Q&A channel. If you don't know, I'm Arrow, TTRPGs, all that stuff. We have a Q&A channel. If you have a question you want to ask me, this is a non-TTRPG stream, so you can ask me about TTRPGs if you want, but also you can ask me about me. You can ask me about my voiceovers. You can ask me about like the Petra Parker trend. You can ask me about my other experiences going out. All that stuff, all on table. Feel free to ask me. I considered making this like a Q&A AMA style day, but I don't know. Who knows? Also, we have the high wave. If you don't know, when you're here, if you're giving me your attention, I want to give you my attention back. So it's been 45 minutes. Normally I do this in like the first 10 minutes, but feel free to say hello, hi, just hit me with a little hi, whether a VOD watcher in the comments or whether you're a lurker and you don't say anything else. Just acknowledge me and I will acknowledge you. And also tell me like, what's your favorite style of dancing or like, what's your go-to style of dancing? Even if you don't dance regularly, like, do you have one that you want to learn? Okay, hi, Fives and Mizzle and B and Ryu and Kane and Kali and Blood and Shade and Fives and Feral and Melancholic and Seraph and Presbyopia and Skeleton VA and Neko and Pig Knight and Diamond and Vector and Knight and Anya and Togedemaru and I think that's everyone I can see. And One and Moth. And everyone else, break style. Yeah, breaking is so much fun. You love playing jungle / reggae D&B for the crowd. It's a great time. Not too insane. You just let the music take us. I have never gotten into reggae. Right? Like I know what reggae is, but I've never like gotten into it in the same way. Although it is funny because I have to talk about drunk history first. What the frick? Independent of this, I've gotten into like Vocaloid. I've been listening to a lot of Vocaloid recently. And one of the big things with Vocaloid is that it's very like anime inspired. And there was a place in a city by me that had an event go on, or it might be upcoming. I don't know what it is. There was an event sometime in the past. One of them was like Uma Musume inspired. And there was like music, like I think like break beats from Uma Musume, like remixes to make it club dancing. And that unironically sounded really fun, but it was like twice as expensive as any other cover. And I was like, no way. The other thing is that there was like an anime, Japanese pop, like whatever night. And they got someone that worked on Denshi Attack to like DJ. Like I don't know like what the story here was, but like they got playing at this spot in this club that's in a city that I'm near. Like they got someone that worked on Denshi Attack to like show up and play there. And I learned about it by like looking it up online, like I don't know, like after the fact or whatever. And then I'm just like, that's crazy. What the frick? VR raves are a blast. Okay, so like if it's VR, that makes a lot more sense, because if you're in VR, you probably like Vocaloid, you probably like anime, you're probably a furry, you probably like Nightcore, you probably have these other specific interests. But like at a like club, a club that like has like other events like metal shows or like 2000s like throwback nights or like R&B like house nights. By the way, interested in Denshi Attack, Kenny? I saw, I think, most of the story. I watched like RT Game play through it. So like, yeah, I think it looks cool. I don't know how interested I am in it. I will say my interest in it has gone up after playing Unbeatable, because I really enjoyed playing an anime, right? It's such a dumb thing to say. It's so stupid. It's so like, doesn't make a lot of sense, but it was a lot of fun to play an anime, right? It was cheesy. It was campy. It was all the stupid things, but it was like enjoyable. And I feel like Denshi Attack's probably similar in playing it, right? Particularly given that like as a rhythm racing game, it's not that far off. You're a trans woman and you feel crazy for not getting Vocaloid and Hyperpop. Okay, I'm not a fan of Hyperpop, I will say. I'm just very low-key. You might be surprised by this. Off-stream, very low-key person. Although I did have someone say, without prompting, that they thought that I would be... What? They said something like I'd be fun domestically. And I thought it was like a roast. I thought it was like a dig. And they're like, nah, you just sound like you'd be like fun to live with. And I'm like, I promise I'm not that interesting. Yeah, Hyperpop is a bit much. Nightcore is too much for me. I don't like it being that sped up. That being said, I've been getting into Vocaloid. Mostly because like a year ago, maybe a year and a half at this point, I said, hey, what are some recs you have? What are some recommendations for me to get into Vocaloid? Specifically because I prefer heavier stuff like metal. And then I got recommended Utsupi. And I was like, awesome, cool. And then I listened to some Utsupi. He uses like, or they use Miku for like metal. And like, that was really fun. And then I somehow found Deco 27, which if you know anything about Vocaloid, you know is like, if you want like sad girl toxic Miku, you go to Deco. And then I was in call with people when Bird Brain came out, or like a month after Bird Brain came out. And so I started hearing about like Jamie Page. And so now I've listened to like Jamie Page and Deco 27. I just started listening to Cat with like Dizzy Paranoid Girl and Pull the Trigger and well, there's another that I haven't listened to, but it's like in the Rex constantly. Yeah, so I've been listening to a bunch of Vocaloid recently, and I really enjoy it because again, Vocaloid is an instrument. Vocaloid has this weird thing where Vocaloid as and Vocaloid synthetic vocalizers like Utao and Synth-V and like all of this stuff. I'm saying Vocaloid for all of them, right? Even though I know technically that's not accurate. If you're a purist, my apologies. Call me a tourist and move on. But Vocaloid is really weird where it's an instrument, but it's also a genre. if you make Vocaloid that is not J-pop or like, I guess like J-pop is kind of it. You're not making like Vocaloid. You're making Vocaloid rock, Vocaloid rap, Vocaloid blues, like whatever it might be. Despite being the fact that the way Vocaloids work. So in case you don't know this, Miku is a voice bank. That is basically just tuned to syllables and notes, right? And so I can have Miku sing, quote unquote, by choosing syllables at different notes to mimic someone speaking. But in the same way that you don't listen to singing as a genre, you don't listen to Vocaloid as a genre. That being said, you don't listen to rap as a genre, except yes, you do. If I played a very like classical instrumentation with rap overlaid on top of it as lyrics, or I suppose they wouldn't be lyrics. Rap isn't lyrics, correct? Like you can rap lyrics, but rap being poetry is not lyrics. Those are two different things? Question mark? Like rap, much like Vocaloid, is basically like a component of a song that has stereotypes surrounding it that constrain what it means to listen to that thing. Miku's not real. Listen, this is her world. We're just living in it. I, for one, accept our Miku overlords. You haven't listened to Bird Brain, you just know it exists. Flavor Fully's peak, though. Yeah, I have listened to Flavor Fully. I mean, like Butcher Vanity. I had a couple, it's basically, if you don't know, when I listen to music, I listen to the same song on repeat over and over and over and over, and then I like never listen to it again. I did that with Butcher Vanity, and in that time, I both made a Mega Dungeon room about it. The one with the cannibals. And then I also made a hunt in my Kane game off stream for the Valentine's game. That was a cannibal themed hound hunt. And that is the hunt that Hattie refused to go on and went on Resplendent Echo instead. That was supposed to be the hunt that she went on. So like, yeah, it absolutely influenced what I was up to at the time. Yishi is great. Yeah. So I've been listening to Pull the Trigger by featuring Yishi by Cat. Honestly, like my song of 2026 for multiple reasons is Salt Wound Routine. Also featuring Yishi, this one is, let me give you the artist. By 11 Vein. Lemonade, Butcher Vanity, Operator. I really have been enjoying Yishi. Like at first I was listening to Miku because I'm like, I don't know any other Vocaloids, and then I started listening to Teto because Teto got like super popular like a year and a half ago. I think that's because like 2 years ago she got like a synth V. Yishi, actually super great. I've really been enjoying Yishi as an instrument. I love Me My Vain Lily. Yeah, great. We can thank Butcher Vanity for Bond Sinmark, and we can thank Butcher Vanity for Raph having a gay awakening, because in the hunt it was a type 2 cat 2 hound that was a person, a woman. And I wanted to describe this, and I didn't get the chance to, but it was when she apoplexied you. It was that she leapt upon Bond, and it looked like she was like pinning Bond to the ground and kissing her. And what was actually happening is that instead of flensing her by cutting her with a knife, it was that she was tearing into Bond's flesh with her serrated teeth. Right? And so it's a situation where it was very, if not woman shaped, why woman? If not woman, why woman shaped, you know? All I know about Miku is the World Soccer Championship became a custody tournament. Okay, so the thing about Miku is she is a Japanese character by a Japanese company. And like 3 years ago or whatever, there was this trend about, because like Miku's whole thing is like Miku can be anywhere, anyone from anywhere, like any Miku is canon Miku. And so there was this art trend, much like with Petra Parker, which was Brazilian Miku. And it was just the idea of what if Miku was from Brazil? And then that spawned a bunch of other ones of like Miku from these other countries. And so in the World Cup, it was Brazil v Japan. And so someone made a tweet where it's just like, this is the custody battle for Miku, because Brazilian Miku was probably the second most popular iteration of Miku overall, outside of like standard Miku, right? And so Brazil won, and then Brazil went on to fight England and lost instantly. So it was this joke that, Norway beat Brazil, and then England beat Norway. And so it kept like changing hands of who was in charge of Miku until eventually England lost. Yeah. British Miku is when I started seeing the memes. I actually, like, I only saw it once there was British Miku. And then I saw like the memes around Brazil versus Japan after the fact. And I actually didn't see much of when like it was Norway. Playing with Fire by Driftin is a cool song using Yishi as well. Yeah. Should have been me. Anya, are you saying should have been me in response to a femme presenting hound leaping upon you, pinning you to the floor, and looking from outsiders like they're kissing you, but instead actually tearing off your flesh with their mouth? Yes? Okay. Understood. However, the same hunt is the one where the hound was like stalking them and Bond pinned Raph against the wall to like hide her. And Raph was like, why is my heart beating? And why am I looking at like this woman's lips that are in front of me? And why do I want to like lean forward? Like boom, gay panic. You are very gay, Arrow. Yeah. You know, like 3 other people who would want the same thing. You know what? I can't talk. If you saw my Unbeatable stream, if you saw on Saturday my Unbeatable stream, you saw how he reacted to Sforzando and like pulling a gun on me and like, hi. Miku became a curse. All who took custody of her were doomed to lose. I mean, okay. How many of you do not watch VTubers? How many of you, like, I'm the only VTuber you watch, or like you're not aware of the wider VTuber sphere? You just joined Gay Panic? Yeah, same. So, if you don't watch VTubers, there is this VTuber called Essie, who got like breached VTubing containment because she was doing, like a lot of people, World Cup watch-alongs. And she was cursed. Every single team she supported lost. And I mean like all of the games that were like 6-0, she supported the 0 team. And there was one time where she supported a team. I think this was like the Egypt upset game. She supported a team and then mid-game swapped sides to try and beat the curse. And after she swapped sides to the winning side, the losing side had an upset comeback victory where they went from like 3-0 to like 4-3. And they managed to win after she swapped off their side. Wasn't there also a VTuber who had whatever team they supported kept losing? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You watch like 2 general groups and that's it. And that's valid. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that the Argentina versus Egypt, yes. So there was actual curse behavior going on with more than just Miku. This whole thing was cursed top to bottom. Although what did end up happening is that because it breached containment, because non-VTuber fans and primarily sports fans found out about her and how she kept like rooting for teams and how they kept like losing, she actually got like massive death threats. She got like huge influx of hate and like vitriol spewed at her, because outside of like sailors and actual witches, I think sports fans might be the most superstitious people out there. Right? Yeah, average football fan behavior. So like, that sucked. However, the actual meme itself was very funny. It was very funny to see her getting progressively more desperate to support a single team that would win. Gotta leave it to those hooligans to screw things up? Yeah. I mean, some people, that's the thing, Ryu. You say some people have nothing better to do. They do. These are your deadbeat dads that are neglecting their kid. These are your burnout, crash out college dropouts that could be focused on their studies. These are your like American fraternity members that are too busy like focused on sports and partying to actually worry about setting themselves up for the future. These are the people who come from a sports family and are super into sports culturally, and they really only have a tie to their family with sports instead of any other development. They have other things they can do with their life. The hatred they feel in their heart is simply projection from their own perceived inadequacy. And this is true like down the line. It's not just sports. They could be watching sports as well instead of sending death threats. They could also be watching more sports. That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, so orcs from 40K are based off of football hooligans. And also, fun fact, Team Shout from Sword and Shield, I think, Pokemon Sword and Shield, they were based off of hooliganism. Which, with a name like hooliganism, I can only assume they got up to chicanery and shenanigans. Oh, Team Yell, thank you. I did not play this game. Hooliganism strikes me as chicanery, shenanigans, silly little, oh, they're flipping over cars and like setting fire to buildings. Oh, that kind of hooliganism. Yeah, like football hooligans do not mess around. Like I would still say I would rather be caught up in a football hooligan crowd than a Philly crowd on any day. However, that's also because I grew up in proximity enough to Philly to like get a self-preservation instinct. It's crazy how after the Paris team won before the World Cup, Paris was set ablaze as football fans partied, so BS happens no matter if the team wins or loses. That's like Philly. Philly, it is almost more dangerous when the home team wins than when they lose. Yeah, I've only been to one big sports game and fans can be scary. I don't remember the last big sports game I went to. I do know that when I was much younger, I went to a Yankees game. You know, I'm not the biggest baseball fan. I've played baseball, but just not the biggest fan. I think that genuinely, football, like soccer football, association football, is probably one of the better sports. Hockey, I keep hearing talked about, is one of the best sports as like a viewer. Basketball is apparently one of the like best sports to watch for two reasons. One, because it's active. Football, hockey, basketball, there's very little downtime in any of them. In most of them, there's a lot of uptime. There's not a lot of waiting for innings or team swaps or anything like that. In most of these, there is a lot of uptime. And also, apparently, in the WNBA, it is the best drama you can watch. And there's a whole like Dropout Smarty Pants episode about this, where in the WNBA, it's Women's National Basketball Association, I think. almost every player is a lesbian, or at least sapphic, and most of them are dating or married to another player in the league. So what you have is you have really cute stories of like these two wives that are on the same team, and they have like really great synergy because they work together. Or you have a situation where like girlfriends that are like dating are on opposite teams, and they just had a fight right before the game. And like, you can tell they just had a fight right before the game. And like, so apparently the WNBA is like fantastic, like peak, like sapphic drama. No, not soccer. This is basketball. This is basketball. It's just really good sportsmanship. And obviously, like, I'm saying this not to be like, oh, haha, like women kissing. Like, no, literally, like, a lot of WNBA players are apparently sapphic. I don't think it's like most of them. I don't think it's like 80%. I don't know the stats, but I do know it's like more than you'd think. Because who would have thought that if you're sapphic, if you're lesbian, you're more inclined to be comfortable exploring more masculine aligned hobbies, which include sports. And if you're more inclined to explore that, you're more inclined to get into it professionally, meaning that there's going to be a disproportionately higher number of lesbians in sports, because at least in the Western sphere, sports are considered a masculine, male-dominated field. It's heated rivalry, but the entire league is my understanding. Enemies to lovers for real? I mean, like, maybe. Like, I don't know. Okay, I don't watch the WNBA. I'm working entirely off of secondhand information. If I was to start watching sports, which I don't have time for, it would probably be the WNBA. I don't know what team to follow, though. WNBA teams. Why did I look that up on YouTube? I want to look that up on Google. What teams are there? Okay. So if I go... It's
now horse. I mostly heard Adam.
Okay. Let's look through the teams and let's figure out which one I would go for. I'm from the Northeast. I'm currently in California.
You're right.
My first instinct is go for a Northeast team because that's where I'm from. However, this could be like a West Coast thing for me. Don't root for a team, just enjoy the game for real. Yeah, but I have to be a proper sports fan. I have to follow a team, whether they win or they lose, whether they die or they live. Right? With the Toronto tempo? Toronto has it. I guess that makes sense.
By accident. I didn't even watch.
I mean, like New York Liberty. Like, come on. Gotta support New York. Height 6'4", 5'9".
Because.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I don't want to know nothing.
That's crazy. Me tuning on sports talk and then Yuri snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh.
There's a new PV.
Yeah, like.
The anime that's airing.
I don't see no one else that's like under 5'11".
Not movie, right?
5'9" is crazy.
Final Fantasy 14 event. Probably.
What's the audio? Oh, oops. Do I have audio on?
I mean,
I have a stream on in the background. I thought it was muted. Yeah, so that was my Yoshi. Oh my gosh. The voices, they're back. They're back? What the frick? There shouldn't be voices. Now I'm confused. Okay, let me close out of that. Ah, gosh. That's not an ad, is it? Okay. Anyway, 5'9". Arrow ventriloquist. Yeah. Listen. If you have a very particular VTuber stream open right now, you can dox my Yoshi. However, outside of that, you don't really get that much. They're gone for now. Man, I thought that was muted. Whoops. So yeah, like they have, oh, so there's like Hall of Fames you can have. Ha, the Toronto team doesn't have Hall of Fame. Idiots. Yeah, I have like no context for like what does the profile mean. Like if I look at their roster, what does PPG mean? Do they have rocket propelled grenades? Is that what this is? Are they playing role-playing games? Are they engaging in alternate plurality games? Oh, okay, they have countries of origin. I assumed the NBA would primarily be US based. However, I suppose, given that the NBA is, by my information, the largest basketball league in the world, if you're from Germany and you want to play basketball, it makes sense that you would come over here. Points per game. Points per game. Something per game. So probably points per game. Assists per game. Rocket propelled games? Yeah, okay. Maybe if you had a Twitch tab open, yeah. Baskets per... No, that's an R. I was like, oh, baskets per game, pog! Well, so... Can we like... Okay, wait, let's figure this out. If she's a forward, and she has a lot of PPG, and she's a forward, and she has a lot of PPG, and she has... And like the guard also has a lot of PPG. I was gonna say if they have a really high PPG and they're a forward, we can guess that that's points per game. All of them have really low RPGs, so I guess they're not very explosive. Do-it-all forward who's limited by injuries in 2022. Sabali was an all-star in 2021. Yay! What? Is this what it's like for vanilla people to hear? Sorry? I mean, I guess if it's alpha, like if it's acronym soup, kinda. Rebounds per game? What's a rebound? Is a rebound when I... Okay. Don't judge me. Is it when I shoot the ball and it bounces off the backboard? Is that a rebound? Imagine the NBA, but the ball's a grenade and whoever loses gets blown up. Listen, we just playing hot potato at this point. Ours probably rebounds. Okay, so points per game. Rebounds per game. Assists per game? The issue with that is that there's like... That can go as low as like 0.3. Like points per game makes a lot of sense because a basket in basketball is not 1 point. A dunk in basketball is not 1 point. You can have like shoot from the 3-point line. You can get 1 point by doing a basket. You can do a dunk, which gives you several points. Like, I think, am I misconstruing this with American football? Example, I have no idea what a front is, and I find that funny given other goofy words I know. I mean, like, a front is like in wars, that those are the lines that you draw on the map and you move them around. You have the little, like, army pieces that you push forward, and you're like, ah, yes, all is quiet on the Western Front. And then you get shot in the head because this is a story about the horror of war and how your life is meaningless, even though you are a young and up-and-coming man that has a rich internal life, because World War I sucked. So, like, that's what happens when you use the term front in a WNBA context. Isn't a front like... Okay, so an off-front... I never talked about drunk people. An off-front is to, like, an affront to the senses is something that is offensive, is that you don't like, is that bad. Rebound is when a shot is missed and you get the ball. Oh, so when... So, okay. Okay. Tonight, you shoot the ball. But you suck, so it misses. Whoop-bang. And then I catch the ball. I rebounded because I caught the ball that you missed. You just have a miss. The good thing is the catch. Correct? I didn't grow up playing basketball, in case you couldn't tell. Yeah. Like, I grew up playing horse. I grew up playing pig. I grew up playing, like, basketball games with, like, a basketball. But I was never into basketball. Most sports are about putting a ball in a specific place. I don't know anything else. That's why you can almost always say, yeah, sports ball. Take the ball, score the point. Get it in the goal. Yeah, sports ball. Okay, so I wonder if Exos can just have explosives, not like in Arden's way, just bombs and mines, only in America. I ran a character who my signature weapon was just an appropriate amount of C4. Like, my primary weapon I used is I was a whisper user. And the way it worked is that I set up a series of C4 prior. And whenever I rolled an attack, it would be that with my whisper, I had used my foresight to plant the C4 in advance, knowing that they would be here eventually at this specific juncture. And so using my whisper blasphemy in like a passive way, in like a narrative way, I set up myself to blow them up at this exact moment. And that is why with C4, I was able to plant, arm, and then remotely detonate at the exact moment where I could blow it up. However, obviously, if I rolled poorly, it would be like, oh no, like I used too little charge, and then it didn't like blow up properly, or I hit it on the wrong side of the armor, or like it moved out of the way, blah, blah, blah. Like I didn't see that in my vision. And then when I used my omen, when I used my blast power, my blasphemy to give me powers to like overcome its resistance, because this was still hard. Even though flavorfully I was using my whisper blasphemy, like mechanically I wasn't, so it was still hard because it was all mundane. When I used omen, this was like I literally like described how earlier I set up a bunch of C4. You activated my trap card type whisper. Yeah. So this is the same character. I played one Kane character. This is the same character who said like, oh, Guten Tag, Watashi wa bueno. And like, this is how he would introduce himself kind of deal. And just like the absolute like American audacity to just like mix and match languages and then claim to be a fluent speaker in all of them. Imagine rigging a Toad's Palace and artful dodging the Artful Dodger. They'll never see it coming. Listen, that would be really funny to have Teddy go up against an Artful Dodger Toad. Linguistic air juggle combo. It was so much fun to come up with that in the fly. Kaiba boy, Yugi boy. Man, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Drunk people. Okay, so I actually don't like watching drunk people that much. I don't find them that funny. Which is why drunk history never really appealed to me. Because I remember drunk history being something that like, oh, my family was like, oh, that's hilarious. And what it is that drunk history is a show where they get someone that is like knowledgeable on historical subjects and they get them drunk. And then they just ask them, could you describe to us, I don't know, the emancipation, the lead up and the follow through of the Emancipation Proclamation. And then what they do is that as a show, they demonstrate, they like have actors portray whatever the person is describing with narration, right? So it's this person who's like, it would make a very good YouTube series is what I'll say. But this was like 20 years ago. And so what it is that it's like these people are all like, oh, they're all in costume. One looks like Abe Lincoln, and like they will like mimic and mime the explanation as to what this person is describing. And then because they're drunk, they'll just kind of like get some details wrong. And they'll just like make up some stuff that sounds funny, right? Because they're drunk. And I never found that appealing. That being said, I am nothing if not flexible. Therefore, when I was out recently, I sat down in a booth where there are these two people, sat down off to the side. Cool, whatever. Like, thumbs up. I'm not going to bother them. They're not going to bother me. And then these two other people come in, this couple. And they comment on like the makeup and on the outfit of those two other people. And then I hop in and I'm like, well, also your outfits are like great. And then they start talking. And so I turn in and I tune in and I start talking. And we have this big 5-way conversation. Or rather, it was more of a 3-way conversation where myself and one person from either group was talking. Each of the other groups had someone that wasn't really participating. And we all start chatting. And for like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, I'm chatting with these people. And it becomes very clear very quickly that all of these people are very drunk. And I got to hear a whole lot about Hawaii. Because, like, one of the couples, they were, like, visiting from Hawaii. And, like, I'm on California, so I'm on the coast. They're visiting from Hawaii. And one of the people from the other group was like, oh my gosh, I've been to Hawaii. And, like, that conversation topic of, I'm actually from Hawaii. No way, I've been to Hawaii, came up at least 5 times. And I gotta say, when you're in person in a fun environment and you're trying to have a good time, that is significantly more enjoyable than it is when you're just like at home with your friends. Because here, I could pretty confidently laugh at them and with them, right? Because like I'm not being mean, but like I could find amusement in their lack of sobriety. And then if I really wanted to, I could just leave. I could go do something else. So I wasn't tied there. And so I could just enjoy seeing these people get up to absolute nonsense with each other and just being like, oh my gosh, what's your favorite thing to do on Hawaii? When I was there, I did karaoke. Oh my gosh, I love karaoke too. And like just doing that. And I was just like, what is up with these people? And then as they're talking about Hawaii, the other person who has like makeup on, like in full like dress or whatever, she sits next to me. And she stares at me, unblinking. And very quietly is asking me, because I mentioned that like I moved to the area like a year ago, right? If I've ever been to this other city where she's from. And I'm just like, nope, never been. She's like, you should. Have you ever been to like, for instance, like the Monterey Bay Aquarium? And then I'm just like, no, but like my roommates have. And she's just like, you should. You didn't go? And I'm like, no, I was busy. She's just like, they have isopods that are that big and you can pet them. And like just staring into my soul. And I don't know like if this was a her thing. I don't know if that was a me thing. I'm just like having someone bore into my psyche. And like, cool? Yeah, so apparently at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, there are giant isopods that are like 30 centimeters long, if not longer, like a foot long. And you can pet them. And like isopods are like giant, like little roly-poly things that are underwater, generally at really low depths. So apparently you can pet them. Absolute flow state of mind. That is what I do every day. I like space engineers. I got space engineers actually, unironically, more than a decade ago. I got it more than a decade ago. And then I played it for like 15 minutes. And I got bored. And I have not touched it since. That being said, a lot has changed in a decade, I presume. And also, I have changed a lot in a decade, I also presume. I know what I'm making for my next Neolithic species now. Oh my gosh. Just giant isopods. Like, so Space Engineers is one where, like, I'm not opposed to picking it up again. It's just, I have found I don't like sandbox games. But like that's what I have writing for, right? Writing, and to a lesser extent TTRPGs, is kind of how I get my niche of like unfiltered creativity. When I go from writing or even TTRPGs to Minecraft, to Terraria, to Valheim or Space Engineers or FTD or whatever, I look at these games and I go, what do I do? Because when I'm writing, I know what I want to do. I want to tell a story. When I'm playing a TTRPG, I know what I'm doing. I want to have fun with my friends. I want to set up a plot. And that might be a silly plot. That might be a nonsensical plot. That might be a plot that's only about making my players laugh, but it's still a plot. But with like Minecraft, there is nothing to do outside of build. That is very boring to me. That's that's, I mean, okay. Mostly I don't have a Minecraft account, so that's why I don't play Minecraft. But like, even if I did have a Minecraft account, I don't think I would like stream Minecraft, because I know a lot of people do that, and they do that for like Yap streams. They do that to chat, and they just have Minecraft in the background. I am someone who, like, if I'm playing Minecraft, I'm not a good builder. I don't have texture packs. I don't know what I would do. I don't have plans in mind, and so like I wouldn't want to do like a hardcore like end run. I have no idea how someone could get into that without a guide. I mean, like, there are certain games which are like, there are spreadsheet games, or wiki games rather. Like Terraria is a game that if you play it without a wiki, what are you doing? Not even like in a, I think you're playing the game incorrectly, in a literally what are you doing? Like, I'm shocked that you could progress without the wiki. Dwarf Fortress is another one of those games. I want to play more Dwarf Fortress, actually. Dwarf Fortress, I had fun with. I only played it for 2 streams. I think I got screwed. I think that the fact that my mountain home got shut down and like got destroyed, like within a year of me starting my world, kind of killed the momentum of my outpost, because I stopped getting immigrants after like 4 seasons. And that was my first ever game of it, so I'm like, I have no idea if that's normal or not. Stellaris was a game where at first I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. What should I be doing? And then I kind of just like, as I got better at the game, I started like leaning more into the RP aspect. And I had stuff to bounce off of in RP. Same thing with like in Crusader Kings. I can choose a directive that I want to accomplish. I want to unseat the papacy. I want to win the crusade. I want to do this specific thing that I know is going to happen. And then I can like rock that. In Stellaris, I could be like, okay, I want to like, I don't know, like defeat the crisis. Sure. Space Station 14 mentioned. People keep talking about that. People keep saying that they want like an arrow cord, which, if you don't know, that is our Discord name, is also the Union. They want a Space Station 14 server. Apparently, it was super finicky to set up and maintain. Okay, Paradox games are just Excel spreadsheets the game. Disagree. They are looking at a map and being surprised when things change, and then being happy that they changed. And that is what Paradox games are. And I'm going to be so real with you. I played a good bit of CK3. At this point, I've actually played a fair bit of Stellaris. I played like multiple runs of Stellaris. I played a single play session with some friends of Victoria 3. I mean, like Civ. Civ isn't a Paradox game. It's on that same level. It's grand strategy. I really want to get into Stellaris, but then I thought about it. I was like, I want a TTRPG where I play some kind of political agent in this world and see all the crazy political stuff happen. So if you want to play a sci-fi politics game, call me crazy if I'm wrong, because I don't know the system that well. I think Traveler might be your best bet. Traveler as a system can allow you to do basically anything sci-fi from my understanding. With the exception, I think that it's not intended that you're like a space opera, like main character Mass Effect. I think it's definitely more of you're a small fish in a big pond kind of deal. You'd so watch a Stellaris run narrated as an unraveling news story. Okay, I have considered, and I've talked with Rory about this, about doing a TTRPG species in Stellaris and like making elves or making dwarves and trying to set those up. But what I think would be really fun, and you tell me, making Union in Stellaris and trying to be third com from the Lancer universe and doing like a role play of third com trying to assert control over everyone else. And I think what I would do is that I would set up like fanatic spiritualist like the Aon Ascendancy, and then I would send up like authoritarian or probably fanatic authoritarian materialist KTB, and I'd like make these factions that I would then have to interact with, right? I do know that CK3 has a Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah. So Vampire the Masquerade mod in CK3 is for Vampire the Masquerade Dark Ages. And I have heard from, or in his videos, Burger Krieg has said that like that's a fantastic mod, does everything right. It's so great. It's one of the best ways to experience the Dark Ages. The issue with that is I don't know the Dark Ages that much. And as much as I love World of Darkness lore, I'm going to be so real with you. I don't know the lore that well. So I don't know most of the power players from the Dark Ages. So the pointing soy jack, just the, oh my gosh, it's that guy, wouldn't really like affect me. And I think that still could be fun. But at that point, I'm just playing CK3, right? Civ, on the other hand, is much more approachable. Civ is definitely way more approachable. I think in part because it's so slow. In the beginning, at least. Like in CK3, you start like with at least a county. And you're making decisions. And like, even if you're a vassal under a larger like kingdom, you might have a neighbor that you go to war with in the first like 5 years, right? Stellaris. Generally, I think the first like 20 years, or probably not the first 20 years, probably the first like 10 years of Stellaris in game, you're going to be exploring, setting up colonies, and maybe you'll have like a skirmish with like Space Amoeba or Shardlings or something. But ultimately, like, Stellaris also starts kind of slow. The issue is Stellaris then proceeds to immediately give you access to everything. Like after you like establish your second colony and you make first contact with at least like one other alien species, you have way more options than you do when you start Civ. CK2 is way slower than Civ. But I've never played 3, so it might be faster. I mean, so CK3 is slow. Obviously, it's a paradox game. They like measure by days, day by day. But the thing with CK3 is that if you start with a county, which is the smallest bit of land you can control, you still have a full council that you have to assign. You still have a court. You still have diplomacy. You still have an army, even if it's a small one. And like all of this just gets scaled up the larger you get. And yes, obviously the larger you get more court positions, then you get a larger army, and you have like vassal contracts with your vassals, and you have powerful vassals that need to be on the council, even if they suck on being on the council, like all that stuff. You wish Stellaris had turn-based multiplayer mode? I disagree. I think some games would benefit from turn-based multiplayer. For instance, Civ. Civ benefits from turn-based multiplayer, which is an option that you have access to because it's turn-based. Stellaris, CK, a lot of the Paradox games, I personally I find when I play multiplayer, I'm not reading all the lore. I'm not reading all the fluff. I'm not reading the flavor. Because I need to be quick. I need to like keep up. And so yeah, I'll pause pretty regularly. But at least to me, I would rather start, pause, start, pause, start, pause, like every couple minutes whenever something important happens, rather than like continuously wait for someone else. Total War is probably the biggest offender I can think of this, where Total War in the beginning, there's like 40 plus factions, if not more. All of them take a turn. And so something Warhammer, like Total Warhammer does, and just Total War in general, when you start a new game, your first turn, even if you fight someone, will probably be like 15 minutes. Maybe. And if you don't fight someone, it'll be like 5 minutes. And then you have to wait another 15 minutes just to get to your second turn. Because it has to go through like, okay, what is the Cult of Slaanesh doing? All right, what is the Hedonites of Slaanesh doing? What is the Devotees of Slaanesh doing? Okay, what are the Worshippers of Khorne doing? What is the Cult of Khorne doing? What is the Slaughterers of Khorne doing? Okay, what is the Cult of Nurgle doing? What are the Infectors of Nurgle doing? What are the Chosen of Nurgle doing? Okay, what are the Cult of Tzeentch doing? What are the Changers of Ways doing? What are the Followers of Tzeentch doing? Okay, now what are the High Elf Loyalists doing? What are the High Elf Dissenters doing? What are the High Elf Rebels doing? Okay, and like you say press fast forward. You do press fast forward, and it still takes like a full 5 uninterrupted minutes of waiting. I don't think you can skip end turns when I played it. Big multiplayer Paradox games are fun because you get real feeling faction dynamic, but man, it can be stressful. It takes like 3 at most. Okay, Fives, you say that. I don't want to sit there for 3 minutes at a time waiting for my turn to come up. Like, I don't think you realize that, like, how long it takes even with fast forwarding. It's something where when I hit end turn, I want the next turn to come. And yeah, if that takes 30 seconds because it's a lot of factions to load, that's fine. But the fact that it goes like incrementally one at a time is so boring. Yes, it's not actually 15 minutes. I'm being hyperbolic. It's not actually 15 minutes. However, it is multiple minutes of sitting there waiting, doing nothing. And at least for me, that kills my excitement for a game because I have to look forward to that for the first like 5 turns, maybe 10 turns. I think the closest thing I've played to a Paradox game is Lobotomy Corp. Is that accurate? I don't know. I've never played. In 3 minutes, I could watch like 4 Arrow shorts. That's so much time. I mean, like, and yeah, you can have your phone open on the background, but I don't play video games to play on my phone. In the same way, I don't play TTRPGs to play on my phone, which is why, okay, I did something, and I need you to like be so FR with me right now. I need you to be like so FR. I was in a TTRPG session over the weekend, and I was on my phone. And I know what you're saying. Arrow, how could you? It was like actually 20 uninterrupted minutes where I was just not involved in the game. So I was on my phone. However, I specifically loaded up Bloons Tower Defense 6, which I don't think I've played in like a year. And I chose it because I could very easily set it down and like ignore it if I had to tune back in. But this was a vampire game. This is actually the vampire game with my siblings. Who there was like a 20-minute sequence where I was just not involved because we needed, basically we all work at a gas station is the premise of the game. And one of us needed to man the register at all times. So my character was manning the register while they went off to like deal with a ghost. And so it was like 20 uninterrupted minutes of me just sitting there doing nothing. And then after that, the camera panned back to me. And I had like a 2-minute scene where it was just basically like checking up on me. And then we went back for probably another 10 minutes of uninterrupted on the others. So I was just playing Bloons Tower Defense 6. Gas station sushi, yes. Okay, understandable, you're forgiven, thank you. And that sort of thing where like, And this is why I'm so like, despite how I might come off, I'm actually very forgiving of players like being on their phone or whatever, because to me, 9 times out of 10, it's a situation like that. I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. I just took my turn. There are 7 other entities, including allies, in the initiative order. I'm not going to take my turn for another at least 15 minutes, probably half an hour. So I'm going to go on my phone. Well, no, you have to pay attention. I don't have any reactions. Yeah, but what about the board state? The board state's going to change. Like, all I need to do is pay attention the turn before mine. And then what happens is that everyone does that. And because everyone does that, no one is paying attention on the turn before theirs. So no one is prepared on their turn. So everyone takes longer, which pushes the issue further, and it gets even worse. Which is why D&D's combat sucks. That more than anything else. The stop-start nature of D&D's combat, I think, would be its biggest issue. That being said, I'm going to be so real with you. Even outside of combat. See, the issue is the night. You say take 5 minutes to plan your turn, then the next 25 to game on your phone. If it takes 30 minutes for you to get back to your turn, in those 30 minutes, the game will probably shift. And your plan 25 minutes ago will not hold up, right? Like, if you need to be constantly reminded of what's happening, then it's a problem, but yeah. I mean, like, I want an environment at my table where it is as exciting to watch a scene as it is to participate in it. And that requires a couple things. One, it requires the buy-in on the people out of the scene. If you are not participating in the scene, you need to trust that this will be interesting, and you need to give it an honest shot. A lot of people, when they're not in a scene, they will immediately tune out. This isn't relevant to me. I don't care about this. Maybe if it's plot relevant, they'll like perk up a bit, but ultimately, most people just tune out when they're not in a scene. You need to tune in. 2, what's happening needs to actually be interesting. They have to give it an honest shot to actually watch what's happening, to look inside, to be attentive to what this is. And then it has to pay off. It has to be something that's actually worth watching. And then step 3 is that there is no step 3. Just do this. It's really that simple. The issue is having players that actually buy in to pay attention is pretty difficult. And then actually being interesting is even more difficult. And that's because when you're playing a game, it's very easy to focus on your fun. Because of course, you're playing a game. You want to have fun. And that might mean trying to make the most mechanically advantageous decision, which requires a lot of prep, a lot of planning, a lot of thought process, but it's not very interesting to watch as a viewer, whether you're part of the table or outside of the table. Similarly, if you're having a scene where you're talking to your long-lost relative, you might have a very specific idea of how you want this to go, so you're trying to push it in that direction because you want a specific thing for your character. That does not mean that the conversation will be the most natural or that will actually flow all that well. Similarly, you might just not be that good at roleplaying. No shame in that. Nothing wrong with that. But what that means is that there's a lot of circumstances where you have players that are not involved in a scene and they like don't pay attention, and then people get upset at them. And like genuinely, honestly, if you take the person who was in the scene and you copied the scene and you played it in front of them, they would also tune out because it just wasn't that interesting. It's not wrong, but I feel like it's more oxygen not included turned up to 11 for lobotomy corp. D20 in the way it doesn't curve sucks. I want to play competent people doing competent things, not a competent person who has a 50-50 shot of failing the one thing they're supposed to be good at. And that's what modifiers are for. That's why I love the D20. I hate using it. Right? And that's why, like, with Lancer, you can kind of get away with it. With Lancer, because it's a war game and missing is part of the game, you can get away with it. The issue with that is, like, obviously, like, I don't know. Lancer's decision to use a D20 is odd to me. I feel like they would have had much more success with 3d6 because that's way more averaged. And still give you roughly the same, like, total range. Not quite, but, like, the rough same total range. The thing with Lancer is that because it's a D20 and because your standard attack modifier is rarely ever going to exceed, like, +2. I mean, without advantage and, like, assuming you're low grit. All enemy evasions, at least at, like, tier 1, which is what I'm most familiar with, is, like, 8 to 10. So, like, the way the math works out is that they had to make it the armor class of all of the enemies is like half of what you would have in a D&D, which obviously makes it so that you hit way more often. But it's also like, at that point, if I'm rolling 1d20, let's say I get +1 from grit, and let's say I have accuracy. So that's plus another 3.5. So I'm rolling 1d20 plus 4.5. If the evasion, which I think the standard evasion for an enemy, like I checked, I just did a quick check during a different video that I was doing, and it was most were around 8. A lot were below 8, but most were around 8. If you're rolling with a plus 4.5, you would need to get a 3 to miss, which means you have a 15% chance to miss, assuming you have +1 from grit and accuracy, which obviously is not always the case. But even if you take away the accuracy and you just have the grit, that's like a 35% chance to miss, assuming that they have like no other bonuses. Like, Lancer went out of its way to make missing rare. And obviously, like, yes, you're still going, or I say not rare, uncommon. You're still going to be hitting almost always. Or not almost always. You're still going to be hitting most turns. Like, if you fire multiple weapons, you're probably going to hit with at least one of them. If you saw me in Lancer Tactics, you saw that is not always the case. Okay. The thing about D&D doesn't really fail forward or succeed with consequences. You just fail. The issue with that is that, yes, it does. Asterisks. In the DMG, they say that's how it works. So, like, yes, D&D does have failing forward. The entire thing of D&D is that the reason there's DCs is that you can have levels of success with DCs. If I want to learn something, the way the book presents it, I make a history check, and there should be a DC 10 check to learn what the name of the culture this building is constructed by. And like a DC 15 check to see what the significance of it was. And a DC 20 check would reveal that they used magic to construct it, and it has latent magic emanating throughout it that is visible from runes. So if I roll a 16, it's not that I didn't get any info. It's that I didn't get the best info. That's how D&D, like in the DMG, presents skill checks. The issue is that unless you're like... unless you're an experienced GM, to use charitable terminology, you don't do that. Most GMs that I'm aware of will say it is pass-fail. And in combat, it is completely pass-fail. Now, D&D combat in 5e in particular does go out of its way to make missing less likely. That being said, it's still quite likely. At first level, let's say you have a +3 in your modifier, you have a +2 in your proficiency bonus, you're rolling D20 +5. Most enemies at level 1 are going to have anywhere from a 13 to a 15 AC. That is 40% chance to miss, 50% chance to miss. That's a lot. And you get nothing for missing. You get absolutely nothing for missing. You don't get resources back. There's no bennies. There's no like chip damage. There's no graze. It is just you wasted your turn. Stop being stupid. No, and Turtle, that's what I'm saying is that most people run it as a binary pass fail. And I'm saying like D&D recognized that sucks as a decision. And so they added in like advice to make it clear that that's how you should run it. And in standard modules, a lot of the time, they will have in stratified levels of success. The issue is the culture just doesn't do that broadly. By and large, the average GM will say, oh, you got a 14 on a DC 15 check. You get nothing because you're too busy, like, I don't know, like picking your nose. And it's like, my character wouldn't do that. It's like, too bad, you're busy picking your nose. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, you should only ever use magic missile, idiot. D&D combat is so unrewarding because sometimes your luck is just terrible and you fail even though you're doing the best you can. Like, that's not unique to D&D. That's just dice games. Like, I am a variety TTRPG channel. Specifically because I was dissatisfied with D&D and I have a special interest in TTRPGs and RPGs and board games, and I wanted to expand my horizon, and I had so much fun doing so. That said, I don't hate D&D, and I feel like the vitriol people throw at it is a lot of times unwarranted. That being said, the combat is probably the single worst aspect of D&D, and that is also what the entire system is built around. And I've had so many people try to argue, no, D&D isn't a combat system. D&D just has a lot of combat rules because, narratively speaking, you don't need a framework of rules around that. Which, first of all, you just described a combat system. If your system only has rules relating to combat, it's a combat system. Second of all, you absolutely can have rules facilitating and supporting narrative play without restricting it. A lot of people seem to not understand that you can have rules to encourage player decision as opposed to restrict player decision, which I think is because they've only ever played D&D, which highly restricts player decision. And third of all, the fact that you don't get any cool abilities related to exploration or role-playing a lot of times means, well, I picked a barbarian. I want to do barbarian things. Barbarians only get combat stuff, so I'm going to play combat. Your GM looks at you and says, okay, we have a wizard who of your 8 spells you have memorized in your spellbook, 7 of them deal damage. And the 8th one prevents you from taking damage. So naturally, I'm going to give you an exploration challenge, which because I recognize that as a wizard, you invested in spells thinking you would want to explore. Which is why you took all of the exploration spells. How many of them are there? Maybe a single digit number across all spells? And like that's counting Long Strider. That's counting like locate creature, locate object. Like maybe we'll count divination. I think the issue with the D&D combat is the action bonus action split is WotC disincentivizes reading the rules for players. Okay. This is where we get into a thing where I am constantly talking to people. Summon Steed is a combat ability. Like, the reason you summon a steed is so that you can ride it in battle. Like, yes, there is Summon Steed that you can ride for exploration, but, like, point to any GM you have ever actually met and had a conversation with who made an appropriate and, like, notable distinction in travel between someone that had a steed and did not have a steed. And like, if you can point to someone that like legitimately made a big deal of like having a steed changing how you manage to interface with exploration, I'll be shocked. Did I know that D&D Beyond is partnering with Ghostfire Gaming and White Wolf to release Vampire the Masquerade Bound by Blood, a supplement to play VTM and D&D? I didn't know there was a kindred class, but I did know that there was the supplement. And I do know that D&D Beyond my thoughts on D&D Beyond, which is the sister or the sibling of MTG Beyond, suppose cousin would be better because like they're cousin systems. D&D Beyond will take a non-D&D property, port it into the D&D rules. I, upon hearing that, went, okay, so we're getting Spider-Man in D&D. Because in Magic the Gathering, what happened is that we started with some pretty cool Magic cards that were of other properties, and now it immediately snowballed into overtaking real standard releases. D&D Beyond, or MTG Beyond, overtook original in-universes properties. Set releases have been neutered in favor of more and more MTG Beyond, the Universes Beyond content. And I feel like the same is probably going to happen in D&D. Now, something that I heard that I do not disagree with. I actually agree with this. It is easier to tell someone, hey, we're not going to use the Spider-Man supplement because it hurts immersion. Easier than it is in a game of MTG Commander to say, hey, we're not going to use the Spider-Man set because it hurts immersion. If I have a Spider-Man Commander deck, you really can't in good faith, or like you can, but it's probably not going to go anywhere, bring up like, hey, I don't like Universes Beyond. Could you just stick to Universes Within? Because like it's MTG. It's mechanics first and foremost. But D&D is something where like it's pretty reasonable to say, hey, I don't want to play with Spider-Man. I also am running a world that has Warforged. So you can play a Warforged, you can play an Artificer. But no Blood Hunters either. Like, this is just kind of easier with a TTRPG, and also it's more baked into to gaming culture. The issue that I see with this is mostly actually on the back-end release schedule. My concern is that they will take D&D, and it will just become D&D Beyond and nothing else. Because the point of D&D Beyond and point of MTG Beyond, outside of just like, oh, do you want to play a officially licensed Jedi in D&D? It's to sell. The purpose of Beyond is to get new players. And broadly speaking, Magic the Gathering Universes Beyond is very successful at getting new players, right? If I'm a Spider-Man fan and I have never played Magic the Gathering before, and my friend says, hey, do you want to come over to my place and play Commander with the new Spider-Man set? And I say, what's that? Spider-Man, sure, I'll play a Spider-Man card game. And then I play the Spider-Man card game and I'm like, wow, this is actually really fun. Let me look into this. And then I might pick up a Spider-Man Commander deck to like get started. And then I might start building my collection. And then I might convert into a Within player. And that is what WotC wants. And that is actually very healthy for the game. That is not a bad thing for the game. What is unhealthy is that when the new player onboarding chokes out the existing player retention, which is something that a lot of companies struggle with, because a lot of companies get obsessed with line go up and they only look at onboarding. It's the same thing that content creators do. If I wanted to focus on onboarding over anything else, if I wanted to maximize subscriber count and I wanted to maximize views, I would ditch the TTRPG stuff. I would pivot hard into voiceover content because that's great for getting subscribers. That's great for getting new people to watch me. That said, that sucks for all of the people that are here for TTRPGs. Which is why like a year ago, or like 10 months ago, I made a post and I was just like, hey, or no, not even 10 months ago, like 6 months ago. I made a post. I was just like, hey, my voiceover has been doing very successful recently. Would you want to see more of these? And then people overwhelmingly said, please prioritize the TTRPG stuff. We like the voiceovers, but we prefer the TTRPG content. So I said, okay. And I prioritize maintenance over onboarding. And I think that has led to a very strong community, personally, right? D&D is TTRPG Fortnite and MTG is card game Fortnite. At least in D&D, it's easier to try and cut out the extra stuff. I mean, it's not just easier to try and cut out. It's I'm the GM. I can just tell you no. Right? D&D and TTRPGs has this weird power dynamic where among equals, one of you is more equal than everyone else. And if I, as the GM, tell you we're not doing anything like D&D Beyond, you can't decide I'm just gonna do it anyway. Because I, like, outside of social contract, outside of that's just like a jerk move or whatever, I, as the GM, can like physically bar you from playing. Whereas in a game of Commander, if we say like, hey, we're not going to use the Spider-Man set, and then I use a Spider-Man card anyway, that's not really like, I can't get kicked out by any individual person that has more power over me. It's just, I would break social convention and the social contract, the group would probably kick me out. But like the GM has the power to just decide things. And obviously the group needs to buy into that. Obviously it is not the GM is not a despot. But the GM has sway, more so than I think a lot of people give him credit for. Line can't go up as the foundation of the line is leaving. So the thing about line go up is there are always multiple lines, and one will always go up and another one will always go down, no matter what you do. Unless you were like, I mean, like, well, actually, like, even for video content creation, if I stop making content altogether, stop making videos, stop making shorts, stop making content, I go radio silent, my views would still line go up. Now, instead of looking like this, they might look like this. But my views would still go up because people would be watching my older content. Lines still go up. And further, I will be so real with you. Now that I've been in content creation for a minute, and like I have all of my analytics and I have all of this stuff, I just realized the reason I couldn't hear the stream earlier that I had on in the background is because I don't have my headphones on, because I hurt my ears if I have them on too long. And so my headphones are just like around my neck, right? Meaning, this entire time someone was just talking there and you could have heard them. And if I had just had my headphones, I would be like, oh, let me mute that. What was I saying? Oh, right. I've been a content creator for a minute. I now understand why corporations get trapped in the mindset of, oh, line go up isn't enough. Line need to go up more than it did prior. Line need to look like this. Slope need to ever be increasing. This, unacceptable. This, ideal. Because I have been there, where I have had line go up and 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 up, or I mean up and 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 up. And like, this is really scary. I'm gonna be so real, like, as a content creator, this is really scary. This is like kind of existentially terrifying. It's kind of hard to put to words, but when you experience growth over a single amount of time, and then it goes from like, oh, you went from like, okay, let's say plus 1K subscribers over this month to, let's say, oh, plus 4K subscribers over this month. Awesome. And then it's like back down to like plus like 500. And then you're back up to like plus 4,000. And then it's like plus 1K again. Yes, all of these are positive. Yes, all of these are going up. But overall, it is very stressful to be someone who my success indicates my finances. My growth indicates my success. And my analytics indicate my growth. And so to see growth slow down, even though it's still growing, indicates that the channel is performing worse, which means that I'm going to be less financially viable. And this is really scary. Now, I still have to, like, I remind myself, and I have to deal with the fact that line go up is still up. It doesn't matter if we had like plus 15% last quarter, we need plus 16% this quarter. No, like if we went up plus 15% last quarter, we can go up plus 5% this quarter. That's okay. It's still more money. It's still more views. It's still more whatever. But exponential growth is unsustainable. And like, it's something that I never got until I experienced. And I think it's only due to the fact that I see so many corporations be silly about it and operate off the assumption that there is a exponential sustainable growth model. There will always be not just growth, but more growth than there was previously. It's not just 8% increase this month, it is 9% increase. And then next month has to be 10% increase, like on top of what was already there. That's a mindset that is so self-cannibalizing. And you have to be able to like adopt that if you're ever going to have any sort of analytics. Monkey see, monkey say, screw that. Yeah, monkey say, screw that. The GM is the one willing to do all the planning to run a game. Well, okay, so I'm of the opinion. Well, communication is the 90% like silver bullet, but I think that the vast majority of TTRPG issues would be solved if players put more time into the game outside of the game. Why do I say this? 1, lots of different players assume it is the GM's job to make sure they have fun. No. They are your friend, and they are trying to also have fun. They are doing this because they presumably want to, and they might not want to. They might be doing this as a favor to you because they want to be a player, but no one else is willing to GM, or no one else can GM. Treat your friend like your friend, not like a servant class Victorian like servant who is managing the house that all of you young ingenue are running about. You think the term is servitor jamming, and it's like that. It's so disrespectful, right? But then also, if you think about the game outside of the game, you will be more engaged during the game. Because if you decide outside of the game, you know, I really want to go do this thing, and then you reach out to your GM and you're like, hey, I know it's like kind of weird, but like, can I, as a harpy, reach out to the anarchs? And then the GM's like, the storyteller's like, why? And you're like, well, it's like the whole war thing going on, right? Like, we're about to have a war. I'm not a combatant, and I'm on the front. Like my domain is on the front lines. Can I negotiate? Like, maybe not like, I don't want to defect to them, but can I like make sure they don't attack me? And then the storyteller will be like, absolutely, we can set that up. The GM knows going forward that in the next session, they can set you up. They can give you time to go and talk to the anarchs, and they can have notes prepared about who you're going to talk to, what they're going to want from you, what they're going to say. The game becomes more fun. And like, just if you plan and communicate to the GM, they do less work, which on a completely selfish angle, if the GM is freed up of figuring out what are you going to do, what can I prepare for, here's a bunch of notes I have to write up, they can devote that energy to exactly what you want. Like the main thing here is that if you think about it selfishly, if you outside of the game think about the game, let your GM know, inform your storyteller, keep the DM updated. They're not guessing what you're going to do or trying to write up a plot that they want you to follow. They are basically hitting on the notes that you want them to. As a GM, I don't want to just play out a story. If I did, I would just write a book, teach RPGs about creating something together. Honestly, when I was a DM, like a D&D DM, I did want to tell a specific story. And I found that was at odds with a TTRPG. And so I started writing a book. And I started writing, and like that's how I got into writing. Is I started by playing D&D. I started running D&D. I tried telling a specific story. I found that my players weren't interested in that, and that caused friction in the group. We were much younger, and then I was like, well, what if I just back off? What if instead of running this like I have, what if I just run it for fun? And I write to tell a story I want to tell. And then that was like one of the best decisions I made, because suddenly that saved my interest in TTRPGs. Now, I was just kind of like roasting players for a bit. Let's not let GMs off the hook right now. There are a lot of GMs that want to tell a specific story. They will push their group to follow a specific plot. I'm not even saying railroads. I'm saying they are constantly dropping hints and trying to veer them back on track. And they don't want to be a railroader. They don't want to force the players to do anything. But then in trying to not force the players to do anything, they still restrict their other choices in a way that ends up with them leading back to the plot. Let the players do their thing. Like one of the biggest complaints I see with GMs is that they say my players aren't engaged. The aforementioned, like, oh, they're on their phone. Which, like, yes, if it's D&D combat, the way initiative works, I think it's valid to go on your phone if you're waiting 25 minutes for combat. I don't think that you should. I think that the game should be interesting enough that you don't need to do that. But, like, I can't blame you for that. I do the same thing, right? A lot of times the plots you're trying to set them up aren't engaging because they don't want them. If you're trying to set up a game of political intrigue and backstabbing and Machiavellian politicking, and your players just want to like hang out, burn down a shop, go hang out with Boblin the Goblin, and then like fight the dragon that Boblin said has enslaved his tribe for millennia because like, we gotta save Boblin's tribe. Like, do that. And like, this is one of the big pieces of the big pieces of advice that I keep saying on the channel is just like, your players will just tell you what they want. They will tell you what they're engaged with. All you have to do is listen and sometimes ask directly, hey, who's your favorite NPC? They'll tell you it's Boblin the Goblin. So just include Boblin more. They'll tell you they really want to know what's going on with that dragon. Include hints about the dragon. Listen, if you had a cult in the background that like was infiltrating the high society of nobility, sucks. Shelve the cult. Have that with a group that actually wants to engage with Machiavellian politics. For now, focus on the dragon. You have the following mindset about it. I do not care what my players tell me about my game. I run what and how I run. Any criticism which wasn't asked for won't be acknowledged. And most of the time, if I had fun as GM, likely my players are enjoying it as well. That ethos, when applied to a circumstance other than what I'm talking about, I agree with. Because if your player says, oh, this game has too much combat, and you told them this was a very tactical game, that's a them issue. And that might be a them leaving the group issue. And that's not their fault. That's not bad. That is not a naysay of you. That is not a naysay of them. Some groups just don't work out, and that's okay. But what I will say is that if your player says, I really want to see Boblin more, and you're like, well, Boblin was just a throwaway character, so no. And they say, man, I really want to know about that dragon. And you're like, the dragon is too high level? No. Anyway, here's this plot that I really want you to go on, and if you try to avoid it, no. That's not criticism. That is like 2 brick walls, right? Toxic, maybe, but my players ask for me my games all the time, so it works for me. And honestly, like, a lot of that is dependent on just how well you know your group. We're playing a dungeon game with no downtime, proceeds to have lots of downtime. I have nothing to do. Yeah, like, oh yeah, we're gonna be playing a super tactical, high octane, like, dungeon crawler. You better be ready to lose a character. And then it's just like standard D&D with lots of downtime. And there's never any risk at all. And it's like, okay, well, I made a character that I don't want to play anymore because I expected that it would not only survive like 4 sessions. And we're currently on session 12. Like, signpost your games better. And that's a very real issue. But like, again, this is something where it's like, this is just general communication on both ends. Not in the one module, there was so poorly, oh my gosh. Not in that one module, it was so poorly tuned that even combat PCs were needing the 18s to hit. Listen, anyone can publish. Anyone can publish. I love spellcasters in D&D because they have spells that can work for exploration. I can't stop playing wizards because I love rituals that can be used for exploration. I mean, they don't. like, yes. This is what I was getting at before, is that, like, yes, you can choose find traps. And yes, you can choose detect evil / good. However, if you're playing in any game that is not explicitly going against the spirit of what D&D is designed around, which is combat, you are effectively wasting a prepared spell. And if you so much as cast it, you waste a spell slot. And so, yeah, you could do these things, but by doing this, you're not casting Mage Armor. By doing this, you're giving up a casting of Flaming Sphere. By doing this, you are no longer able to upcast Magic Missile. And these are things where it's like, well, yeah, like that's not the biggest deal, but also, like, that will matter, particularly at low levels when you don't have spell slots to burn. When you're at a higher level, and you have like 14 prepared spells, and you have 4 first level spell slots, and 4 second level spell slots, and 4 third level spell slots, like, yeah, you can spend a second level spell slot to cast Find Traps. But at that point, you're so high level, you don't need to worry about traps no more. Right? You probably have a magic item that does that. You probably have a rogue that can passively roll like a 27. Like, you don't need that spell at that point. That's the thing, wizards do not need to prepare those spells, and rituals don't cost slots. Can you ritual cast without preparing? I think you still need to prepare it to ritual. But my point being is that, like, even if you're not preparing it, even if that's not a spell known, or even if that's not a spell slot, you still have to know that spell, which means that you can't choose another spell. Like, even Charm Person is kind of on the outer bounds of what is acceptable, at least to me, with like wizards or whatever, because that is an explicitly non-combat spell. But D&D is so oriented around combat and then bare bones role-playing, combat, bare bones role-playing, that Charm Person can work. Wizards specifically don't need to prepare them. Yeah, so that's something where, like, I think if you found spells, like you found Find Traps, like, and that's something I try to do in the Mega Dungeon. In the Mega Dungeon, I add spell scrolls that are other than Fireball or Magic Missile, right? I've added, like, Alarm. I've added Find Traps. I've added Identify as spell scrolls you can find so that you can either use the spell scroll or you can have a wizard transcribe it. I think I've cast Detect Magic once in all of my time in D&D. That was my second session. Detect Magic is oddly enough the one that I've seen used most. And I think it's because it's first level and I see like first level parties using it, or like second level parties using it. That said, yeah, like most investigative spells I just don't see used. And DMs rarely give wizards an opportunity to buy or find new spells. Yeah, I think that's what like finding scrolls should be about. I think that there's a very real cost there, where I personally struggle with this as just like as a personality thing. But if I'm a wizard and I find, I don't know, Blight. I'm a 5th level wizard, so I only have level 3 spells. But I find a 4th level Blight spell scroll. I want to save that so that when I can transcribe it, I can use Blight for free. Or I can learn Blight for free. But it might make a lot of sense to cast the Blight spell scroll when we're fighting the evil awakened treant. Interesting. Now I have a dilemma on my hands where a magic item actually has some degree of multi-purpose. And like, I, in D&D in particular, really struggle to give out rewards. Honestly, in Lancer, I also struggle to give out rewards because like it's post-scarcity, you can't give them money. It's like, what do you do? Downtime? I don't know. But in D&D, anything for casters, and all my players always love playing casters. What do you give a caster? What do you give a caster? I can give like potions. I can give scrolls. But like, it's only so often before that starts to get boring. So I've had to be really creative with what items I give them. So for instance, I'll give them like, I don't know, a necklace that allows them to like naturally befriend any feline. And once per day, they can cast Speak with Animals, but only targeting felines. And it's like this little like cat paw shaped necklace that's like made of silver tied to like a twine, tied to a bit of yarn maybe. And so these casters are like, wow, this is an awesome item because they already have their combat stuff. They don't need weapons or even armor. And so what do I give them? I give them weird, wacky stuff that just like is nice and silly. Yeah, D&D is not made with rewards in mind, which is why I think MCDM, harkening back to old school D&D, where every point of gold also gave you an experience point. I think that's a good decision for a more dungeon delving experience, which is why my hope, Friday's stream, I'm going to cover the Crows beta. How many of you don't know what Crows by MCDM is? How many of you don't know what that is? Yeah, 1E. No. 1E, rewards were not gold. Rewards were copper. And if you were lucky, they were silver. In like first edition, AD&D, OD&D, they would give you like 10,000 copper pieces. Okay, none of you know Crows is interesting. So MCDM, this is by Matt Colville. They're the ones that produce Strongholds and Followers, Kingdoms of Warfare for D&D 5e. Then they made Draw Steel. Draw Steel, Heroic Fantasy. Basically, Matt Colville, as a guy that has been running D&D for like 30 years, or maybe 40 years at this point, he made his idealized version of Heroic Fantasy, Draw Steel. However, the studio and people at the studio were like, well, more than Draw Steel. Draw Steel is Heroic Fantasy. Someone earlier mentioned they want to play a competent person doing competent things. In Draw Steel, you are a competent hero doing competent things. There is no missing in Draw Steel. You do not roll to hit. You roll to see how much damage you do, whether it's a minor success, a major success, or like a super success, right? You get heroic resources. And like you start every combat with one. And like everything you do gives you another heroic resource. And you can spend those heroic resources to do really cool, interesting things. And you activate abilities. And it's very inspired by 4th edition. It's all very cool. However, MCDM was like, well, you can really only play Draw Steel as big heroes. What if you played a game that was about like dungeon delving, where it's about your wits and not your character sheet? And so they made this game called Crows. And it literally like just launched on Kickstarter, or it's about to launch on Kickstarter kind of deal. They've been doing public playtests of it, and now they just dropped the public beta of like the new version of it or whatever. And like the Kickstarter is like just now launching. And so I'm going to cover that on Friday. And the whole thing about Crows is that you are a scavenger. The best comparison I can make is it is TTRPG Darkest Dungeon. However, you are not a crusader or a highwayman or like a leper or whoever. You are, or man at arms. You are instead like a blacksmith. You're a cartographer. You're just like a normal person. And maybe you have a spear or a club or a crossbow, but like you have your skills as like being a seamstress gives you. Plus you have a sickle, some rope, and like 2 torches. And that's all you have, right? Darkest Dungeon by Interest Peak. Yeah. So the whole point of this game, Crows by MCDM. Crows MCDM. Oh, wow. Crows, Fortune or Death. So as you can see, the Kickstarter just went live. It's already almost done because, of course. Better dungeon crawls. Dungeon crawls should be terrifying. You should survive them by luck and wits, not your stats alone. Tracking arrows, torches, and rations should be a tense game of life or death, not an accounting exercise. From MCDM, Makers of Draw Steel, the Illriggers, Strongholds and Followers, Flee Mortals, and more, comes a brand new survival horror RPG for dungeon crawls, wilderness travel, and base building. Built from the ground up, Crows gives you everything to run and play the best challenging and immersive dungeon crawls. So, yes, tracking arrows. See how my growth is over time. See what I'm up to. Please don't follow me around. So Crows is a game where you don't play heroes, don't even play survivors, you play scavengers. Crows is a system where you play the little guy that is going out there and trying to survive in a world where literally the monsters don't have names because no one has survived them before. You will encounter something that looks like this. And the rulebook will not have this named. And you as players will have to come up for a name with it because you are the first people to fight it, probably run away, and live. Hey, a caboose. Fantasy where you're the extra who gets incinerated by a dragon in the cutscene. So it's not that. That would be funny. That would be silly. That would be goofy. This is like you're playing Darkest Dungeon, but you're not playing the air. You're playing one of the level 0 like journeyman adventurers that comes by. Right? So like it's a survival horror game that is all about using your brain. This is just a gene. This is just a gene stealer. It's like a gene stealer from 40K. And I have been keeping up with the videos that frick, I don't remember his name. James something Casso. Idra Casso, I think. Basically, the creative lead of Crows. I think there's like a 2-person team that made Crows within the larger MCDM sphere. This whole thing is you go in and like you real life 30 minutes. Every half hour in real life, the dungeon takes an action. And every 30 minutes in real life, you have to roll to see if your torch goes out, or to see if the spell fades, or to see if a wandering monster comes by. So in real life, you have to balance your ability to engage with and operate off of the information you have in-game with rushing ahead and getting your head chopped off because you walked into a spike trap. Listen. Mods. Creases, Jays. Did you like the build-up? Oh, sounds so fun, but I could never run this with my current group. Yeah, Gene Stealer and Jorts. Listen, I'm tired of all this Jorts judgment. Oh my gosh, I spun around. I'm tired of all this Jorts judgment. I wear jorts. I was wearing jorts last night. Not last night, the night before. I wear jorts, and I am proud of it. Jorts are comfortable. See, that mother trucker's still wearing my jeans. The only way to stave off this abominable beast is to give him apple bottom jeans. Okay, however, do not wear boots with the fur, or else the whole club will come looking for her. However, she hit the floor. Next thing you know, Shotty got low. Yeah, so I'm really excited for Crows. I'm going to cover the playtest, particularly because none of you seem to know what it is. I'm going to cover the playtest on Friday. My plan was to cover Games for Freaks for Friday, but because I want to cover Crows on Friday, I think I might just do Games for Freaks now. How are y'all feeling up to Games for Freaks Volume 4? We were just talking about the monster manual, so it does fit that the title of it is... Wait, you're telling me you're not supposed to get off to this? Every monster is effable. Yes, even the weird ones. Not something in the rules, just my opinion, but they gotta be able to consent. Maybe try a couple dates first. Like, I think it's freak time. The sludge will never abate. Okay, so Games for Freaks 4. Normally, I wait until this is after the paywall. I'm going to check the next one. However, I briefly looked forward through this. Games for Freaks 4 by Tom Bloom. You can get it right now. Bloom actually reached out to me, and he was just like, hey, Arrow, do you want Games for Freaks 4? And I'm like, is this going to cost me my soul? And then he's like, no. And I'm like, sure. Can I cover it like before the paywall's up? And he's like, yeah, sure. And so I can go ahead and do it. Based on this information, this will probably be the last mag for a bit while I pivot to publishing some big projects. I think that's probably why he reached out, is probably my guess. But yeah, so what Games for Freaks is, Tom Bloom, creator of Kane, creator of Malagast Magna Gothica, creator of Icon, Godwing, one of the creators of Lancer. However, he is solo publishing stuff under Chasm, whereas Lancer is part of Massive Press, so this does not involve Lancer stuff. But this is a zine that he releases that involves content primarily for Kane as well as Malagast. Right? He's an awesome dude. Seems really great. Art on page 31 by Francine Bridge, aka Witness the Absurd. What he does, the first couple pages is just kind of like an intro, fan art submission, showing off a bunch of incredible art from the community, both for Kane as well as for Malagast. And remember, kids, use protection or you might get Minotaur pregnant or get Minotaur pregnant. Wild. So this is just fantastic artwork that I'll probably look over myself. But at least for you, this is just something you can look into with all of this. I know that this on the Malagast front has a new faction, and in the Kane front has new mutations and downtime for blasphemies as well as outside of blasphemies. Bryce shed a tear when I learned he made Axis an actual thing. I'm throwing a hound in the sun first chance I get. I don't know what that means. They made Axis official in this? What does that mean? What is Axis? Y'all know about Division 12? I just learned today they added a power from the actual play into Kane through... Oh, got it. That's awesome. Tom will also include references to his webcomic Kill 6 Billion Demons, very often in Kane stuff. Yeah, so I think that one of the things here is like the 10,000 sword demon or something. I don't even know. First off, how many of you don't know anything about Malagast Magna Gothica? This is just a mech suit. Frick, I'm gonna have to cover Volvandi. Frick. Well, good thing that I'm covering it now, I guess. Like, yeah, I guess Volvandi just gets added to the list, like at the end of the list. Yeah, Tom made Kill 6 Million Demons. So, if you don't know anything about Malagast Magna Gothica, it is a tabletop war game that is a skirmish war game where you are all necromancers within the city of Anzamezron, the city that is sinking into hell where death is broken. In this city, what is dead will not stay dead, will rise again. You sell your soul to some form of devil, and in exchange you get the power of necromancy, and you manage to raise the dead and join one of the great houses. The various great houses are the factions you can play in game. Most of them don't have much lore outside of like a little page on it, but they all have a very distinct vibe. They're all color coordinated, and they all have different mechanics based around it. The long and short of the game is that you are a necromancer, you have a bunch of minions with you, and usually you won't have more than like 7 models, maybe 8 models, and you're trying to kill the other necromancer. That's the goal of the game. So, the Volvandi. The Volvandi Machine Fief are the de facto city government of Anzamezron. Oh! Insofar as such a city can be ruled. They are among the city's oldest inhabitants, count themselves above the great houses, and claim neutrality in most of their squabbling. Volvandi necromancers draw their power from an ancient pact with the extremely potent contract devil Ziliplixis, the devil of devils. While they themselves are constricted by the labyrinthine and at times incomprehensible constructs of city-type law, their power is directly tied to it, and the potency of their necromancy multiplies exponentially against rule breakers. Though they function more or less as an all-powerful, brutal, extractionist cartel, the Volvandi themselves are in turn enslaved by their contractual obligations to the city. They keep the city's ancient train line running. Listen, even Anzamezron has better public transit than most of the US. The twisted streets clear of body and debris and dispose of the unceasing waves of mindless undead that serve as the city's main fuel supply, shoveling them still squirming in endless piles into corpse cisterns, furnaces, and moats. Most of their numbers made up of countless legions of corpse serfs that endlessly toil away at the impossible upkeep of a city that is continuously boiling over with violence collapsing into itself and falling apart. Fat boilers, nonsense shovelers, body burners, furnace stokers, shingle gangs, road drudges, the list goes on and on. It is not uncommon for the lower caste of the Volvandi to work a job for hundreds of years until their body literally falls apart. The enforcement and clerical arm of the Volvandi that lies about this enormous lower strata have found a way to avoid this inevitable degradation, as well as stave off the black stain that comes with repeated reincarnation. Their heads are mummified, then severed from their bodies and screwed into iron-bolted, furnace-fed work chassis, great machine bodies that can suffer enormous strain and be endlessly repaired. When not on work duty, they are kept in great head repositories so that their body can be borrowed for another shift. Though they tend to steer away from the pursuit of petty street politics, the lower ranks of the Volvandi elite are often pulled into the churn and dispatched on missions of import. These praetors are judge, executioner, and weaponized bureaucrat in one heavily armored body. They are greatly feared by the street-level necromancy gangs across the cities, and most flee at the sound of their iron tread. Their playstyle is explosive, time defensive. They have a soundtrack, these are actual real-life bands with actual real-life songs that Bloom is recommending you listen to. And they have a special tag, Burst X. This ability starts with X burst charges. When using this ability, spend a burst charge, then may repeat this ability again with the same act by spending additional charges. This can make multiple attacks or choose different targets. Burst charges can be regained by various abilities. If a burst is at 0 charges, the ability cannot be used. Burst has a starting value listed and a maximum of 3. Okay, so if I have burst 2, when I act, normally on my turn, I get 1 move and 1 action, right? Could be 2 moves, standard. I move and I act. If I act by bursting you, presumably with a weapon, and I have burst 2, I can spend a burst charge, hit you, and I can spend a second burst charge to get a second action as part of my same action. Basically, I make it an auxiliary weapon on the same mount from Lancer. Multiple roommates, heads sharing one machine body for work. Oh my gosh. Special mechanic. Tithe law. At the start of each round, each Volvandi necromancer must declare an active law from the list. Each Volvandi necromancer... Okay, so each, in case there's a Volvandi fighting Volvandi. Each Volvandi necromancer can only declare each law once per game, and each only lasts until the end of the round. Units that break the law gain a guilt token at the end of their turn. A guilt token is a negative token. That means it can be cleared. A unit with at least 1 guilt token is considered a criminal. Volvandi abilities are stronger against criminals. Guilt tokens may only be discarded or cleared through the use of abilities and don't go away on their own. Normally, when you have a token, if I have a weak token and I attack you, that is a negative token. It reduces my damage and then I lose the weak token. I spend the weak token. Same thing with positive, like strength. Guilt just stays on me until I clear it. In the event a game goes past round 6, any law may be passed. Generally, games go up to round 6. Your units cannot break their own laws. Understood. Laws. Possession. Ended their turn with a positive token. I'm assuming this is saying you can't do this. The phrasing on this is confusing because possession could either be ended their turn with a positive token is what you have to do, or ending their turn with a positive token is breaking the law. Obstructing the peace being ending their turn adjacent to a Volvandi unit, the flavor of that being you are obstructing peace by getting in my way, therefore you cannot be next to me, indicates to me ending their turn adjacent to a Volvandi unit gives you a guilt token. Which by doing this is breaking the law. Doing this breaks the law. You have possession of a positive token. That is breaking the law. You have obstructed the piece by being adjacent to evolve onto unit. That is breaking the law. Loitering, ended their turn without moving or ended their turn in any deployment or objective zone. That is breaking the law. Contempt of court, did not end their turn adjacent to evolve onto unit. Sure. Because if you don't show up for your summons. Assaulting an officer, attacked evolve onto unit. Conspiracy, used an ability that affected an allied unit. Okay, so these are all the triggers of when you break it. That's a little bit confusing. No. So the image on the right, this is one of the enemies. This is one of them. So, oh, they don't have a thrall. Are they going to have 2 tyrants? No. Okay, so what I'm asking here, there are different types of units. Let me use the Bobby as a demonstration of what a unit is. So you have a movement value. That's how many spaces you can move. An HP, how many wounds you can take. A defense, which is when you roll to attack me, you roll D6. If you roll a 4 or higher, you hit me. And then armor. I have no armor. This might be physical, this might be magical, this might be super armor. I have traits, this will tell you what it does, and then act abilities. On my turn, I can move, and then I can either move again or act. I get all of these abilities, I can choose one of them. They all tell me what I do. And then I have 3 upgrades I can choose, where if I'm playing at a higher difficulty, a higher level of... It's not malice. Is it? Yeah, it's a higher level of malice. Then I can upgrade my units. So, the Bobby is a horror. Horrors and freaks and scions and tyrants and thralls are all the different classes of units. The reason I brought up the thrall in particular is because a thrall is a chaff unit. A thrall in Magna Gothica Malagast is a unit that when I select one of them, I can select 2 of them. So normally I can only have 5 units plus my necromancer. When I have a thrall, I can get a second thrall for every thrall I take. So if I take 2 thralls, I actually get 4 models. And every time I activate 1 thrall, I can activate a second thrall. This means my chaff units would usually have like 2 HP and maybe like a 3 up defense. They're really easy to kill, but I get more actions from them, right? So the fact that these guys don't have a thrall, much like the Abhorrers, makes them like an elite army. They're the closest you get to an elite army, a la, not Space Marines, but like Grey Knights, Custodes, right? Fewer models, but each individual model is more powerful. So the Bobby. Clattering Engine, this unit's move has burst 3. At 0 burst, it cannot move. So, burst 3, whenever I move, I can burst again to take the action again. So, the Bobby. I move. I have a move of 4. I finish my move of 4. I then spend Clattering Engine. I spend one of my bursts. I move again. I am now at burst 2. I moved 8 spaces in 1 turn in 1 action. I can then spend another burst to go down to burst 1, move 12 spaces total in the same action. And I can spend another burst, so I'm at burst 0, and I moved 16 in 1 turn. Wow, oh my gosh. I then can no longer move. Okay. Act abilities. So, Ferocious Wallop, attack melee burst 1. On hit, 1 damage, then inflict 1 vulnerable against criminals. The Clamps, adjacent foe gains 1 vulnerable, and cannot exit a space adjacent to the Bobby until the Bobby is slain. The Bobby breaks adjacency for any reason, or the start of the Bobby's next turn. Bloodhound, target a foe in range. For each guilt on the target, gain +1 burst charge to any ability and may step 1. So, attack melee burst, I have to roll a d6. If I hit your defense value, I hit it, I deal 1 damage. And then I inflict 1 vulnerable against criminals. If I miss, I still graze you and I deal 1 damage anyway. Because whenever I miss a target, I deal 1 damage to them. The Clamps, melee foe, this is not an attack, so this just happens. This just happens. Bloodhound, similarly, it just happens. However, it has a range of 1 to 4, so it can be up to 1 away or 4 away. You thought burst abilities had to be used in the first place? So burst, as it is phrased, when using this ability, spend a burst charge, then may repeat. Oh, you have to spend the burst charge, and then you may repeat it. I was reading this as an optional. This may be mandatory. Burst may be mandatory. If the clamps is broken early by a foe, its target gains 2 guilt. Gains +1d on all attacks against criminals. That is, instead of rolling 1d6 to hit you, I roll 2d6 and take the higher. Mage Hunter has curse proof and mage armor against criminals. So mage armor, anytime it's magic damage, which is a type of damage, reduced by 1. Curse proof, different things are tagged with curse, and then immune to that. Can't be affected by that. Doesn't that mean you actually go only 12 tiles since you have to spend a burst? Yeah, so that's a good point. That's a good point. It would be 12. So Screwhead. 343 Clad in Law has super armor against criminals. Super armor, 1 reduction against everything. Everything has 1 armor, so long as they're a criminal. Drum Shotgun, 1 damage and 1 push. This is range 2/2. This cannot target someone adjacent. This can only target someone range 2 away, but it has burst 2. It gains pierce against criminals, ignoring their armor. Okay. Piston Fist. Step 1, then push an adjacent unit 2. Effect: if a target would be pushed into a wall or the edge of the map, they gain 2 vulnerable because you're pushing them into a wall. Roaring Reload. Splash 1 self. So this is in an AoE around you of 1 space. Push 1. All burst abilities gain +1, or if you roll a d6 on the effect, 2. Superheated. Roaring Reload splash damage deals 1 fire to criminals after the push. Roaring Reload creates a hazard in a free adjacent spaces after it resolves. The Screwhead and all adjacent units lose the benefit of all armor. Oh, okay. So as the Screwhead, you get super armor against criminals. Remember, criminals, if they have a guilt token, if they break one of the laws. You can drop the super armor to also like remove the armor against all adjacent enemies. That's pretty crazy. The Clerk. So 343, Technicality. At turn start, may inflict 1 guilt on a foe in range 1 to 3. Ooh. So horrors are really fast. They get up in range very quickly. They're very good at getting in melee. Scions are good at just representing whatever the faction is really good at. So for instance, in this case, it is like hitting criminals, being good against criminals. Clerk, Freak. Freaks are support units. Freaks are good at, Freaks are support units. They are good at supporting the rest of your army. So being able to just inflict guilt is super good. You can curse units to give them 1 vulnerable, and then they're pulled 1 per guilt. If it does not end its turn next to the Clerk, it takes 1 fire damage and 1 guilt because the court summons. That's hilarious. Target discards 1 positive and negative token of your choice, except guilt. Create a hazard in a free adjacent space to that target, to that unit. Deputize. An ally in range gains +2 or +3 charges based on what you rolled, distributed in any manner they choose, but their abilities during the next turn have no effect against any foe with less than 3 guilt. So, at the start of this unit's turn, instead of it using its regular passive, may move a guilt token from a foe in line of sight to any other foe in line of sight. Oh my gosh, crazy. Contractual Loophole. When this unit is slain, it instead remains at 1 HP and becomes immune to all damage. At the end of its next turn, it is obliterated. That's so silly. Union Healthcare. Deputize immediately allows a unit to step 2, ignoring adverse terrain and elevation penalties. So normally, adverse terrain, elevation penalties, it takes more movement to go through them. Union Healthcare allows you to just past it. Silence, criminal scum. Runs up to a gore grinder and yells, "Stop! You have violated the law! Pay your fine or serve your sentence!" And then the Hunters are ranged units. They are high damage glass cannons. 344, make quota. At the end of any turn this unit slays a criminal, may gain +2 burst to any ability. Chain Grab. 1 damage and pull target spaces equal to their guilt. Criminals with 3+ guilt take 1 fire damage again. Fire is magical damage. Spine Cracker. Target foes must choose, gain 1 vulnerable and become unable to move until the end of its next turn, or take piercing fire damage equal to their guilt. Ooh. Chain Grab also has Splash Target, pull all criminals 1. That's really funny. Caltrops. After pulling a unit, Chain Grab leaves a hazard in the first space they vacate. Iron Coffin. When slaying a criminal, may replace any corpse they created with a wall. I'm not sure what Volvandi would do with walls. I mean, like, yeah, you could push them into a wall with Piston Fist, but they don't seem to have a lot of wall synergy in the same way that, like, Dead Souls do, or that Steeple Rex do. And then the Penitent Engine, 40k, we love it. So 362 with physical armor. This is very typical for tyrants. Tyrants tend to have tyrants tend towards having very low, like 2-up defense and decent health. Just in case, I don't want to get bonked. Technically speaking, there is something that I don't think I should show there. So I'm just going to cover that up with fortitude. Don't worry about it. You thought it said chin grab? No, this isn't. This just because the stream title is about Yuri does not mean we're talking about Yuri. So it's large. It's a 2x2 entity. Sin Furnace. Before entering any space when moving, the engine can consume an adjacent corpse, wall, or hazard, removing it and gaining +1 burst charge. It can use this once per move. The fortitude of YouTube not nuking arrow, yeah. Yeah, that Penance Engine has 2 heaping axes. Yeah. I did see the Malagas Minis Kickstarter. I think it's Skeeting is Blue Sky tweets. So I reposted it on Blue Sky. Very excited. I would love to get my hands on some of those. I just unfortunately cannot back right now. Luckily, the request was like $6,666, and currently the backer's at what? I think it's 70,000. So like more than 10 times the requested amount. That's pretty neat. Pendulum Swing. 1 damage, pull 1, deals 2 damage against criminals with 3+ guilt. On a line 3, the first foe in the line gains 1 vulnerable and 2 or 5-up 3 guilt. Final sentence, an adjacent criminal with 3+ guilt takes 1 or 2 devil damage. Devil damage ignores all armor, and if you die from devil damage, you are obliterated, meaning you cannot like be saved, and also their necromancer does not get their soul, right? Which is a resource you could spend. If this obliterates the criminals, i.e. kills them, the engine feeds on their sin. It may immediately move again and gains +1 burst charge per guilt on the criminal, distributed as it wishes. Pendulum Swing gains +1 maximum range, but pushes 1 instead of pulls. So that's one of the upgrades you can get. Right. A unit that survives final sentence gains 2 vulnerable. So if I hit you with 1 or 2 devil damage, I give you vulnerable if you survive. Decapitate. Pendulum Swing deals devil damage against criminals with 4-up guilt. So if they have no guilt, or rather 2 or less guilt, they take 1 damage and pull 1. Then, if they have 3-up guilt, they take 2 damage. And then, if they have 4-up guilt, I think it deals 1 devil damage and then 3 devil damage. I mean, I don't know, depending on what your build is. I feel like the play, my guess would be 2 clerks, because having clerks is just free guilt. And like, depending on which one you want to go for, I could see Bobbies being really useful. Because if you have 2 clerks, 2 Bobbies, and a Penitent Engine as your Black Mass, then that allows you to set up the Penitent Engine with very big beat stick guilt potential. The issue is that tyrants are really easy to kill, because as you've noticed, even though it has physical armor, it only has a 2-up to hit. That is an 85% chance to hit it anytime you attack. And then on top of that, it only has 6 HP. Most of these attacks deal 1 damage, maybe 2 damage, maybe 1 damage twice. So a lot of these attacks are going to actually kill a tyrant in like 2 hits, maybe 3. Like, yes, that is physical armor, but like that's not that crazy if you're using magic attacks. So let's look at the Praetor. This is your necromancer. This, you have to choose the praetor. You cannot not choose the praetor. And if the praetor dies, you lose. So you always have a necromancer, and your necromancer is always the win condition. Always a win condition. At least outside of special haunts. So 4-8-3 with physical. So like most necromancers, a lot of HP, pretty easy to hit. Steal purpose. Once around, you may grant a unit that damages you or an adjacent unit 1 guilt. So free guilt generation. You also get 1 more ability. So of these bonus traits, Iron Tithe. Once around, gain 1 soul when slaying a criminal 3-up guilt. Normally, you gain soul by your units dying and at the start of each turn. So that's good for killing criminals. That's pretty nice. Fueled by hate, once around, you may use an ability at 0 burst charges as if it had 1 burst charge. If you do, take 1 devil damage at the end of your turn. This could slay you. Okay, so you have to be careful, but that does allow you to continue the momentum even if you're at 0 burst. Paragon, if you follow your declared law, replace the word Volvandi with enemy where applicable. Okay, so if we have a law that we need to follow, for instance, ended their turn adjacent to an enemy unit, we choose obstructing the peace. Our necromancer needs to not end their turn adjacent to an enemy unit. At the end of your turn, gain +1 burst to an ability of your choice. Cool. That seems fairly straightforward. You can plan around that. Act abilities. Hammer Shotgun. 1 damage, gains pierce against criminals with 3-up guilt. Also an effect at turn end, regains +1 burst if used on at least 1 criminal. So if you're targeting people with guilt, you gain 1 burst. So you are able to sustain your attack. However, the benefit of burst is you can burst it. You can spam it. Stoke Furnace. Self or adjacent ally may clear a negative token and gains +1 or +2 burst charges. Cool. Soul abilities. Okay, I was wondering what the soul abilities were. Volvandi's really weirdly formatted. Like, I get that it's because it's in Games for Freaks and it's like it has a weird rule, but like this is really weirdly formatted. So soul abilities. This is what it starts with. You have to spend soul, which is a resource, as your not as an action. You can do this for free. So target foe turn, so on their turn, at the start of their turn, foe gains 1 guilt, then gains twice as much guilt this turn. So you give 1 a guilt, and then if they trigger something to gain guilt, they would gain twice as much. You can also call a witness. On your own turn, at turn end, another ally in range that has not been activated may immediately take their turn. Okay, so the way turns work in this game, I, as first player, activate 1 of my units, or if it's a thrall, I activate 2 thralls. Then you take an action, then I take an action, then you take an action, back and forth and back and forth. And if you have more models than I do, once I take all of my actions, then you just finish out all of your models, and then we go back up to turn start, and then I go first again. Call witness is kind of crazy. And now, thank you, Fortitude. Yeah, so Stoke Furnace can remove guilt, but you're not going to do that, right? Because you're not getting guilt unless you're fighting another Volvandi. So these are act upgrades, and these are soul upgrades. I'm not going to read through all of these. There's a whole bunch of them. Basically, the thing with these is that you can, when you're on higher malice levels, just like you can upgrade your units, instead you can upgrade your necromancer. So it's the idea of, do you want to go wide with your units, or do you want to go tall with your necromancer? You're always going to have your necromancer, and your necromancer is your like MVP, is the one that cannot die. However, if you, for instance, really like the clerk, you might have 2 clerks. It might make sense to get universal healthcare because you're going to be deputizing a whole bunch, and then suddenly that's more worth it. Like, you can mix and match. So Malagas reinforcements. The following units can be taken as mercenaries. A single unit slot of any type can be mercenary, so 1 unit or 2 units in the case of thralls. Any faction can take mercenaries. However, unlike core factions, mercenaries cannot be upgraded. So in the same way, there are 2 other mercenaries from GFF3, the Tarsal Ghoul and the Famine Demon. So we have the what is this? The Eglin Ghoul. So it's a 4-2-3. but it's a thrall, so it's a baby. 2 of these units are worth 1 slot, can be activated 2 at a time. Sated, if starting a turn where maximum HP is 4 or higher, gain 3 strength, vitality, and speed, but it has a max of 2. So meat slap, 1 damage, create a corpse in a free adjacent space, remove an adjacent corpse, raise current and max HP by 1. Gosh, okay, so if you have a way of forming corpses, when you kill a unit, when a unit dies, if it's not obliterated, it leaves a corpse. Also, some factions, like the Igori, which are mad scientists, focus on making corpses. So if you have an Igori list with an Eglin Ghoul, you can turn 1, drop down some corpses with leftovers. Then, with the Eglin Ghoul, you can feast on one of them, turn 1. And then so long as turn 2, like no one kills it, you can gobble up a second one. The only issue with that is that is 2 turns of a bricked unit. Yes, 3 strength, vitality, and speed is pretty good. That said, 3 strength, vitality, and speed, is that worth? I mean, like, it is a thrall, so like you would be getting a 2 for 1. So I would say that if you are playing slow grow Igori, they could work. But if you're playing slow grow Igori, you probably have stitches. Stitches are your thralls of Igori. If you're playing Abhorrors and you just want more chaff, like, I don't think you have the corpse generation to do that. If you're playing Volvandi and you want more chaff, you're not really you have a couple bits of devil damage, but you're not really making corpses. Like, I don't see the use case of Eglin Ghouls that much. A Pauper's Shade, 4/3/4, flight, ignores adverse terrain and elevation attack and movement penalties. Ethereal, takes a maximum of 1 damage from any ability. Units can ignore this restriction if they're in an adjacent space. So if you're shooting me, I can't take more than 1 damage. But if you are in an adjacent space, then you overcome that. Claw Warmth. Steal a positive token from the target, then deal 1 curse damage. If no positive token was stolen, deal 2 curse damage instead, then step 2. I smack at you, I steal a positive token, I walk away. Bone Splitting Howl. Splash Self, so AoE. All units are pushed 1, or on a 3-up, 2, and on a 5-up, inflict 1 slow on those units. That means that they move slower when they do their next movement. And then this unit steps 2. Ghostly Step, teleport to any free range in line of sight. The Pauper's Shade is a silly one. And my first thought is Dead Souls. The Volvandi are unionized, and that might be the funniest thing in all of Malagas. That is very funny to me. Unionized Necromancer cops is very silly to me. I will also say... Oh, no, never mind. It's only a page and a half. Never mind. I thought that the Praetor, the Necromancer, took 2 full pages, and I was like, oh my gosh. The Pauper's Shade I could see in Dead Souls, which I just made a video about on the channel like a couple days ago. Dead Souls are all about terrain generation and isolated targets. I could see the Pauper's Shade being a harassment unit that you set up on the sideline, and while you build a bunch of if you go wall isolation Dead Souls over doomed Dead Souls, because obviously like Dead Souls have multiple competencies. One of their main competencies is isolated targets and walls. I could see that working. I could also see Pauper's Shade going with a Steeple Rack Stiltwalker list, because they also very much care about walls. Those are the 2 big ones that I see with that. More mercenaries. Pog. The War Demon. 3/6 2-up and physical. Demon of War. At the end of its turn, this unit, please tell me we get a mercenary tyrant. I want me my mercenary tyrant. At the end of its turn, this unit deals 1 devil damage to itself and then gains +1 burst charge. If it is at 3 HP or lower after taking this damage, it gains 2 burst charge instead. So it will die if nothing happens. So at the end of its turn is on turn 6. The game normally ends at turn 6. However, if you deal any damage to it, it will die faster. So the War Demon, if you deal 2 damage to it, will die on turn 4. Right. Iron Skin. This unit always treats strength tokens as vitality tokens. So that is not this unit can treat strength tokens, that is, it has to treat tokens. Meaning, vitality is every time I take damage, not devil damage ignores it. I'm pretty sure. Vitality reduces incoming damage by 1. So it has relentless hacking, 1 damage, and when attacking the same target for the second time or more in the same turn, because that is burst 1, gains pierce on hit. Pierce ignores their armor. Revel and Slaughter. Gain +1 or +2 burst charges to any ability and splash self inflict 1 vulnerable. When they have vulnerable, I attack you for 1 damage, it becomes 2, increases damage. Giga Kaiser. Spend all burst charges, so the 1, or if you Revel and Slaughter first, multiple. Step 1 per burst charge, then deal 1 piercing to all adjacent unit. If that unit's HP was equal to or lower than burst charges spent, it gains 2 weak, vulnerable, and slow. So if I Giga Kaiser with 3 charges, and you have 3 HP, I step up next to you, deal 1 piercing, and then I give you 2 weak, 2 vulnerable, 2 slow. And then I step again, because I spent a second charge, and I deal another 1 piercing damage and another 2 weak, vulnerable, slow, assuming I was next to you initially. And then I can move back to where I was and deal another 1 piercing damage and 2 weak, 2 vulnerable, 2 slow. Nice. Oh! The Hike of Sphinx. What the frick? Large. Petrify. When slain, it becomes a 2x2 block of walls instead of leaving a corpse. That's so funny. Turn aside thy hated face. 1 curse damage and 1 vulnerable, and if the foe ends its next turn in line of sight and out of cover from the Sphinx, it takes 1 piercing damage again. Nice. Which the 1 piercing curse damage would get vulnerable, so it would become 2 piercing curse damage. Abhorrence of the Ancient Ones. Unit, until the start of this unit's next turn, the next time a foe in line of sight and out of cover from the Sphinx makes an attack, roll the effect die. That foe gains -1d on the attack and is pushed 1 after it resolves. On a 3-up, it also takes 1 vulnerable. On a 5-up, also takes 1 cursed piercing damage, which it would get a vulnerable, then it would take pierce cursing, vulnerable would trigger, it would get 2 pierce cursing damage. Nice. Bastion of the Black Gates. Step 3 with free movement. Each time this unit would enter a unit or walls space during this effect, destroy it and push that unit 1, inflict 1 vulnerable on the first unit pushed. Okay, so this is just like a free movement of 3 that you can charge. Cool. I love the art. It's so good. It's so fun. Freak, Slithering Cultist. 4/4/4, immune to devil damage. Pretty nice. Slithering Kiss. Another unit in range takes 1 devil damage. If the target survives, it may clear a negative token, then gains 2 strength. So if you have 2 of these, you can use 1 on the other one, it just clears a negative token and gains 2 strength. Obviously, that's not necessarily ideal, but that is an option you have. Slithering Flesh. Another unit in range gains 1 vitality. If it is missing its maximum HP or more, another unit in range gains 1 vitality. Vitality, when I take damage, I reduce incoming damage. If it is missing half its maximum HP or more, it gains 2 vitality instead. If the target is at 1 HP or lower, it is obliterated instead. Interesting. So, I grant you vitality. If you are at 3 of 6 HP, I give 2 vitality. If you're at 1 HP, I obliterate you. Nice. Lucifron. Splash 1 self for 1 or 2 devil damage, obliterate self. Special, only usable at round 6 or higher. So you have a nuke ability that you blow up yourself to blah, 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 only on round 6 or higher. Got it. I think these are all the poses of the actual minis. I think that on the actual mini kit, these are what all of them are. That's pretty cool. Finally, official Necromancer tokens for all your little guy needs. You can find them in the attached files. Love that. Because before, there was no official Necromancer character design art. There was just these like splash pages, right? So now the official art of the Necromancers is the ones being used in the actual mini run. It reminds me of the Eldritch enemies in Darkest Dungeon 2, and I love it. Yeah, I still haven't played Darkest Dungeon 2. I've only played Darkest Dungeon 1. However, what I will say, there's a couple things here, which these seem to be based off of the splash art characters, not the little portraits here. Like this Praetor, the face looks different than this Praetor. And in particular, The Warlord Portrait is a crazed looking feminine figure that looks like a barbarian. This guy who looks like he's from Chainsaw Man is the splash art of the Gore Grinders. Same thing with in Carcass. This is, oddly enough, this looks more like the portrait, even though this is like the anime girl from the Carcass. So it's a little interesting that he went with these. So, merchants, cool. So the following new merchants can be used in any game of Malgast. Use the merchant rules for Games for Freaks Volume 2. You can substitute either of these guys in for any other merchant when rolling randomly for a merchant, or just add them in as numbers 11 and 12. You want to have fun with it though. You can't take the Moon Shrouded Man and Twins on a list at the same time, so substitute one for the other. So merchants, you can add them to a game of Malgast. At the very beginning of the game, you get a certain amount of money. I think it's either always 3 or it is typically 3. And then you can spend money on them to get bonuses based on whatever it is. So they come with a little bit of dialogue, little RPG dialogue, which is cute. And then they have costs and products you can get. So the Moon Shrouded Man. This well-dressed man speaks with a soft voice, and his face is always barely visible, shrouded in velvety darkness. If you step towards him, you cannot seem to get any closer. Beautiful night tonight. He sings, "Silver, and the silver won't hide you from your sins." He checks the time on an antique pocket watch, whistling. Met 2 women, one stout, one thin, emblazoned with a lion. Charlatans from a fragile house. Save your breath and avoid them. The bend of the world no longer arcs their way. These are darker times. So, you can spend your 3. So he has 1 Eyes of Silver and a bunch of 2s. Choose a non-necromancer allied unit. This combat, its attack gains +1d, and its abilities ignore line of sight, cover, and curse proof. That's really good. The twins who make tea. Choose a non-necromancer unit, so 1 unit. This combat, its attacks gain +1d, so roll 2 dice, take the higher one, and all its abilities ignore line of sight, cover, and curse proof. If I put Eyes of Silver on the Heliosphinx, until the start of this ability's next turn, the next time a foe in line of sight and out of cover, that ignores in line of sight, cover. Am I misreading that? Like the Heliosphinx whole thing is that if you are exposed, if you are out in the open, you get screwed. You can just put Eyes of Silver on the Heliosphinx. That's kind of cracked. You can only take 1 though. Pale Fog, at round 4 or later, all abilities of all units gain a maximum range of 2. Or 2/2 if the minimum range is higher. So what this means is that if I have a range of like between 1 and 5, it becomes between 1 and 2. Some of my abilities will say between range 3 and 4. I cannot target someone in range 1 or 2. So it becomes range 2. So Pale Fog, if I buy Pale Fog, all abilities of all units, including yours. I do wish there was some form of middle ground on price, maybe something like official acrylic army stands for like $666. Yeah, so I've also heard that. I've heard that through the grapevine. I've heard that just based on people yapping about it. I do think cheap, officially licensed acrylic stands with like little paper stand, or not even acrylic stands, but like little plastic bases that just have like what people are already doing, like little paper cutouts of the official art. That could be a nice mid ground. I think what they wanted to do though, is my guess would be they wanted to start with a very specific, narrow in focus Kickstarter, and they will broaden it from there. They are now at $70,000 plus dollars. I think they're at the point where they have the levity and the flexibility to make those sort of decisions now. Pale Fog takes the game to a knife fight range, yeah, and it's at round 4 or later, which is halfway through the game in most games. Whisper Thin Cloak. Choose a non-necromancer allied unit. It gains curse proof, and all attacks against it are at -1. That's pretty good. Hide from Sin. Choose a non-necromancer allied unit. Line of sight cannot be drawn to it by any unit, ally or enemy, except from adjacent spaces. Area effects such as line or splash effects can still target it normally. You cannot shoot me from afar. Similarly, if I'm caught up in an AoE explosion, I am still caught up in the explosion. Okay, call me crazy. Hide from Sin, Elgin-Ghoul, or Eglin-Ghoul. You can't draw a line of sight to it. And it's just immune to you until you get close. It only has a melee attack. And so that gives me the longevity to, even though it's a baby thrall, put on that. My other thought would be a lichen. Like I'm thinking, because I fought Igori. I fought. Oh, actually, wait. Put this on a tyrant. I mean, like, put it on a war demon. Yeah, and like I will say, none of this is broken because all of this is random. There is one of these merchants called like the Pale Rider. And the entire effect is like every single unit gets obliterated when they die, which means that no one gets soul for killing them and there's no corpses. And that's like, that changes the game incredibly. Fill from below, choose a 2x2 area of the battlefield at the start of combat. It cannot overlap any deployment zone. Line of sight cannot be drawn in or out of the area. Units within the area can target each other normally, and line of sight can be drawn across the area as normal. So as a 2x2 area, it blocks line of sight, but you can still see within it. Cool. Graft Penumbral Baroness. A tall, pallid noblewoman. Her voice is strong enough to soar over the baying of her grisly stock. She dismounts from her carriage only to briefly negotiate. Of course they're here of their own... they're here of their own accord, of course. Take this one off my hands, won't you, kitten? I just fed them, sweetling. They won't bite unless you ask them to. You know, sometimes I forget this is called Games for Freaks. So, Graft's products are all hounds. Hounds count as units, but can't be activated or take turns. Your own hounds are allied to you. Deploy a hound adjacent to any allied unit at the start of the game when you deploy. They may be placed even outside of a deployment zone. Hounds can be granted a move or step or be push-pulled, obeying all usual restrictions. Otherwise, they are immune to all other damage and effects. So, dog meat. 3 satchels of meat for the dogs. Once around, you may spend a satchel at the end of an allied turn to allow your hound to step 3 with free movement. Nailhound. Any foe starting or ending its turn adjacent to the Nailhound gains 1 vulnerable. The first time it vacates a space in a round, it leaves a hazard. The Skinhound. Any unit starting or ending its turn adjacent to the Skinhound is pushed 1. Foes gain 1 weak when they are pushed. I have to do it to him. Listen, I've noticed a couple before. I was ignoring it. Literally unplayable. Are you telling me? Houndus? What is a Houndus? This is not Houndis. What the frick? What the frick, Tom Bloom? Unplayable. Refund it. Send it back to the drawing board. I want you to take this off the store, and I want you to send it back to the drawing board. Listen, Tom knows his audience well, and like, I don't know much about him as a person. Houndy's nuts! I don't know much about him as a person. All I know, he is a like distorted, demented mind that I'm so happy is making content. So, starting or ending its turn is pushed 1. Foes gain 1 weak when they're pushed this way. Any foe starting or ending their turn adjacent to the Weeping Hound has a space of adverse terrain created underneath them, and 4-up gains 1 slow. Damage dealt to all units adjacent to the Terror Hound gain Pierce, and abilities targeting any adjacent necromancers cannot be body blocked. Oh! Okay, so the Terror Hound is you want to get it in their backline next to their Necromancer, which I think the Terror Hound is a little bit too situational because the only thing you can do with it is move 3, once per turn at the end of each turn. So it's very easy to avoid it. However, if you're playing Dead Souls, if you're playing Volvandi, if you're playing anything that interfaces with walls or has pulling, that might be pretty good. I feel like the hounds aren't that good. The hounds are... They can't be activated or to take turns. It doesn't say they can't be killed, but they don't have stats. They don't have defense or health. So I'm wondering if you can kill them. Like, obviously, with the satchels of dog meat, that limits how many times they can move. So, like, if you put them in a bad spot after your final thing is moved, like, yeah, you can push them, but the sludge continues. That means it's time for Kane! Okay, Archive, 1999. Quirks. Alternate strange mutations you can take for blasphemies. Recreation, downtime activities between hunts. Aesthetic expansion, new aesthetic options for XOs. So, found this while clearing an old archive material, thought you two might get a kick out of it. Leo, thank you for your kindness. We were so young. Dispose of this material immediately. So, I know a little bit about this. These are 2 black coats that are some of the most powerful XOs in Tom Bloom's canon. This is Maiden, who has the unique blasphemy Master of Puppets, and who a lot of people have headcanoned is trans, and that Kane is transphobic because sex male but presenting femininely. I actually don't know if that's canon or not. Who knows? And then Mr. God, who is Atlas, or Atlas who has Mr. God, is apparently like the single most, like one of the most powerful blasphemies in all of Kane, apparently, even though he's not a virtue. Director's note. Routine archive clearing uncovers some old material of number 2 and number 4, made me think. Today, we do our best to refine our recruits and stomp out signs of deviation, yet we ourselves would not have emerged in such a system. Are we killing the tree by pruning it? Additional note, material was destroyed. Mans is massive. Mans is built like not a Bara character. What's the wrestling anime? What's the wrestling manga? The one that was like everyone's like an MMA fighter and they're all built like bodybuilders. Mans is like twice the height of a person and thrice as broad. Man could genuinely hold up sky. I mean, I guess that's why he's Atlas. Like, oh, name crossed out and then they wrote Maiden instead. Name something goes by Atlas. Mouth? No. So King, I mean, kind of Kingpin. I will say, outfit, immaculate. The drip. I believe Tom described him as being in constant sin overflow. That sucks. He looks like that one dude from Ghost in the Shell with the bottle cap eyes. I don't know about Ghost in the Shell, I'm sorry. Okay, quirks. Blasphemies are volatile, ever-changing things, twisting and reacting to their host's emotional turmoil. Even the category of blasphemy assigned to these powers is a human instrument, a label placed by Kane to categorize the unknowable, to tame and hone chaos into a more precise, but perhaps lesser, weapon. Untrained or self-trained psychics, such as binders, often manifest capabilities more wild and spectacular than anything temerity training regimen could produce, perhaps for the better. Quirks are optional changes to blasphemy powers, usually offering an alternative passive ability. Taking a quirk is optional, but a character needs to either start with one or develop it between missions. A quirk is exclusive, permanent, and replaces the default passive of a blasphemy. A character can take multiple quirks if they have multiple blasphemies, one for each. Aside from granting alternative abilities to your XO, they may also change your power's function in the fiction or reflect your XO's ability to relationship with their powers. Okay. This is where I soy jack point at the screen. Because, fun fact, I've been working on a Kane supplement, and I have since decided I'm not going to do it as one big supplement. That's too much work. I don't want to like drop a Harpocrates dossier or a Garden of Sin. I want to do like a piecemeal zine. There are more blasphemies than the 12. The most famous being those high blasphemies of the virtues and their limited forms imparted upon bonded XOs, but the Psychic Sea is untamed and untempered, with many blasphemies reflecting that. Untempered blasphemies, powers, and items aren't understood to an acceptable level of risk by temerity and restricted in use until authorized. Nascent blasphemies. Nascent blasphemies are mutations of existing powers, altering how they operate. When gaining a nascent blasphemy, choose one of your powers to mutate. You lose the ability to use the original power and cannot gain it again. You cannot mutate passive powers this way. Work with your admin to figure out the following, blah, 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 blah. It changes aesthetically. It's accompanied by an uncomfortable sensation. A mutation involves adding a number of strengths and weaknesses. You choose an enhancement and a flourish and a synergy. You choose a drawback and a cost. And a criteria. Any reference to after blah 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 blah. You can upgrade it into an untempered high blasphemy. From the untempered high blasphemy, you get questions that you have to ask. You get a stricture that you have to follow. You get abilities that you get. Then after untempered high blasphemy, you can have an unleashed blasphemy. Like, listen. Mr. Thomathan Bloom, if you are watching this, I'm not saying you stole my work. All I'm saying is that you copied my homework and changed it just enough so that the teacher wouldn't notice. And you did not just do this with the quirks. No siree, because I also know that you did this for the downtime recreation activities. Wow, wait, that's really good art. What the frick? That's awesome art. What the heck? I also know you did this for the downtime activities, and in recreation, I made a video that got a little bit popular about downtime in Kane and downtime in TTRPGs, and a lot of people said I'm going to steal that, and I don't have any proof that you actually watched that video, but you know who I am. We've talked. We've spoken. Hi, how's it going, Tom? All I'm saying, it's not out of the realm of possibility that I've been plagiarized by someone cooler than I am, who said it louder. All I'm saying. My group read through all of Games for Freaks and dubbed this the Bind player update. Yeah, so I've heard that Bind got like a real facelift. So, instead of Iron Soul, you can choose Steel, Silver, or Lead Soul. Checks out. Steel Soul. You specialize in projecting tension fields over bladed weapons. You gain the Severance power for free, even past the cap of 5 powers. You can always use it at +1 cat. However, you can only use it when wielding a bladed weapon in one or both hands. Additionally, you can project a psychic cutting force at short range by rolling Psyche. This doesn't cost a Psyche burst, but doesn't have enough force to significantly harm someone, enough to sever strap, cord, or cause minor cuts. I love that. I think that's awesome. Silver Soul. Your body is infused with psychic fields that are stronger when you follow your convictions and weaker when you don't. When you end a conflict scene, you automatically erase 1 stress if you followed any agenda item in that scene. If you didn't follow any, gain 2 non-lethal stress instead. Lead Soul. Your body is suffused with tension field. Oh no, is this just the melee? Is this the fisticuffs? Your body is suffused with tension fields that make you extremely dense, heavy, and tough. Your weight is tripled, and only forces 2 categories higher than your current category can move you against your will. Your unarmed strikes count as service weapons and can be upgraded. In addition, you can only take a maximum of 1 stress from falling or impacts from vehicles or objects, no matter the category. In return, actions that require you to move quickly are hard for you by default. That's hilarious. Flux. Instead of Steal Time, you can choose Clock Stopper or Time Splitter. Have any of you played Time Splitters? Have any of you played the game Time Splitters? It is such a fun series, and I don't think it has been culturally relevant for over like 15 years, probably 20 years. Although, Time Splitters 2 was your Piglet Hood. Listen, Time Splitters 2 I played growing up, and Time Splitters Future Perfect was another one. However, Time Splitters was a game, actually, like unironically, it is one of my favorite depictions of time travel that I can think of, because it operates off the assumption of a closed loop. And one of my favorite examples of a time travel sequence in any game that I've seen thus far is from Time Splitters Future Perfect, where in one mission, you're walking forward and you're trying to get through a doorway. And there's a vent above you, and a set of keys fall through. And you look down at the keys, and you look up at the vent, and you see yourself looking down at you, and you say, "I think you'll be needing that." And then you're like, "Thanks." And then you're like, "No problem." And then and then like you in the vent continue forward. And so you pick up the keys, you open it, you have the keys on you now, and then you continue forward. And eventually you have to climb in the vent to like get through a section of the area, and you hear from beneath you, dang, how are we gonna get through this door? And you look down, and then you drop the set of keys, and then the you beneath you looks down and looks up and goes, dang. And you're just like, I think you'll be needing that. And then you're just like, thanks. And it's like, don't mention it. And you move on. And then later in the, oh my gosh, 2002 and 2005. Oh my gosh. So it's actually been like 20 years, over 20 years. And then in a later sequence, you enter a room and 3 other yous are standing there. And they all look at you and they say, we need you to get on that terminal. And you're just like, what? And they're just like, you'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. And then you get on a terminal and you do like a hacking, like puzzle minigame. And then once you're done with that, one of you teleports out. And then one of you enters the room behind you. And then you all look at him and go, we need you on that terminal. And he goes, what? And then he gets on the terminal. And then you have a gun section where you're shooting. And then the other guy that's shooting with you teleports out and like continues on through the future. And then a new guy comes in and all of you turn to him and say, we need you on that terminal. So now you go to a second terminal that the first guy that just teleported out was on. And now you're doing that. And then the last guy that was here before you were here teleports out. And then you turn around and you tell the new guy, we need you on that terminal. And then now you're shooting, protecting the other guys on the terminal that were you. And then you teleport out. And it's this whole like sequence where you are fighting and like working alongside 3 other versions of you. And all of you are doing different things and all of you are accomplishing different tasks, but you in the game participate in all of them because it is a deterministic closed loop. What happens in the future will always happen in the future. So that means when you encounter yourself doing something for you, you will then do that for yourself. And it's one of the coolest depictions out there. And since we're talking about it, Time Splitters 2. I was too young when I was playing this. I was too young when I played this. So I was playing on easy when I played the campaign. I tried playing on medium difficulty. I did not realize, and I kind of love this, your objectives changed. You got more objectives the higher your difficulty level. Right? So on easy, the first mission, you have to infiltrate this like Arctic base. You have to go all the way to the lowest level and you have to like steal this like data slate. And then you have to extract. But on medium, you go in there, you have to go for the data slate. And then once you have the data slate, you see that there are these like human monster hybrids being in like stasis. And so you have to destroy them. And then as you try to destroy them, they get loose. So you have to leave and you have to blow up the entire base. And not only is the game like physically harder, like the enemies have increased accuracy and more damage and they take less damage, as many games do difficulty, you physically had to do more because there was more complications. There's more content for playing a higher difficulty. I think that's awesome. Every difficulty had different items, objectives, enemies. Yeah, and everyone had different levels. I should play Time Splitters. I haven't played it in like over 10 years. Definitely have played it within the past like 15 years. I may have played it like 10 years ago, but like I definitely have not played it. No, I may have played it 10 years ago. I definitely have not played it in the last like 7 years. I can say that. I've not played it since like 2018, 2019 for sure. Becoming a category 7 lead user specifically to be Fortitude's personal punching bag. Okay. I would do many things that I would say are ill-advised. I do not want to be Fortitude's punching bag. That said, if I was a lead soul user being thrown around by Fortitude, that's different. And that's all I'll say on the matter. I forget if enemies actually did more damage. I think you just had less ammo and more enemies. Honestly, that sounds awesome, because a lot of older games were like, the way we make it more difficult is enemies deal more damage and take less damage, which is just so unfun. Clock Stopper. You can use the stop power without spending any psyche burst, lasting a full minute, and it does not cause temporal instability. Using the power this way steals time from your future lifespan and supernaturally ages you. Draw an actual clock on your character sheet, starting at 12 o'clock noon, then advance by 1d3 hours. Also, advance the clock by 1 hour if you suffer sin overflow. Or, you may advance at any time you would gain temporal instability, 1 hour for 1 temporal. This clock cannot be affected in any other way. Each hour from 12 to 5 ages you 1d3 years. Each hour aged from 6 to 9 ages you from 1d6 plus 2 years. And each hour from 10 to 12 ages you 2d6 plus 8. This has no effect on your abilities. At midnight, you die of old age. This cannot be ignored. I mean, for how short a Kane game is expected to be, this is not as bad as I'm initially concerned. I'm thinking, oh, if Hattie had this from the Valentine's game, she would have run through this really soon and would have really screwed herself up and would have really run out of the ability to use it further. However, that's kind of the point. I think, personally, every time you complete a mission, you reduce the hour by 1. Or maybe every time you advance in Cat, you lower the hour by 1, just so that it's like you have more ability to use it. Because this is, you can only use this 12 times, right? This is, you have 12 uses of this ability, and no, you don't. It advances by 1d3 hours. You don't get 12 uses. You get, for 1.5, you get like 9 uses on average in an entire campaign. Clockstopper is neat, but it doesn't gel with my group, and it's 12 mission long campaign. Yeah, so like this would be, you get like 9 uses on average, assuming you roll 1.5 every single time, which is not how math works, but assuming you have a standard probability, you get 9 uses and then you die, right? So assuming you don't want to die, you get 8 uses. And with those 8 uses, let's say you refuse to use it when you are at 10 to 12. So so you don't want to die, so you don't do the 9th one, so you're at 10 hours 30. That means I think you would age 2d6 plus 8 on that final one, so you wouldn't do that, so you'd only have 7 uses. Right? That's just Flux, though. It's a messed up blasphemy like Smother. My issue with this is that, like, there is no limit to how much you can use Lead Soul. Also, if you use Clockstopper instead of Steal... Oh, I guess... No. Temporal Instability is not the passive. Steal Time is the passive, right? Time Splitter. Once a hunt, without spending a Psyche Burst, you can cause a temporal fracture when undertaking any course of action. This fracture ends when an action roll is made, when you would die or suffer Sin Overflow, or after exactly 777 seconds have expired in the fiction. This activity takes place in an alternate timeline in which everything is otherwise the same. When the fracture expires, you revert to the main timeline, undoing all outcomes, resources spent, harm taken, or consequences, but keeping any knowledge or memory from the alternate timeline. You or an ally may take +1d on this next roll that takes advantage of this information, then play forward as normal. I really like that. Honestly, I prefer this to Steal Time. I think Steal Time is nice as a support ability. I think this is more interesting as a flexibility, particularly given that Flux is seemingly less about actually going forward or backward in time and more about interfacing with alternate realities that are on different times of the timeline. 12 minutes, 17 seconds. Thank you. Undertale save points are in Kane. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so basically the way I would personally rule Clockstopper, after every hunt, you can lower it by an hour. I wouldn't even say that like you can spend an advance on an hour, because I feel like while spending an advance on an hour reduction would make sense, that is needlessly punishing. And ultimately, like, this is not that good. But like, yes, it is good, but it's not that good that I would say you need to punish them by not being able to get other advances, right? Well, so you say lower it by 3.5 minutes. The issue with that is that it's like, you're only going to go on like maximum 8 hunts, right? Assuming you're going up to Cat 5, maximum 8 hunts. So I feel like if you're going on 8 hunts, then lowering it by 1 after each hunt isn't that bad. I don't know. Like maybe you half the clock every time you advance Cat. That might work. So it's like if you push it further, you get more benefits, but you're also at a higher baseline. I remember your psyche bursts. Ardens, instead of Inner Furnace, finally we can move away from Inner Furnace. I'm tired of people being like, well, actually, I can get up to Cat 12 by using Inner Furnace. And like, shut up. This also replaces some of your powers. Ooh. Your power focuses on the cold at the end of the universe, the fathomless emptiness of entropy. This changes the following. Pallor, you are always cold to the touch and can't be warmed up. You can't suffer negative effects of harm due to cold weather or temperature, even extreme cold, but you still feel it. You subtract 1 from all your resting rolls if the area where you're resting in isn't warm. Just like me for real. What the frick? Void Affinity, no power you take can ever produce heat. Rise from the Abyss. Your powers from this blasphemy increase in potency the closer you are to death. They gain +1 Cat in all capabilities if you have an injury, a further +1 if you have 2 or more, and a further if another XO has died this mission. So up to max +3. Collapse. If you die, your body snap freezes and begins collapsing into a non-space. Touching it without protection can inflict incredible harm from the cold around 3 to 4 stress. It will require special removal by Kane, and therefore it cannot be recovered by your compatriots. Interesting. Saber with Nihil and Fury with Black Matter. You instantly disperse heat in an area, creating a killing flash freeze at a location in range with a blast up to half Cat. This inflicts harm on anything living in the area and instantly freezes liquids and environments, causing damage. Roll Psyche for its effects, and only spend a Psyche burst on a success. When you use this power, you may inflict 1 non-lethal but irreducible stress on yourself, and gain +1d on the roll as your body partly freezes over. If you do, increase the non-lethal stress suffered the next time you use this by 1. Okay, so it constantly increases until you rest. Inflicts harm on anything living and instantly freezes liquids. Roll Psyche for effects. Okay. So it's basically, these are mechanically very similar, but altered to be cold instead of fire. By placing your palms outwards, you release a terrifying annihilative force at hand's reach, affecting a base of half Cat area immediately around you. Roll Psyche for its effects, and only spend a Psyche burst on success. This force is tremendous but slow, giving it the following. It gains +2 when rolling to blast through immovable objects. Unless you are set up by another XO, it's always using this power when a roll is risky is always hard, right? Because if it's risky, that means that there is ambiguity there. Cryokinesis, Pyromancy, don't ask me. Okay, I will at you, because standard Ardens can do both. Standard Ardens is just temperature manipulation. However, this is not just you get cold instead of heat. This is you have void. You don't just have like ice, you have void, which is kind of crazy. Tongue. Instead of the word, you can choose taboo. Banned words. Sin, Kane, the names of any blasphemy or blasphemy powers, including your own, the name of a sin type. Taboo. Certain words are banned for you. When you, the character, or the player speak these words, even inadvertently, in any voice louder than a whisper, resolve any powers triggered by your speech. Then it inflicts a supernatural destructive shockwave on everything other than you in a Cat +1 area centered on you. Roll Psyche for effects, and temporarily deafens everyone in that area. Your voice is blown out and your character is unable to speak or use powers for any blasphemy until you rest. Can someone remind me what the word is? Like, I don't remember the passive of mouth. So this is, you can't say sin, Kane. I'm surprised Grace isn't on this list. I would add Grace to it. I would add Sin Seed. I might even add Binder. But the idea that if you speak any of these, not whisper, you can whisper it. Whispering is fine. Supernatural shockwave, and then you blow out your voice and you can't speak. Cool. Yeah, good luck getting us to trigger the taboo. Your blasphemies increase in power each usage until Cat 4. I control heat, my brother controls coldness. Ooh, spicy. Haven't seen that before. Make the taboo word a curse word. Blast everyone away by saying a single F-bomb. Like, I think this is cool. I don't remember what the word does. I like this a lot, actually. I prefer this to the word. I love that Cryokinesis Ardence is getting its own rule set because Ardence could do that, but base Ardence was very heat focused. It was. And this is not what I was expecting. I was not expecting the void of space, but I kind of rock it, you know? Instead of break, you can choose Axis or Rail. So Axis is the one everyone was freaking out over because apparently this is from Division 12. Your powers rely on rotational velocity. Inscribe Axis. The fling and current powers from this blasphemy, moving things either clockwise or counterclockwise around you. Oh, so Tom Bloom, you did it again! The fling and current powers from this blasphemy move things either clockwise or counterclockwise around you or a point you choose in hand's reach instead of in a straight line. The range of these abilities instead becomes the radius of this circular path. Holy Chakra. You may roll 1d6 when an object or projectile equal or lower than your cat would impact you. If you roll 4 up, it instead orbits harmlessly around you and away from you, missing you and inflicting a max of 1 stress. If successful, lose the use of this power until you rest. Okay, so it's a much more narrow focused break, because break is just a flat -1. And then fling and current becomes orbiting. Has girlfriend been discussed yet? I made a whole video about it. What are you on about? It's such a screwy power, but I love it. It's such a unique take on a straightforward blasphemy. Yeah, making it a centrifugal force is so interesting. I'm surprised it's called Axis and not orbit. Like that. Like, yeah, it is also an axis that you have like spokes extending out from, but I'm surprised it didn't affect bullet. I'm surprised bullet was not part of this. Rail. When moving, you automatically increase your own velocity. All your movement, not movement generated to others, is +1 cat higher, including movement without your powers. You can skate on a small bubble of vectorized air underneath your feet, allowing you to move across water and slippery surfaces. However, none of your powers work if you are unable to move while using them. Okay. Axis, listen, Axis is brilliant, but I like Rail. Does that make sense? Like, Rail is not just cool. It's also incredibly thematic. Imagine being a vector user where I wouldn't even say none of your powers work if you're unable to move while using them. I would say none of your powers work if you are not moving while using them. You cannot fling something without already sprinting. You cannot use a current unless you're already flying through the air. You cannot do any of that unless you're like wall grinding and like a Titanfall 2 pilot wall running and jumping off and doing a double jump. Axis is the funny mention, but Rail is the Flash. We just love speedsters. I wouldn't even say it for the speedster angle. Like the fact you're Cat 1 faster, I would say it's cool. I do love the fact you can like slippery surfaces, water. There is in fact another minor typo here. How dare you, man? What I would add is that I would add in Rail, I would add that you have the ability to double jump in your movement, where once while off the ground you can jump again. Just because I feel like that fits the movement tech. And that's not actually a thing you can do in Vector, right? I mean, and like you're just playing Tony Hawk, right? You're playing Dench Attack. You're playing anything that like allows you to skate. 1 up, if you're unable to move, you die. I'm almost inclined to say yes, because I think that's funny. The issue is, if you are grappled, or if someone pins you, or if someone ties you up with like a rope that you can still like shimmy around in, would that kill you? Or is it that like if someone casts like stasis on you, are you instantly dead? The double jump is exclusive to trans vector users. Wait, so remind me. Someone posted this in the Discord. I've heard trans women can double jump. I thought it was trans women get like aerial boosts, which I suppose is double jumping. Like there's different stereotypes of all the people and like what their weird movement tech is. What if someone with rail just had a jug of water that they slip around so they can use their powers? Well, so the way I'm reading rail, if I'm walking, I can use my powers. If I'm running, I can use my powers. If I'm falling through the air, I can use my powers. If I am standing still, by raw, if you are unable to move, I'm able to move, I can use my powers. The way I would rule it, which is technically a slight nerf, unless I am actively moving, I cannot use my powers. So I don't need a jug of water. However, if I take a jug of water and I splash it on the floor, I can slide forward while you have a wet floor sign to worry about. You're a shark. If you stop moving, you die. Rails make you Sonic? Yes. Gate. Instead of pocket, you can choose stroll or rummage. Once a scene without spending a psyche burst, you can attempt to teleport yourself to a point in short distance you can see, even just partially, with enough space for you to arrive by rolling a 1d6. On a 3-up, you're successful. On a 1-2, you teleport anyway to a point in range, but the admin tells you where you end up. Yeah, I mean, like, teleportation, not really my first thought of Gate, but that is kind of like, sticky finger! Whoop. Like just teleporting around. Okay. Rummage. Oh, make it so your sin seed needs to be moving or you can't. Oh, your sin seed needs to have an active vector on it. So like as long as you as your body are moving, and then you'd get that one player that's like, well, actually, we're always moving through space. So I'm always moving, so this doesn't actually affect me. And then I would say, hey, have you ever been to space? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, then that doesn't count. Go to space and I'll give it to you. But until then, sucks to suck. Once a scene, you can spend 1 KP to pull a random item out of a space that an item could be stored. This is the Acme blasphemy. This is Acme from the Valentine's game. This only works if you are not looking while you're pulling the item out. The item that comes out may not necessarily logically fit in space, but comes out anyway. Roll 1d6, then the admin picks something from the rolled list. Fountain pen, a live grenade. A live grenade! Leather gloves, a lighter, small and plain. Pack of cigarettes, 2 missing, a phone charger. Roll of coins, crowbar, stapler, claw hammer, camcorder, 1 hour tape, chapstick. Handgun, unloaded. 2 cigarettes. 2 cigarettes. Pack with 2 missing. I see. Please tell me that there's like handgun ammo. Yeah, there's a phone charger. There's a one with 10% battery. Faded photograph. Instructional manual for building furniture in Swedish. Map of the area, folded, well used in Swedish. Large pack of caramel candies. Cell phone. Thick sheaf of printer paper. Large amount of cash. Full box of wine. A fire axe, which Acme used in the Valentine's game. Huge box of nails. Chewing gum, lipstick, coffee mug novelty. Folded letter. Hat, situation appropriate. Clip of 9mm ammo for a handgun. Useful key, pocket knife, lighter, oversized novelty, bicycle foldable, dictionary translating Swedish, 6-sided die. Like, I love this stuff. In my game, if I had a player that said, I want rummage, I would not use this list. I would just do my own thing. I would just choose whatever fits appropriately. But I do love this. I do think it's really cute, right? Pistol ammo without a weapon, exactly. My only issue with this is that it is really funny. It's very funny. But like, why would I ever do this outside of being funny? Man, I just really need a live grenade right now. Let me reach into this suitcase and pull out a map of the area folded, well used in Swedish. That's funny, but I also spent a real, actual gameplay mechanic of KP to get that. I would say strike the KP, personally. Because it's already once per scene. Once per scene, it's random. You don't get control over it. It's a free item you pick up. Maybe it's a fountain pen. Maybe you get some cigarettes. Maybe you get a live grenade. Who knows, right? Wait, you can pull the pin? Did I miss that? I didn't see grenade pin anywhere. That would be so funny. This would be funny for downtime if they kept pulling stuff to try and trade with cigarettes. That would be very funny. And like they pull out a roll of coins, they just pull out a cell phone. I mean, if you pull out a cell phone, that's a free cell phone. That's pretty useful. However, if I'm in a fight and I pull out a cell phone, I'm not going to think, wow, a cool cell phone. I think, dang it, only a cell phone. So I do think that it shouldn't cost KP. Personally. The way I'm doing the wild magic low mile random moveset in my game is it's 100% random at first level, but at higher levels, I wouldn't even say you get more control. I like the fact that... What are you listening to? Someone outside is like blaring music that... I don't even know why. Anyway, I would say if it's... Wanna know what I'd really say? Once a scene... You can pull a random item out of a space that an item could store, blah, 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 blah. If you did not spend 1 KP, roll 1d6 and the admin pulls something from the list. If you spend 1 KP, choose which of these 6. And while it is very funny to have fountain pen, live grenade, leather gloves, there's no reason not to have lighter small, pack of cigarettes, 2 missing, 2 cigarettes, and lighter oversized novelty all on the same list. And so if I have option 1 is all of the cigarettes and the lighters and maybe like the pocket knife and maybe the chewing gum, the lipstick, I know if I spend a KP, I'm getting cigarettes or a lighter or chapstick lipstick. I know by spending my KP, I'm not going to get it wasted by getting a stapler. I'm not going to get it wasted by getting a clip of 9mm ammo. However, if I don't spend the KP, I spend my once per scene to just choose random, I might roll the one that has a crowbar, a camcorder, the Swedish, a full bottle of wine. Like, I might get that if I don't choose that, right? I think that would probably be the best way to do it so that you get a little bit of control by spending KP. Otherwise, it's completely random. Instead of absentia, which is increased cat at the risk of losing yourself, digit or ban. You can instantly and cleanly lose a finger to gain +1d and +1 cat to any power when you use it. It disappears as if it had been cut off a long time ago. Roll 1d6 for left hand, right hand. If you run out of fingers on one hand, you automatically lose fingers on the other. If you roll a 1, you lose another finger and roll again. Eee! This can keep going. If you roll a 6, you can choose which hand. Oh, I was wondering why I didn't include 1 or 6. Gain -1d on any roll that would require using the affected hand to the next hunt until you have time to adjust the disability. If you have no fingers left, you lose your head instead and suffer gruesome instant death, which cannot be ignored. This one, I'm not the biggest fan of, but I also think it needs less change than the clock stopper because absentia hooks already lose fingers, already has the risk of instant death. I already am not the biggest fan of how absentia works. So digit kind of like just aligns with that, right? Yeah, any power, not just mother. Like if you pick up digit and you drop a finger with inner furnace, you can get up to cat 12. Oh my gosh. Ban. Gain the abstract power from the blasphemy for free, even past the limit of 5. Once per hunt, you can use it to affect a single human or exo, leaving them an unrecognizable blur and preventing them from taking action. They recover if taking harm or if the scene passes. Roll psyche for effects and only spend a burst on a success. Taker grant +1d on the next. Taker grant +1d. Okay. Get abstract. Once per hunt, you can use it, leaving them unrecognizable. Oh, can you not normally use it on a human or exo? I don't remember abstract off the top of my head. So I don't know why that's special. I'm just like, why is it once per hunt, but you don't get like to cast it for free? That's so weird. Okay. Track. You can take catch vibe. This adds to the existing passive instead of replacing it. Okay. Your starting playlist is smaller, 4 tracks. However, you can add or swap in or out any real-life music track played during the session by you, your GM, or any of the players' interactive playlist for the remainder of the hunt, or any music track played diegetically in the game. This could push it up to 10 tracks. So, the way track works, in real life, you build a real-life track list, and based on the names and the lengths and the genres of the tracks you play, impacts what your abilities do. Catch Vibe reduces your player agency of building your track list in exchange for being able to pick it up from others. Oh, Whisper. I love Whisper. You can take the future rules. This adds to the existing passive. Okay. The future rules. You cannot die, except for causes which aren't ignorable. If you would die, you miraculously survive in an inoperable way, pass out, and come to consciousness at the start of the next scene with 1 injury remaining and half your stress full. However, roll 1d6 at the end of each mission you complete. On a 1, foreboding doom sets in, and you become certain that the next mission is the one you die on. Increase the range of this number by +1 for each mission it doesn't trigger, so the next time would be 1 to 2, and so on. While you are affected by foreboding doom, you lose your ability to ignore death and suffer instant death anytime you would suffer an injury. You can defy fate as normal. I was so with this until it said suffer instant death anytime you would suffer an injury. That feels too punishing. I don't think it needs to be you just lose the ability to ignore death and then like if like you cannot roll to resist. Like I think that would be a bit lame. I think instead of you instantly die as soon as you take an injury, I would probably say each time you take an injury, roll 1d6. If you roll equal to or less than your number of current injuries, you instantly die. Does that make sense? So if I take my first injury, I roll 1d6. I roll 2. Oh no. Okay. I'm fine. Or maybe I even make it 1d3, right? And then so you roll 1d3. So that's half of a d6. I roll 1d3. I get a 2. Oh no. Okay. I'm fine. And then I take my second injury. I roll 1d3. I get a 1. I instantly die on my second injury. I resist it. I come back. I'm fine. And then on my third injury, I'm guaranteed to roll it and instantly die. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes it less like, oh, I took like 2 stress at the start of the hunt, and then I took a 4 stress because the sin attacked me once and I instantly died. I'm dead now, right? Because the way that the foreboding dread works is that this isn't a matter of like, the foreboding dread is not something that may happen. It's going to happen. It's not a, oh, this is bad if it happens. This is a, how fast is it going to happen? Because it increases over time. Eventually, it will be anytime you roll a die 1 through 6, you get it. So you cannot avoid it, which I like. I like that. I like the fact that it's inevitable. That being said, is that a couple of these abilities seem oriented around an XO only going on like 2 hunts, maybe 3, which does make sense from an in-universe perspective of 40% mortality rate before Cat 3. The issue is, like, the way I run Kane and the way most people I've seen want to play Kane is they want to be gritting their teeth, nails on the very edge of the moving car as they're barely holding on and they're like being beat up and they get sin overflow and they are like whimpering as they can't take much more, and then I push them past their limit and then they like barely manage to hit Cat 4, right? But they're so much more beat up than they were before. That's what I've seen from Kane players. What happens if you survive this hunt? My guess is it resets. My guess is that if you survive this foreboding doom, it resets. The next hunt, you roll d6 again, and it's another foreboding doom. Arrow Dom broke out for a moment. Insane phrasing. Listen, when I talk about how I treat my players, I think I get confused on what sort of dungeon master I am. Because I speak in odd phrases. And I speak like a freak. Cane players are masochists? Yes. And the thing about masochism is that the goal is not to take you out of commission. The goal is I want to extend it for as long as possible. I want to keep you on the edge. I want to keep you in pain and hurting and begging for more. I'm going to move on. I want to hurt you until you like it. No. I didn't say I want to hurt you till you like it. I said, I want to hurt you and I want you to beg me to stop. And then I'm going to not stop and you're going to thank me. And you're going to weakly nod your head when I ask you if you want me to continue. You can take scenery or alter instead of mimic. When you rest or go to sleep, you disappear and are replaced by a different version of yourself with similar memories. These versions of yourself rotate in from another reality where this power activated. Your appearance changes as if you use the mimic passive. Choose one. You are holding something small or useful, a tool, a weapon, a key, a map. You have a faint memory of a piece of information pertinent to the current investigation. Ask the GM a yes or no question about the current hunt and get a truthful answer. I love adding that to like with the cane supplement I did. One of the main things I did was ask the admin a yes or no question about a target, which they will answer honestly. Like I added that in a couple places because I think that's just a useful way to get information. Hot? Listen, you can't say it's hot when I look at my player and I say, I'm going to hurt you until you beg me to stop. And I'm going to ask you, do you really want me to stop or do you want me to continue? And then you're going to weakly nod your head and then we're going to continue hurting you. Like, you can't say that's hot. That's just how I interact with my TTRPG players. For me, it's entirely platonic. For me, it's for the love of the game. I do that. Stop repeating it, big dog. Listen, if I habituate you to it, you're going to stop calling it hot. If I get the community to the point where it's just a normal thing to say, it won't be weird no more. That's the goal. Alternate scenery feel a bit too dependent on the admin for me to use, but I don't dislike them. You are slightly less stressed, -1 than your current version. When you rest or go to sleep, scenery. Once a scene, when using any power from this blasphemy, if you can pull from a work of art nearby, it does not cause a psyche burst. The same work of art does not work twice in the same hunt, and the quality of the end result is dependent on the quality of the artwork. I really like this. I do think it depends on the GM. I think it depends on the admin. I don't think that's fair. That's a unfair criticism. I really want now. I want to play a game where I'm an alter character, and I play alter where I follow the same exo, and I'm going between realities, and it is a horror story of what does it mean to be in a world where everyone is the same but slightly different. And I think that would be so interesting. And like you just get further and further from your original, and then obviously, of course, near the end, I would have to return back to the original timeline. And it would be so unrecognizable that it just doesn't register. It's just so out there. And so it's not just that I get like a weapon or a tool or whatever. It's that people's relationships are slightly different. These two characters were dating, and then I went to a different reality, and now they're just friends. And in this other one, these two people were best friends, and in this other one, they're rivals. They don't like each other. And like, it's minor stuff like that. It's not even like, oh, this cane site isn't the same. But like, at this other site, this handler never got into a shouting match with me. And so this handler treats me much better than in the other reality. And like, I think that'd be such an interesting story to follow. Bind. Okay, I've heard that the bind glow up is kind of crazy. Okay. So, you've heard. I don't know. I just had the thought, and I'm just going to share it, and then I'm going to move on. DOM bind users, sub bind users. I'm not going to elaborate further. Anyway, Sin Evolve. These abilities complement the base abilities of Bind and are free. Sin Evolve. Your bound Sin increases in ability as you gain category. Cat 2+. Your Sin gains the ability to speak and develop a human-like intelligence. Only psychically sensitive people can hear them. 3-up. Your Sin can take on a human-like form or take on a larger animal-like form or switch between these forms. Both forms are still only visible to exos and other Sins and are purely aesthetic. I love that. I'm gonna be so real with you. We need more of this. Not just in Kain, not just for Sins, but also just like, this is a grafted on ability that's part of a larger ability that is purely aesthetic. Cat 4. Your bound Sins can appear visible and audible to humans. Graceless humans typically find this traumatic. Roll Psyche for any effects. Cat 5 up. You can have 2 active Sins out at once. Any action you take with them must apply to one or the other. Failing to absorb stress for any action taken by a Sin banishes both. Okay. What is the downside? What is the downside? Why would I not always take this? Is this literally that Bind was just too weak and it needed a buff? Sin Strike. You can command an active Sin to attack by spending a Psyche burst as long as both your Sin and its targets are in range, and you can communicate. Roll Psyche. The effect has supernatural potency. Is this not just Blast? So like yes, Sin Strike is mechanically the Sin doing the attack. Is this not just Blast? Like, is this not literally just Blast? Blast with the Sin? Well, why not just spend a Psyche burst to have your Sin attack? It's just basically saying you can do a thing that people are already flavoring it as. I mean, like, yeah, okay. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just, to me, there is no mechanical difference. This is more codifying what a binder could do as an XO, bind Sins, and how a Sin becomes more powerful as you increase in cap. Hype moments and aura. I will say I love the flavor of the Mahoraga ability, all the words, but not much of the Mahoraga itself. Feels like a multi-chapter long story in Kain rather than campaign, but I'd read the heck out of it. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. So you're saying the character swapping around. I think that'd be interesting. Oh, I could do this to Bond. I could hurt Bond with like the alternate realities. That'd be so mean. Menagerie. When you defeat a Sin during a hunt, you may bind it. You may bind it as a new bound Sin during a rest. This applies even for minor Sins or foes with the type Sin, such as Traces. Doing so typically requires approval from Temerity Office of Stability, which can sometimes be waived. A captive Sin is mechanically identical to your original bound Sin, but may differ in aesthetics and personality. You can swap your active Sin, bound Sin in and out, including your original bound Sin, and keep up to 6. Inactive Sin seeds retreat into a dormant state inside your Sin seed. So it's just actually Pokemon. It's not even like similar to Pokemon. It is literally just Pokemon. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Bum, 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 bum. Alternatively, you may forego gaining the above and replace Sin Binding with Wretched Host. Is this your type 2? Oh no, is this the one where you wear it like armor? Wretched Host. You don't have a bound Sin. Instead, you are a former type 2 Sin host, where the Sin is fused to your flesh and is part of you. You gain the Surrender Blasphemy for free. It loses the Charm tag, and its effects can stack up to 3 times on you. Instead of costing Psyche Burst, it always costs 1 Sin to activate. All powers that would apply to your Sin instead apply to you and also physically transform you. You may also. Oh, this is just lore? You may also listen to your mother singing in the kitchen, feel the warmth of a lover's skin, cradle your child's soft hair. These cost nothing. They produce nothing but love. Of all of the powers on earth and heaven, they are the mightiest. I thought this was gonna be like a mother thing. Atlas. We were inattentive. We were not so lenient back then. The seditious ideas they developed were unknown to us, but hardly surprising. They had a tender heart. It is the old foe by now. In the fullness of time, its execution is an inevitability. I will, frankly, take very little pleasure in the moment. It is a sickness made flesh. Its host perished before it arrived to fulfill their wishes, and it's still driven by that madness. Your wish was simply a wish to be free. Puerile fantasy. Well, let me say it another way. To beat their swords to plowshares, to heal them and their comrades from the shapes we had broken them into. They wished for a hearth and a home, a green field and the taste of warm bread, the laughter of their friends, everything we had denied them. They wished for a force of liberation, a force strong enough to fight their master. They beckoned the king, and it came. What do I think? What do I think about that wish? There is nothing more dangerous on this earth. So, our dreams will orbit the earth forever. That is why they deny them to us. You may also summon the 10,000 Sword King. Brother. Oh my goodness gracious. If you have the Bind Blasphemy and are either Cat 5 or on the brink of death, you can beckon the infinite blue. The skies that were denied to us come rushing forth and do not stop. The stars are falling, each of them a perfect blade. Summoning the king immediately initiates an apocalyptic force in an area around the size of town, around Cat 5, centered on you. The infinite sword field appears, turning the sky a perfect blue. Sins and exos in the area, including you, roll 1d6 and add their category. If the result is 9 or higher, they survive the unending assault, otherwise they are obliterated. Exos suffer instant death. As sins are reduced to blood-soaked ashes, the fate can be defied as normal. Perfect sins always survive. Oh, you. Anything else that survives takes 5 slashes on its execution talisman. All... Oh. So even if a sin survives, it still takes 5 slashes. That's pretty good. All of the human creatures or structures in the area around Cat 5 or under are annihilated with unbelievable force unless protected by supernatural and similarly overwhelming force. Afterwards, the king departs. You can describe, if you wish, the way that your character accepts or avoids their fate. If you are particularly avaricious of victory, you may attempt to fight or even bind the king, though such matters are best left up to your table to figure out. Few beings exist that are stronger than it, and perhaps there are none at all. Its grief is infinite, after all. Summoning the king can only be done once in a game of Cain. Interesting. I heard that it kills you. I heard that you can summon the 10,000 Sword King, and I was like, what does that mean? And I heard that it just instantly kills you and does a ton of damage. Oh, is it an ultimate ogre? I guess that would make sense with the blue. I guess that would make sense with the idea of it being like the ultimate form of grief. It's pierced with all of its swords. I wonder if there's going to be others. Like, obviously, like, yes, he said he's putting a pause in games for free because he's focusing on larger projects. I wonder if there's other, like, KS6B styled, like, probably Cat 7 sins. Because like, this strikes me as like a Cat 7 sin, right? Even though canonically there are no Cat 7 sins. So you know how they're talking about a specific virtue on the lore above? No, I don't know. The sun is falling from the sky beyond and light is fading from our world. Oh, what I will say, this is a great representation of exactly what I was getting at with in an Unleashed Blasphemy. The power gains a keystone, a specific circumstance in which the psychic sea funnels into it. Choose 2 to 4 omens that weaken the veil, which the XO cannot prepare around and are entirely dependent on circumstances as determined by the admin. Examples are below. A blue moon is fully visible on a cloudless night. The planets are in perfect alignment. A natural earthquake of magnitude 7 or higher hit the investigation area during the hunt. No water above ground is currently flowing within the investigation area. A lone cicada rouses from its slumber, screaming alone into the silent sky. First their heart, then their body, then their mind are broken in sequence. By taking this action, their hand is no longer their hand. Mother is watching and helps her wayward darling. Should all omens of the XO's keystone be present, their Unleashed Blasphemy can be used without spending any psyche bursts. Other restrictions such as strictures and power costs still apply. This is a great representation of exactly the stylization of what that would be. Oh, it's temperance. I guess that would make sense if like a former virtue turned perfect sin. Tom gave the perfect hound blood-sated sword soul and then gave bind users it as well. Oh my gosh. What, the blurb above? Oh, I guess. Huh. Interesting. With upper second. Oh, I just realized. Atlas is part of the board. Or, unless this is saying upper 2 is talking to Atlas. I assumed this was an interview with the second member of the upper board of authority, Atlas. Temperance manifested the king wanting to be free from Cain and Atlas killed them. Glee. Don't love that. Ultimate forms of each sin would be so cool. Like centipede of this magnitude would be so cool. I call it Apophis, the unending. And that's why you're not Tom Bloom. Because like, listen, Apophis, the unending, that's a magic card. That's a Magic the Gathering monster, creature. The 10,000 Sword King. Like, come on. Come on. That's so much cooler than anything I could ever come up with. Wire. Instead of main artery, you can choose worm. You can produce light reading materials, novels, magazines, etc. at will without costing KP, though it dissolves after a few minutes of losing contact with your body, because you're a bookworm. In addition, all wire powers apply to books instead of computers or phones and can be used with books. When you produce a computer terminal with terminal or deck, you instead produce an appropriate book, an almanac, a history book, encyclopedia, comic book, including from other people's bodies. Surge works with books. You must have read or at least be familiar with the destination book. And Disc turns your target into a book. Call creates a duplicate journal on both you and your target if the target picks up. Writing in the journal causes the writing to supernaturally and instantly appear on the duplicate, regardless of distance. I mean, I really like this. I wouldn't have thought of that, but that's exactly what I think of when I think of reflavoring without changing the mechanics. Mechanically, it's identical. Mechanically, basically nothing changes. Except for, like, obviously, if you have call, you're not calling them on a phone, you're writing with them, right? Your Tom Riddle's diary. Palace. Instead of Sanctum, you can choose Recluse or Manifold. Only you can enter your palace with the exception of the bar power and psychic doubles such as from Parlor. It grants no resting benefits, but otherwise functions as a normal Sanctum power. In addition, you can enter it any time you like by concentrating for a few moments. When you enter your palace, you physically disappear and are replaced by a palace port, which is a small reflective object. Historically, these have been things like gemstones, mirrors, and basins of water, but in modern times have sometimes been things like phone screens, laptops, portable video game consoles. Outside observers, including mundane humans, can see and talk to you inside your palace, though your voice and appearance may seem distant or distorted. While inside your palace, you can use powers from this blasphemy normally to affect the outside world. You retain inside the palace until you voluntarily leave. If the object is damaged, you are shunted out. If the object is damaged, you're shunted out, take stresses if you're targeted, and you cannot re-enter until you rest. The port can be supernaturally repaired during a rest at no cost. I kind of love that. You're the Tamagotchi XO, exactly. You're so small, you can literally fit in someone's pocket. You're this big. Hollow. Hollow? Manifold. Manifold? Manifold. Your palace functions as the normal Sanctum power, except once a hunt, when you open any door across any threshold, you can instead open a door to a single room of your choice in the palace, physically manifesting it. Doing so does not require Psyche Burst. Opening any door out of this room opens and connects to a random door nearby, determined by the admin. The space inside your palace could be larger than is physically possible from the outside. When you use any palace power, including its passive, you must physically manifest the corresponding part of your palace as part of the power as prior, though you can do this any number of times. If you don't have a door on hand to do this with, you can't activate the power, though any door would qualify. Car doors, microwave or fridge doors, etc. Other beings can enter your manifested palace rooms, even those hostile to you. The rooms stop existing when you are no longer physically inside or are outside and let go of the handle, and push out anyone or anything from the outside reality when they collapse back into their original form. Do not put Recluse in your gate's pocket, but that'd be so funny. That'd be like a pocket dimension in a pocket dimension. And then you can have the gate user go into a palace so it's inside another pocket dimension. upper second Atlas reads to me as two people. I mean, you say that, but like, it sounds like it's addressing upper second, comma, Atlas. Though there are two people speaking, and one of them is Atlas, the other one is censored. So it does strike me as it is upper second talking to Atlas. But this being temperance is awesome. Or this being manifested by temperance is awesome. John, instead of Ghostwire, you can choose Corpus, Hollow, or Silver Sight. Hollow, mix. You specialize in the incorporeal remnants of Psyche. You can use the Geist Blasphemy power without spending a Psyche burst once between rests. If you have only one passenger from the passenger power, you can now use psychic powers using your body, and you can use powers normally. When they use a power, you take any effects or consequences as if you had used the power. Though they spend any resources, sin bursts, etc., these powers immediately end if your passenger exits. Corpus. You specialize in the bodies of the recently deceased. Once a scene, when you touch a corpse, you can tell exactly how long ago it died and get brief visions of its death, granting you plus 1d when you next act on the answers in the same scene. Additionally, you can use the possession power on corpses without spending a psyche burst, and you can use the desecrate power on living but unconscious humans. Huh, interesting. Silver Sight. You are completely blind, but permanently benefit from the thread's power from this blasphemy and gain it for free. It can overlap with other powers. Since you are using to see this way, actions against living things are not hard for you, but other actions that require sight are. If you participate in teamwork or gain setup, you can ignore this restriction in addition to the normal benefits of teamwork or setup. In addition, your extreme sensitivity to grace lets you immediately sense, with some imprecision, if anyone in half-cat areas centered on you has any psychic sensitivity and how much, or if there are any supernatural beings in a similar area, how close they are, and how strong they are. Very cool. Very SCP anti-mimetic reality bender coded. Sympathy. Instead of resonance, you can choose locus. Ah, there are mothers! Locus. You specialize in a particular object but have an aversion to others. Choose an object on the list of resonances. You are automatically resonant with the object, but roll 2 other items on their list randomly. You have antipathy with these objects and find actions wearing or touching these objects hard, or if you're at hand's reach. You can swap this focus around and reroll your antipathies at the start of each hunt or when you rest. I prefer this, actually, to sympathy. I think this is a much better way to do sympathy, because if I really want my character to have like a ghost gun, I'm really tied to guns in particular, I want to be able to choose the gun. And the fact that I can't use gloves or keys is really interesting. And that makes me like pivot what I'm doing. But like the thing I'm good at is probably more important than the thing I'm bad at, right? I really like that. Mother. Instead of Mother's Embrace, you can choose Mother's Love. Your strain of Mother is less detectable and you look more human. Twice a hunt. You may listen to the whispers of Mother, ask the GM what she is saying. When using a blasphemy from this power, if you follow her advice or direction, you may use that power without spending a Psyche burst. It gains plus 1d on a Psyche roll, plus 1 cat, and all sin costs for that power are reduced to 1 for its duration. However, using the power becomes risky if it wasn't already, and the risk die automatically becomes a 1. Instead of Mother's Embrace, so you don't get Mother's Marks. Mother's Marks replace Sid Marks and do not increase your sin total or reduce your total sin overflow. Mother's Marks assist you in resisting. But if you have at least one, you turn into a Mother's Favorite. Mother's Love means you do not turn into a Mother's Favorite because you do not get Mother's Marks. So Mother's Love, you are infected by Mother, but will not succumb. Is that correct? Sympathy's new passive is bad. Like, this is a direct nerf to just try to exist levels of bad. And then sometimes doors hate you. I mean, you say that. I prefer this. Even though, yes, functionally it is worse. Like, Locus is worse than Sympathy because if I roll on Sympathy and I get baseball bats, I can just flavor. Instead of the sword that I want, I can flavor my signature weapon my service weapon to be a baseball bat. Because I know I'm sympathetic with it. If I have gloves, I can flavor my signature weapon to be gloves that have studded knuckles, and I punch people like brass knuckles. The way it currently works, functionally, I don't actually have to worry about it being it. I'm saying from a flavor perspective, if I want swords, I want to be able to choose swords. And like with the standard resonance, you are able to just spend a Psyche Burst to choose whichever one you want. So if I roll keys, I can just spend a Psyche Burst for the rest of the hunt. I am resonant in swords or guns or whatever, right? I think Locus would probably be better if it was you choose one that you have antipathy. But ultimately, like I like it from a flavor perspective more. It used to be antipathy with everything else, but it was changed to 2 random items. Ooh, antipathy to everything else. That sounds way too punishing. I'm glad that was changed. I mean, honestly, what I'd probably say is that it's like the ability to just choose one. I think you only need like 1 antipathy to balance it. I didn't know it was buffed because I thought it was you're bad at everything. Yeah, if it was bad at everything, that sucks. If it's just 2, I think that's fine. I would even go so far as to say probably 1 is fine. But I don't know. It looks like Locus also lets you effectively make your permanently specialized permanent. So the way Locus works is you specialize in a particular object, choose an object, and you can swap it and re-roll your antipathies at the start of each hunt and when you rest. At the start of a hunt, I choose swords. I roll, I get axes, and I get doors. When I rest, I can choose swords again and re-roll doors. And I get guns this time. That's fine. Hey. That's how I'm reading it. Category assessment. Atlas. Facility Cold Watch. Active. Recorded blasphemy. Mr. God. Pass failed. Pass. So severe or G1 through G3. Interesting. This test leaves me little doubt that Atlas is a perfect candidate for a new virtue. I don't fully understand his abilities yet. Unfortunately, neither does he. Unfortunately, neither does he. According to test data, the human body should not be able to withstand his level of grace without catastrophic sin accumulation, as if he is in overflow state at all the times, and yet he is in perfect control of his faculties. Note, asked him about his team's survival rate. He said very bluntly, they lacked faith. Hold for further study and virtue promotion. A subject's ability should be considered special grade. God willing, may he have found one to surpass. Probably temperance. Promote, hold, or retire. Interesting. Is it he believes he is untouchable or others? The former is terrifying after he killed... Oh, yep. That's temperance. In 95. I wouldn't doubt it. The organization is in firm hands, I guess. Yeah, that's definitely scratched out temperance. I'd read it as you have a swap the good one for the rerolls. I mean, yeah. But also, like, why would you do that? Right? Because, like, that's just punishing you for choosing this passive. If I want Locus over Resonance because, for instance, Faust in the Valentine's game used baseball bats. Faust would probably have Locus to have it be baseball bats. And then Faust rolls doors. Now doors hate Faust. Faust can't do anything effective with doors. Faust wants to reroll doors. But like, what would Faust choose outside of baseball bats? Faust doesn't have anything outside of baseball bats to choose. That's needlessly punishing. For really no reason. Faust already had to deal with like the first like 2 pressure intake increases of dealing with like doors hating them. And now they rested. They want to re-roll. I would just give it to him. It's just punishing you. Isn't that just Cain? So the way I do it is I punish my characters, not my players. And similarly, I'm fairly permissive as an admin, as well as a storyteller like Vampire the Masquerade, because I recognize that you, as a player, don't want me to make you not have fun. What you want is to hurt. And so I'm going to hurt you, and you're going to thank me for it. And that's like the exchange that we have here. If you have a specialty in guns, you don't want to swap off of guns because that's not fun for you. However, forcing you to deal with like doors hating you could be fun. And so that's why Locust is chill. Locust is fun because having to deal with struggles could be interesting. However, if you're not having fun, not being able to open a door, you should be able to swap that. I think it might be interesting if you choose one permanent antipathy, but I can also see someone choosing something you never plan to interact with. And that was my first thought is, instead of that, you choose one, right? One good, one bad. I'm going to choose fish from the list. I'm going to choose like shoes from the list. I'm going to choose gloves. I'm going to choose ties from the list. Like, yeah, sure. If I'm touching, wearing, or in hand's reach of a tie, I get negatives, but like I'm fighting sins and none of my allies have ties on. Well, the color yellow wasn't on there as a resident. Okay. Alhambra, active, fail, perpetual black second. Okay, so perpetual black second, I know what this is. I know what this one is. Alhambra is languid, tired, uninterested. He claims to have done this test around 20 times, that he has died about 5 and would rather not keep trying. Evidence suggests he manifested a weak flux type effect, but certainly not strong enough as his delusion suggests. Temporal manipulation with perfect information retention post-mortem would be far beyond his capabilities. Somehow passed the ETM test. Dang, this thing couldn't touch him. Was it under sedation still? Cat 3. Interesting. So the ETM is a sin test, right? Cat 4. Unbelievable. Oh, a minute 15. Oh my gosh. A minute 15? For a cat 4? Oh my gosh. Unviable and unmotivated, reassess or retire. Person would not shut up about a spindly man following him around. Check ETM corruptor. The spindle? Hello? So what I've been informed is that Alhambra with perpetual black second has the blasphemy that when they die or at will, they can go 24 hours prior and retain perfect information. And you say Flux Whisper combo, I take this as Flux Bind. I take this as someone that is accidentally bound or tied to the spindle, which is the captive sin that is responsible for flux manipulation. And I don't even know if Alhambra actually has flux. Alhambra might just have like bind. Alhambra might just be a binder that is like bound the spindle, and the spindle keeps reverting time. Spindle, my favorite buddy for retcons, is now arguing with some guy. But you gotta get them 5-year-old Jays better that everyone's hand-me-down Lynxes from 15 years ago. Oh my gosh. Master of Puppets. Maiden. Active. Maiden exhibits a rare mutation of the jaunt blasphemy. She is able... Okay, so sex male, she, her. She's able to reflexively displace the psychic front matter of individuals, what we call a conscious or soul, and forcibly eject it from the corpus, leaving it stranded in the Nutmus? At the same time, she is able to inject a construct of her own grace in the newly empty vessel, which lacks a free will and is subservient to her. The puppet has access to its host's brain and therefore all their memories, personality, etc. In rare cases, she's made puppets able to use host blasphemies. Tested with 87 staff, effect was instant with no loss of efficiency. Interesting. Cat 4, an hour 35.6. Oh my gosh. Promote, consider for special grade. Promote. Dispose, Jen might like a read. By the point she has already compromised her predecessor, she may get a laugh. Note, run the contingency again, need to refine. So she's being set up for being a new virtue. Interesting. I wonder what the spindle even is. It is a captive sin under they fought a cat 3 because they are cat 3. Understood. It is a captive sin that is responsible for time manipulation. That's all we know. TransXO, yeah, TransXO. Recreation. Following the of 1942, Canis instituted the REP, Recreation and Enrichment Program, to make your life on base more comfortable. You're entitled to the benefits after each deployment on a rotating basis per Castle Code 852. Check with your castle supervisor about the options available to you. Once between hunts, the entire group may optionally choose one of the following recreation activities and take the associate key card, answering the attached questions and exploring the answers. This provides a little downtime to the XOs and allows them to develop their characters and relationships outside of the stresses and confines of a hunt. Your group may enjoy it for the pacing change or just the opportunity to show a different side of their characters. There are a couple caveats. The group must agree on the same activity and it costs nothing. XOs may choose to split from the group and choose a different activity. If they do, they may pay one script, even if someone has already bought access to their chosen activity. If an activity specifies morning or evening only, one time period must be chosen. This mainly changes the setting of the scenes and how XOs might handle their time during recreation. XOs must be well behaved during recreation. Every area has security cameras and keycards, access doors that limit who can come and go. Letting in personnel not approved for keycard access, tampering with surveillance equipment, damaging facilities, leaving facilities untidy, or taking items out of facility areas is punishable by sanction and bans activities completely for offending XOs for the next period between hunts. XOs subject to sanction more than once or who break action severely are docked script for additional violations, usually 1 or 2 in disciplined. Additional violations, 1 or 2 are disciplined. So, Sharps container requires staff unlock, fair. Hot water, pantry/freezer, please keep closed. Flatware, preset table may need adjustment as needed. This is so cute. Kitchen access, all day access to private dormitory kitchen facilities with large stock of non-perishable or frozen ingredients. The kitchen is sterile and too brightly lit, but well stocked. There's an attached, well-furnished dining area, which is windowless and underlit. On formal occasions, holidays, founding day, or any of the 13 days of mourning and remembrance, formal wear is required wear for dinner and is provided. May pay 1 script to stock better cooking ingredients such as fresh vegetables or fruits. Question. Go around the table and ask, who cooks, one or many? How's the labor split up? Who eats and who doesn't eat? What's your relationship to the food? How does the food turn out? What did you end up cooking? Go around the table. Each character can share a conversation they had over food, share something other characters noticed about them or didn't notice during the meal. Choose not to share. You may choose to play some scenes out based on the answers and continue to play out scenes as needed. This is lovely. This is amazing. This is wonderful. Gym access. All day access to Castle Facility Recreation Center. Facilities are dated but well lit, stocked, and maintained. Gym wear and swimwear that conform to castle dress code are provided and required. The following amenities are available. Swimming pool, cold, sterile, well lit. Ball court, basketball, indoor tennis, squash, indoor soccer, hockey, etc. Cavernous, somewhat dark space with an echo and an observation window on the upper floor that is not accessible. Has fold-out bleachers but are only used for sanctioned seasonal games for those participating in the in-facility sports leagues. Balls and other facility equipment must be arranged beforehand, but any number of games may be picked. Set up and unpacking equipment is up to the XOs. Competitive games are encouraged. Gym with training mats, weights, and equipment for practicing martial arts, wrestling, tumbling, strength training, and general fitness. Like little locker rooms, and oh my gosh, this is so cool. I love this. Locker room, showers, toilets, strictly gender segregated. Interesting. I went co-ed in mine. However, also in mine, I don't have like 12 cane sites, of which like 5 of them are castle sites and they have like a couple dozen XOs each. I have a couple dozen sites, each of which has like under 8 XOs. And so it does not make sense to gender segregate that when the gender division might be like 6 female, 2 male, right? Maybe like 3 female, 3 male, 1 non-binary. It's just co-ed because there's not that many XOs. Nets and balls, staff observation window, rest area, towel disposal area. I love that. Questions. Go around the table and ask, how do you spend your time? Do you try to spend it alone or with others? What is your relationship to sports and fitness? Do you believe in self-improvement? How competitive are you? Do you play for fun or for keeps? You may choose to play some scenes out based on the answers and continue to play out scenes as needed. If you play a sport or competitive game, use associated skills using roll-offs to determine outcomes. Roles can be set up, assisted, etc. as usual. It's standard among XOs to set a powers or no powers rule for sports before playing. Kane section and NBA. Yeah. I would assume Kane doesn't gender segregate when XOs aren't people. I mean, yes, but also like, what is the purpose of gender segregation? Oftentimes it is based on puritanical values, which, you know, Kane. So that it is very Catholic inspired. And also it is to avoid situations where they make it up to intimate activities. However, that being said, they have such limited access, I don't think you need to worry about that. The only reason I could see them doing this is that normally this is accessible for like staff, and they want staff to be gender segregated, whether for like a comfort thing or whatever. So like staff might have like an in-facility basketball court, an in-facility like tennis match. And so they have gender segregation. This is just kind of like being loaned out to the XOs. What I would rule is that all of these are accessible to XOs during their R&R. In my settings, in my sessions. Every single day, not on deployment, XOs are allotted a certain amount of R&R equal to their cat. So if they're cat 1, they get 1 hour. If they're cat 3, they get 3 hours. And that means every single day, they are given free reign of the facilities for just that amount of time. Most of their day is restricted to drills, education, training, weapon maintenance, like all the standard Kane stuff. And that'll be like 8 hours of their day. That'll be like their full school day, their full work day. And then after that, they get a couple hours of doing whatever they want. So they might be able to go to the gym. They might be able to go swimming. They might be able to go to the training room, the lab or whatever. And then outside of that access, they're constrained to their dormitory, right? So this would all make sense as this is always accessible. It's just not all day accessible. Access elevator, main observation deck, library alcove, ooh, concrete practice diorama, a gated block entrance sealable, lab access, all day access to spare temerity facilities, including a training room, aka the block, barren, cavernous industrial room with high-grade reinforced walls. The walls, doors, floors, and even the glass in the observation deck are reinforced with grids of white alloys. An extremely rare, psychically resistant metal infused with the fibrous subcutaneous flesh of the Ymir tree, the main facility materials production organism cultivated by temerity. They are nigh impervious to forces and blasphemy powers of Cat 3 and lower, and take only minor damage from the effects of forces for Cat 4 or higher. There are typically training dioramas set up inside. Observation deck. Once powered up, it can tightly monitor the forces produced, as well as a Grayson Veil fluctuation. A large bright yellow box on the wall has a 2-layer kill switch inside, which will immediately shut down the facility, sealing all doors and sounding the alarm. Next to that box is an orange box with a plastic sealed folders that can be ripped open for quick incident paperwork. That is so funny. Research alcoves. Small enough room for 1 or 2 people. Small library of official and unofficial reading material marked here for common use. Sometimes a good light novel here. 1 seat with a PC with Kane intranet access. Intranet is slow at peak hours, but is a very fast 56K connection otherwise. Go around the table and ask, do you spend your time in practice or observation? Do you embrace or reject your powers? Do you believe you are a weapon? What's a quirk, oddity, or feature of your powers you show us or notice? You may choose to play at the scenes. If you try to have characters show off their powers, they don't gain sin unless they want to, and they don't have to spend psyche bursts. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Because there's so much cool stuff you want to do with your powers. Just for flavor, just for narrative, just because it's fun. But it's like, oh, I have to take sin for this? Nah. So this is a great opportunity to show off your cool powers, even if mechanically you would normally have to spend grace. I think this is cool. I like it. Okay, I like it, Picasso. The guard tower. a basilisk, a helipad, main cargo shaft, exercise track, surface access. Morning or evening access to the surface of the current Kane facility. Around 2/3 of the active Kane facilities are buried primarily at least a mile underground. The other third of the active facilities, including main headquarters, are in the middle of the ocean. Going up to the surface is tightly monitored and security is extremely high. Perimeter secure is kill on sight, but signage and fencing are clear. The surrounding of surface facilities are typically extremely remote or inhospitable, such as high mountain forest, deep red desert, Arctic ice, or endless ocean. Acclimatization sunglasses are typically provided for XOs that have spent more than a week underground. Surface facilities usually include high-level faculty offices, VTOL pads, docks, warehousing, rail, and cranes for vehicles and cargo transfer, temerity lab infrastructure that requires sunlight, a facility garden and vegetable patch, a running track and exercise yard for station personnel. Most of these facilities are typically inaccessible for XOs access, but permissions can be granted with good relations or special dispensation. Most of the time, especially for low category XOs, surface access is usually an occasion to see the sun, breathe non-filtered air, and get a walk in. Go around the table. How do you spend your time on the surface? Do you have any special permissions up here? What does it feel like to see the sun again? Do you love, hate, or notice something interesting or surprising in the natural environment around the base in this particular visit? So this is something where in my game, my Kane facility is significantly less underground. Because to me, it doesn't make much sense that you could have super hidden secret government facilities that are a mile underground that are maintained effectively and no one knows about them. Like, yes, obviously, there are probably real life in real world bunkers and military bases that are hidden from the general populace, but like, these aren't government funded. These are Kane funded. These are not based in like the governments of the local area that they can like, the US can like have Area 51 kind of deal. These are Kane black sites. And so I treat my black sites more as gray sites. At least castle sites are more gray sites. So they're mostly above ground with a little bit that goes underground. I am probably, as I develop the setting a bit more, I'm going to have it be primarily underground with an above ground section, but not like a mile underground, like maybe half a kilometer at its deepest. Why do we need a basilisk? What is the torment nexus needed for? I assume they just wanted a Lancer reference. Get that extrude basilisk. I assume basilisk is something that hides the facility from cameras, human cognition. I mean, probably. My guess would be it messes with sin. It messes with grace sensitivity. It makes it so that you can't monitor grace here, is my guess. The real problem with Kane black sites is like, how do you get the materials for all this discreetly? Exactly, and that's why I treat mine as gray sites, which have logistics pipelines of like trusted in-house, but ultimately like subsidiary construction companies that come by and like work on a Kane facility. There are like trucks that have a bunch of frozen food that come by and offload on the warehouse that is on site so that they can get a bunch of like frozen like chicken cutlets down to the like pantry so they can feed the XOs for the next month and a half. Right? And so like you need constant logistics. What if there's like a pipe that leaks or like a whole like pipe system that bursts? What if you need to replace the HVAC system? Like, yeah, you're Kane. Do you have someone on hand that can immediately come over and like fix the HVAC system? Probably, but they're probably not someone that is like a high ranking Kane official. They're just like a random HVAC company that has worked with Kane multiple times and understands they're working in highly sensitive classified information. They probably don't know about Kane or like sins or anything grace related. They're probably separate from Kane, but they've been working with Kane for like 70 years and they know not to ask questions and they're kept at an arm's length and they probably get paid very well. The Foundation in my game makes bases on old malls, ripped malls. Got to contain the hounds of Tindalos and the old bear of a bear. Oh my gosh. Ah, yes, 56 kilobytes. I assume kilobytes, yeah. XO bonding with fortitude using strength in the basketball match. Oh my gosh. And like, there's another basketball court up here. You could play basketball up here. And yeah, they assume Kane is some government black site, but like, you need people that are not government employees to come over and do the standard grunt work that government employees are not going to be doing, right? I'm going to step away for just a moment. You know, it wasn't until I stood up that I just realized perhaps I haven't been eating enough. Maybe I need to consume some more, not cash money, but food. So, Rip Arrow, they had to go and work for the non-governmental entity. Listen, I got called in as a specialist. Arrow does not faint. However, Arrow has never fainted from not eating enough food. However, Arrow has crumpled to the floor and lost all feeling in their body. Which was a very interesting experience. Because, like, I don't know if this has ever happened to you. Someone that is, like, just not eating enough food. I was standing one moment, and my vision starts going dark. And I'm like, huh? And then I just kind of, like, collapsed onto the floor. And like my entire body just like gave out and I was on the floor. I'm like, this is inconvenient. And then my vision came back and then I stood up and I was like, wow, that was weird. And then I moved on with my day. Just ran 2.5 miles in 30 minutes, maybe a new PB. Awesome. Bad arrow? What do you mean bad arrow? This was years ago. This was many years ago. Yeah, very often. That should not happen to you very often. It's very bad to happen very often. Isn't that? No, I was still conscious. I didn't lose consciousness. That's not good. I think I just didn't eat or something. Like maybe it was like a blood pressure thing. Maybe it was I just didn't have enough food. Who knows? This was years ago. Enough that I can now stay standing. I'm still standing. Lounge access, morning or evening access to a private facility lounge, highly in demand. Lounge typically have the following, and only the following amenities. 1 television and cassette player with, mostly donated, video cassette collection of movies and recorded TV shows, out of date by several months. No live TV access. Small bookshelf with well-used, somewhat battered collection of books, outdated periodicals, comics, and board games. Large worn furniture, 2 blankets. Climate control that does not work. And a large worn out furniture with 2 blankets. Oh no, we need to snuggle together on the love seat. There's only 2 blankets. I guess we have to share a blanket. Fridge and small kitchen, mostly barren with some flatware and cups, stained coffee maker, sink, gas range with 10 kettle, tea and some ration grade snacks and biscuits. Okay, I know I'm hungry because I read ration grade snacks and biscuits and I was like, I could go for some ration grade biscuits right now. I should not. I got rice crackers from H Mart and they're like sweet soy flavored. And like, I tried them last night. They're actually pretty good. They're just rice crackers. And they like have a slight bit of soy to them. I was worried they were going to taste like soy. We also got these like cheese balls. Okay. We got these takoyaki balls. Takoyaki balls. And they're not actually like squid or octopus. They're just like little cheese balls. Like cheese puffs. But for whatever reason, they're called takoyaki balls. And the one that we got was kimchi cheese. And it was actually really good. If you see takoyaki balls that are kimchi cheese flavored, try them. Because they tasted like those big balls of like the cheese balls, like the cheese puffs. But they had like the spice to them, this kimchi spice to them that like really pleasantly lingered in your mouth. And then this new one that we got is soy flavored. And it gives me this weird thing where we have this Japanese barbecue sauce, my roommate and I. Not J-pop, Japanese barbecue sauce. Barbecue? I was right. and it tastes like that. And something that I've really struggled with is when having particularly East Asian snacks that have sweet soy as a flavor. I really struggle with that because I've only ever had that in the context of meals. I've never had that for snacks before. I had dango. That was soy flavored, and I just could not handle it. It tasted like I was just eating like dough with dark soy on it. And I like dark soy. I like dough. Could not handle that. I need to have like a different flavored dango. Rice crackers sound like they probably wouldn't make ration grade, not because they're bland flavored, but because they don't meet calorie requirements. Yeah, rations are like to maximize calories over all else. And then like secondarily is to maximize cost. Or I'd say cost, then calories, then nutrition, then taste, right? Or rather, longevity, then cost, then calories, then nutrition, then taste. Because they need to last. So like rice crackers, they're not ration grade, but they are good. And they come in these little packs of 2. And it's like very slightly sweet, but it's kind of salty because it's a rice cracker. And I had a phase where I have like a food fixation, right? I would just eat the same thing over and over and over and over again. And I love it, right? I had a food fixation for a while, which was, I think it was just rice crackers. Are these what I think they are? Rice cracker. Yeah, these. Oh no, I shouldn't have looked this up. Now I want them. Now I really want them. I just had a food fixation on these, and I ate this for like 8 months. Like every day I would have like 1 or 2 that I would just have like every single day. I've had food fixations where like every single day I'll just have the same cereal for breakfast. I've had food fixations where like I would just have the same juice every morning. It comes with me being a creature of habit. Listen, I'm not going to pretend like I'll just eat anything that's put in front of me. I'm pretty flexible in what I will eat. But like, if I have a food fixation and my food fixation is like rice crackers, and I was in a cane facility, and like every single day they gave me like a little rice cracker with my meal, I would be so like a line of happiness would go so up. I don't know what it is. I'm just a creature where like, my habits, if I can fulfill my habits, my quality of life skyrockets. Or maybe the fact that you started on a food tangent is a sign that you should eat something. I think the fact that when I stood up, I felt incredibly weak and I could experience hunger pains. And now that I've sat back down, I'm immediately talking about food is a sign that I am hungry, yes. You tend to have the same lunch for uni daily? Okay, I had a meal plan when I was in university. And so I went to the dining hall. And there was a fair range there. Honestly, my dining hall, very good food. There was multiple dining halls that you could go to. I lived like 100 feet, maybe like 150 feet from the dining hall nearest me. And it was peak. It was fresh food. There was nearby farms that would give produce. We were by the coast, so there was fresh fish that we would get. There was, I want lobster bisque. We would get lobster bisque in the dining hall, like once every week, once every other week, just in this big vat of it. And I would always get a bowl and I would fill it and I would have my lobster bisque and I would go back and I would get a second bowl of lobster bisque. And there was ice cream there. Like I had a good dining hall when I was in uni. The issue is I spent most of uni commuting. So once I started commuting, I stopped getting a dining hall pass. So I stopped going to the dining hall. So I stopped getting the food. Sad. Which may be for the best because after I moved off campus and I started commuting, it's because my mother, who I was living with at the time, moved closer to campus for me because like she wanted to move and like it was close to campus, and I had all of my classes on a completely different side of the school than I did where I first was there. I was actually assigned to my last choice. I was assigned to my lowest priority choice in terms of dorm assignments. And then I got next to the best dining hall by far. And then the area that I went to that all my classes were at had a different dining hall that was larger, busier, lower quality, but not as low quality as the other one, as a third one. But it had a burger bar. And that's something that the one I was by did not have. It did not have a burger bar where you could make your own burgers. And I do like a good burger. Your college dorm had such a bomb sandwich bar. Oh my gosh. Like I could not afford a dining pass now, but I think it would be so convenient to have a quality dining pass, like cafeteria that I could just access. Like if I worked at a workplace and I could just go to the company like cafeteria and it was like actually quality, which is always the concern. Most of them aren't. If it's good, it's good. If we may ask, what did you graduate on uni? I've talked about this before. I graduated magna cum laude with a double major, and both of my majors are in business, where it was management as well as supply chain management. Magna cum laude means with great honors, means that I graduated with a total GPA of over 3.7 on a 4.0 scale. Business means I have no soul. And management is management of people. Supply chain management is of like supply chain. So with COVID, I actually had a lot of people talking about like, oh, good thing you're in supply chain, huh? And like, yeah, because supply chain was the big buzzword around COVID. So the fact I had a degree in that suddenly is very relevant. I now no longer work in supply chain management because I did not like it. And in case you're wondering, I now discuss stories on the internet. I went into business to get a job. I'm gonna be so real with you. I didn't care about business. I didn't want to go in business. I didn't know what I wanted. I had no major in mind. And going into university, the advice I got was that the business school at my university was harder to get into than the School of like Arts and Sciences. So I applied to both. I got it. I think I got into both. And so I went to the business school and I could transfer to the School of Arts and Sciences if I didn't like it. And then I just kept with it because like, listen, if I graduated with like an English major, I would not get a job. If I graduated with like a creative writing degree, I would not get a job. And it probably would have been way more fun. But like being able to say like, yeah, I graduated with like a degree in management, supply chain management is pretty good. That explains a lot. However, what this does mean, I actually did take some fun classes. I had a whole class about negotiations. And like I not only like did it was just a class where I role played. It was a class of role play where you get scenarios and you have to like negotiate with other people. It also was just like interesting to learn about things like a poor negotiator thinks about what they want. A good negotiator thinks about what the opposition wants. And then a great negotiator thinks about what the opposition thinks you want, right? And those are kind of like the strata of it. And like things about like your BAT, like your best alternative offer, the idea of highballing or lowballing, like if you have different negotiation strategies and how to respond to different negotiation strategies. For instance, if you're in a negotiation and someone is like yelling at you and they're trying to push your buttons and they're trying to like put pressure on you, say, hey, let's take a quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna head off to the bathroom, leave, take a phone call, whatever, come back, and they will be completely went out of their sails. Because the way someone yelling at you in a negotiation works is they want to put pressure on you. And you can't really do that by going like this and then like that, right? What happens instead is that it falls back down to 0. And they can try to bring it back up again, but like it doesn't feel genuine if it's the second time. And so it's a great way of shutting that down. Same deal with if you want someone to just agree to something. A great way to do that is to just overload them with information. This is a very bad idea if you want them to make an informed decision. So if you're actually working with the other person's best interest in mind, don't just overwhelm them with information. If you're trying to have a very like rush sale, you do want to inform them. You want to put on deadlines. You want to like have the sales marketing stuff. Different cultures across the world have different specialties and interests in how they negotiate. For instance, it is a stereotype that Americans from the US are very time-oriented. Whereas a lot of South America and also the Mediterranean share that they are very personable. Stereotypically, if you try to go into business with someone from Italy, they're going to want to get to know you first before you actually sign any contracts. And they might not even sign a contract. It might be entirely handshake. But that's after you've spent like 3 days like just hanging out with them, not even talking business. They introduce you to their family. They show you their wife. They show you their kids. You eat food with their family. And like that's part of Italian business dealing. Whereas in America, it is, I want you to show up on time, if not a couple minutes early. I want to hash this out. And I would like to get done early so that I can get on to the next thing I'm doing. And that's not even like, and that's in part, I'd say that probably it's mostly due to the fact that the Northeast, and particularly New York City, dominates a lot of the international trade of the US. But also like California, Silicon Valley, like that's a huge player. And Americans are way more time oriented than other nations. You did negotiation in law school and the trick is getting what you want, not trying to win. Exactly. And like most people assume negotiations are net zero, and some are. However, most of them are not net zero, which means both of you can win. If I want to get the best deal possible and pay as little money as possible on this thing, and you want the thing I have, you might think, oh, well, I'm trying to pay as little as possible, or I'm trying to make as much money off of you as possible, and you're trying to get the thing that I want for as low money as possible. That might not be it. Maybe the thing I'm selling and charging you for, yeah, I want more money, but you also don't really care about paying money. You're in a different wealth bracket than me. What you want is longevity. You want guarantees. And so what you might do is you might say, yeah, I'm willing to pay more, but I need guarantees that like the insurance will roll over. I need that to make sure that like this is like fully new tires, that there's no long-term issues. Like that's the kind of stuff for this car that we're talking about. And so I might not care about this stuff. I might be super handsy and I might be like, yeah, I can just change the tires. I can do an oil change. I can check the miles, all that stuff. Like I can do all of the minor stuff that you don't want to do yourself. And so suddenly I make more money. And that was not an issue. And you get the stuff that you don't want to do done. And that's a non-issue. And we both win, right? This was not what I expected to watch and hear when I clicked the thumbnail, but thanks for the info. Only stop by shortly. Take care. Enjoy, White Wolf. I will say, listen, people always come in and they're like, what the frick is going on in the stream? It's nothing like the stream title said. And it's like, my chatter in Christ, we are on hour 5 of the stream. What made you think we were going to talk about this for 5 hours? Okay. So, fridge and small kitchen, mostly barren, with biscuits. 1 CD or cassette player with, again, mostly donated music collection, somewhat extensive and carefully curated. Has 2 pairs of attachable headphones. Censura of Amigo gaming console with a library of 10 or so cartridges and 2 controllers. A few buttons on the second controller tend to jam. Go around and ask them, how do you spend your time? How do you manage to share what's available? What surprising or interesting thing do you find, play, read, or discover buried in the shelves and cabinets? You may find something that's not listed. Dude, love this. I mean, this is basically, this is like a little bit more than what I listed for the Valentine's dorm. I basically gave them a lounge at all times. Because it sucked. Main and backup video player donated. CDs, ask staff to unlock. Eye scanner, interesting to like leave. Coffee, nice. REP bar counter added to floor plan after 1995 to expand amenities. Nice. Like, imagine just like chilling with the homies. All of you just executed a sin. One of you just like was traumatized beyond your like wildest dreams. And another one of you like just lost 3 of their fingers. And you just like pour out some lemonade and you load up like an old school Atari like 2600 game. Okay. I was out and one of the places I went to had or has vintage retro consoles that you can just like play, and they cost quarters at this like club that you can just like put coins into. And I thought that was really cool. And then I saw there was Gauntlet. I've talked about Gauntlet before. Gauntlet is a game from my childhood where I didn't play original Gauntlet, like the cabinet Gauntlet. I played Gauntlet Dark Legacy, and then later I played Gauntlet Legends on the N64. But Gauntlet is a cabinet game where it's isometric top down and you go around in a dungeon and you have to explore, and it's all time oriented. And I think the more damage you take, the more time you lose. And so it's a game of resource management, rushing along, destroying enemy spawners, getting to the next floor of the dungeon, and eating food to increase your timer. You have acquired a runestone. Arcade at a club, that's so cool. I know. And that's why in the city, one of the spots that I've gone to, it's really cool that they have like goth nights, they have arcades set up, they have like non-club like vibe. And apparently, based on like the drunk people I was talking to earlier, it's much quieter than most other clubs than they have been to. I didn't really notice the difference, but like it's quiet enough that you can talk to someone without screaming. And so it's a pretty chill environment. Aesthetics. Oh, fantastique. Exos are expected to dress according to castle standards and professional courtesy. Nevertheless, powers allow many privileges. The following items are available as script. Sympathy vein. Oh, so these are all characters. Got it. Designated comfort animal. Aww, comfort animal. Summer long coat. Ooh. Comfort item for base use only. Oh, you get a stuffed animal on base. Lighter, breathable material designed with ease of movement in mind. So it's the well overcoat, but for summer. Book tote, reinforced canvas. Registered students may borrow for free. Aw. Wait, if you're a student, you can wear it around base. Varsity jacket. Logo selection approved for campus sports and recreation activities. That's kind of funny. Control collar. Suppresses powers when worn, limiting to max cat 1. Takes a rest to remove safely. Oh, interesting. This is like grace suppressants in my setting, where grace suppressants is an injection that you take, and it's like a medicine you can take that reduces your cat by 3 to a minimum of 0. So if you're cat 2, you'll be cat 0. If you're cat 3, you'll be cat 0. But if you're cat 4 up, you're cat 1, you're cat 2. Like there's a certain point where it just doesn't work. It just doesn't hit the same. Downpour overcoat, heavier cold weather version of the classic well, models attached anti-psychic ops patch not included. Got it. So this is a specialty patch. Oh my goodness gracious. Armagen headphones, excellent quality headphones, usually for staff use during lab testing, music player provided separately. Okay. Operations coat, simple mass-produced coat, usually dispersed for active anti-sin combat missions. Okay, so this is the coat you can get that's like the classic destroy that's not the well overcoat. I actually really like that. And it's cat 2+, so you can actually get it pretty... Okay, I really like that. Herein custom footwear, improved and fitted footwear from the heated wave-based atelier, shipping time around 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, interesting. 2 different ways. Blackwell leather overcoat, modified by owner, variant of the basic well, worn by advanced discipline committee. Oh, I assume the manacle's not included. Banneret long coat, tailored to fit, typical uniform for those allowed to audit board meetings or employed as security for higher clearance authority figures. Interesting. Facilities. Interesting. I rock all of this. I rock the Volvandi, I rock the aesthetics, I rock the downtime or the recreation, I rock the passives. There's a couple passives I was a little in on. I rock this. I think this is awesome. GFF4 turning bases into tightly controlled college campuses, and I kind of love it. Honestly, I went before I ran Kane. I was thinking maybe a college dorm, maybe a military base. I ended up going the direction of military base. It sucks to live in a Kane facility as an XO, right? Like it sucks. Wait, Caligari, is that related at all to the Harbodas and Gloria to them? Like, is this just, it happens to line up? Or is it like actually this is a reference to the same character? Is this homebrew? No, this is an official supplement by Tom Bloom. And if you go to Games for Freaks, if you go to Games for Freaks, you can buy it right now for $6.66. I highly recommend it. Support Tom Bloom, support independent devs, support third parties. Oh yeah, do you have a summed up opinion of the 10K King Power? It's been very polar. Okay. My opinion on the 10K King Power, the 10,000 sword King Power. I was informed it kills you when you use it. I did not read that here. Does it kill you when you use it? Because if you want the way that your character accepts or avoids their fate, if you're particularly avaricious of victory, you may attempt to fight or even bind the king. People forget you can defy fate. Yeah, this is volume 4. It can easily kill you if you use it, but it's not. So I was informed that doing this literally just kills you. Like, part of the activation is you die. I like this. I think that this is simultaneously too restrictive and not restrictive enough. That is such a horrible answer. But my read on this is I love this as a tactical nuke. It is a one-use, last-ditch desperation. Deal 5 slashes to sins because they're probably going to survive. Well, actually, if the average result of a D6 is 3.5, you'd need to be like Cat 5 or higher to actually get it on the average result. So that actually, like, if the result is 9 or higher, they suffer the unending assault. Otherwise, they're instantly obliterated. Anything else that survives takes 5 slashes. So this can instantly kill a Cat 5 sin pretty easily. Not pretty easily, but like a 50-50 chance of instantly killing a Cat 5 sin. All human structures are annihilated unless protected. Afterwards, the king departs. The reason I say this is too narrow is I don't think it should be just bind blasphemies. I think that there's nothing here that strikes me as bind specific outside of calling upon a sin, right? And I'm assuming temperance was a binder. And temperance bound and found and formed this sin and became it and then got killed and blah, 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 blah. I don't know why it's bind specifically, outside of the idea of I'm a Pokemon trainer, let me cast a legendary, right? That said, I also think it's too open, being anyone that is Cat 5 or higher or on the brink of death. Like I showed before, I like the idea of keystones, right? A very specific circumstance in which the Psychic Sea funnels into it, choose 2 to 4 omens that we can veil that you cannot prepare around, and that is dependent entirely on circumstances as determined by the admin. This might be the planets are in perfect alignment. A lone cicada rouses from its slumber, screaming alone into the silent sky. Mother's watching and helps her wayward darling. Right? These are all things that you cannot plan around. I like the idea of if the planets align, if something that you can't plan around happens, then you can do this. And still, like I also said, it's a rare once-in-a-game opportunity for them to wreak havoc on a scale otherwise unseen. In this state, a lone virtue would reasonably be able to fight multiple sins or even other virtues at once. Typically, a keystone lasts no longer than a few rounds. At most, it lasts for a scene, but it should never occur when it would lead to anything other than unrestrained, ill-advised power tripping the exos later going to regret. I like what this does. I just think it should be a little bit more specific and not tied to bind. That's my thought process. So in my game, I would probably say anyone can call upon the 10,000 Sword King, but I would have everyone who is, and I'd probably say you can't do it unless you're Cat 3 or higher. And then if you're Cat 5 or higher, you can choose to do it whenever. Maybe not choose to do it whenever, but like I would probably have it be, you need a cat minimum. And then once you hit that cat minimum, once the omens align, you can do it. I think the reason why it was made as bind only is because the inspiration source is a character that kind of has a bind style power. So my interpretation of this, Temperance, 7th virtue, had the bind blasphemy, died, because manifested the 10,000 Sword King, was executed by Atlas. 10,000 Sword King lives on, is canonically, apparently, one of the most powerful entities in the canon universe. Therefore, as a binder, you have the power to beseech, call upon, and weaponize other sins. And also, Temperance as a binder had this tie to being a binder, so that does make sense. It's just like, this really is the bind glow up, because binders get a bunch of like free abilities, which like, again, like Menagerie is just flavor. Sin Strike is just flavor. Sin Evolve ultimately isn't going to be that important. 10,000 Sword Strike, it's going to come up maybe one in a game, which probably not at all, right? The skies that were denied to us come rushing forth and do not stop. The stars are falling, each of them a perfect blade. Like, that's so cool. You're not going to catch me saying, I don't want this in my game. I want this in my game. I want this to be the sort of thing that a player in desperation can use. It's just, if you're not a bind user, you can't do it. You know? If you... I don't know. I also feel like the 10,000 Sword King, I would almost go so far as say, instead of bind blasphemy in either Cat 5 or on the brink of death, I would say you must have made contact with the 1,000 Sword King. And I would say the way you make contact is something really weird and esoteric. And I would go so far as to say you could tie it into virtue bonding, where instead of bonding with a virtue, you can choose to make contact with the 10,000. You can meditate on, you can reach out to the 10,000 Sword King. Okay, how would I do this? If I was to replace this, same exact mechanics, I think that just a ton of damage, that's fine. I'm actually going to change that. The prerequisites for using it, I would say, between missions, instead of bonding with a virtue, you can choose to beseech power from beyond the veil. This is heretical, and if it is found out, you will be executed by Cade. However, it is a 1-point bond, so you get it instantly. Once you can beseech the 10,000 Sword King and like pull out one of the swords, and then like blah 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 blah, all that stuff. Oh, wanna know why I'm thinking of this? I think it was in Glory Unto Them. There was or maybe it was in one of the Cain homebrews I read. You could pull the blade of the 10,000 Sword King and that killed you instantly. That's why I kept thinking this killed you instantly. It is 1 point of bond, and if you spend that 1 point of bond, which is heretical, you have made contact with this thing, and then whenever you are on the brink of death, or once when you are Cat 5, you can choose to activate it. Everyone gets destroyed, all that stuff. And then Cain is going to execute you. Unless you had a dang good reason to do this. Like unless that single-handedly like stopped a sin event, unless you did it in such a way that made it so that Cain has to deal with less of a problem by cleaning up a city being leveled as opposed to whatever was going to happen, you're getting executed. I think that would be an interesting way to handle it. I think the only thing I'd rule is not using it as a one-shot for short-sighted reasons. I mean, listen, if you're running a one-shot, why would you care? Right? Because if I'm running a one-shot and my players want to do the 1000 Sword King, because they think this would be so cool, we actually be able to do the 1000 Sword King, they're never going to do it in their home game. They're never going to do it in their long-form game, probably. So this is a cool chance for them to try that. Yeah, that ruins the hunt. Yeah, that makes it super hard to actually make it an interesting encounter. But ultimately, when else are you going to do it? When else are you going to whip out the deck of many things? When else are you going to let the players play Elder Kindred, right? When else are you going to do these things that like, that's kind of overpowered? Yeah, it's a one-shot. Go ahead. The new bind stuff would be diabolical for a future sister story. I will say, I would love to continue writing Sister's story and explore her a few years later. However, I don't have time. And if I did have time, I have other stories I would want to write. So that is something that if you want, you have to like make known and kind of like rally for. That would be something like, not just like, oh, drop it in suggestions. Like you have to like get the community on board. And then I would be in a position where probably like chapter by chapter, like a really bad Wattpad fiction, I could just like drop chapter by chapter of Sister Story. However, I'm not doing that unless there's like tens of people regularly asking me for it, which like the Valentine's game seems to have struck a chord with a lot of people. I'm very thankful for that. I'm very humbled by that. But I don't think it has the audience that could justify that for me. Maybe he'll add similar powers for other classes later on. That's my thought. My first thought when it was like, oh, this is a super ogre. This is like beyond a perfect ogre. I think it would be really cool if there are other super sins like this. That said, I think that would make the 10,000 Sword King less special. I think the 10,000 Sword King being alone as the sin of the virtue temperance is cool, is interesting, is special, is unique. I don't think we need to add to that, personally. It would be fun though. The JJK power it's based on is hilarious because the guy that can do it for the first half of the series tries to do it at the drop of a hat, and his mentor was like, bro, stop relying on the nuke. That's really funny. Okay, so I'm gonna answer the Q&A right now. We are currently at 5. Oh my gosh, it's 5.5 hours. Jeez. I'm gonna do that and then wrap up. So hit me with any questions you have over the Q&A channel. Off topic, but I just finally beat my favorite characters arcade mode in Guilty Gear Strive. Yay! Even if there's no bind users on the player side, the 10,000 Sword King makes a very good hook for having a binder be the main threat instead of a sin. I mean, you could do that without them having bind blasphemy. You could just have a binder do that. Like particularly if you remove the bind restriction. A binder that made contact with the 10,000 Sword King. And that's what pinged Seer's radar. You're not here to hunt a sin. Maybe there is a sin in the nearby area, but the thing that pinged the radar is that a random binder made contact and now at any time could summon the 10,000 Sword King, and you need to make sure they can't do that. Can we get the help of moderators to run polls to gauge the interest of a sister side story? Throw that in the Discord and say, I said sure. So like I could drop a poll. The issue is that I know that if I drop a poll, a bunch of people are going to say yes because they're like, yay, more arrow content. And they're not actually going to necessarily be active participants, right? It's very easy to click yes on a poll and then not follow through. And I need to know that my effort would be worth it, particularly if I want to start this Keynesian. Particularly if I want to do more long form content, which I really want to do more long form content. Opinions on Petra Parker. My actual unironic full like thoughts on Petra Parker. I think it is a fun art trend. I think the fact that everyone is like, oh my gosh, why is this like all over my timeline, is indicating that a lot of people have not seen an art trend before. As Guile was saying in the server, it was very astute. And that's what happens when you have people that are like a bit older in the mod team, is it's just an art trend. This is going to die out in a couple weeks. And then there's going to be a few holdfasts. There will probably be like a subreddit and like a Tumblr blog dedicated to her, making more fan art, compiling more fan art. But ultimately, it's probably going to die out in a couple weeks. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a good thing. I just think that that's fine. I will say, people have brought up like, oh, so people are just like forgetting Gwen. Yes, they are. I don't know if Spider-Gwen is like actually canonically trans, or if that's just like a constant conversation that's popped up. I think in the new Spider-Verse movie, it's from like 4 years ago, she had like trans flag in her room, which could be an ally, could be for her, could be for a roommate, whatever. So like there are other trans Spider characters. And I think the idea of, well, taking character, but having them be trans and like not really changing anything else is fine. I think that the most interesting thing to come out of it is the JJJ, which is why that's what I voiced, is because I like everyone saying the exact same comment of just like, he's a hater, not a bigot. He'll support trans rights, but he won't support spider wrongs. Spider-Gwen sadly isn't canonically trans, but maybe we get confirmed in the next movie. That was just my immediate thought. Bowsette. Bowsette is a great example. Bowsette, huge art trend, took over like most of, I think, just the art space. Not even like the Western art space, just art in general. For like a couple months. And then now I think that there's still probably art of her being made, but like not nearly to the same extent. The trans flag isn't also really a flag. It's more like the blurry colors in the universe. Oh, got it. At a certain point, it's just Rule 63. I mean, so the Rule 63 is gender swap, which is distinct from making a character trans. Part of what I've seen with the Petra Parker, though, is that it's like all of them are portraying Petra in an idealized, like, transition goals way. And I feel like that's really weird to say unless you're also trans. And like, I don't know. I'm not gonna rain on anyone's parade for having like an art contest that they like, or an art trend that they like, or for drawing a character that they like, because like it's fan art, right? I'm not gonna police them on that. I'm not gonna chase after them like that. That being said, I do feel like a lot of people are making a lot of art of Petra Parker that is like, oh, her 6 months on estrogen, and then it's like she looks completely feminine with like 34B chest and also like hair that goes down to her, like past her shoulders, and it's just like, oh, that's not how transitioning works. And like, yeah, you could say, well, it's spider powers. All that does is make like actual trans people I know, and I've had at least one person talk to me about how the Petra Parker meme has made them feel with their transition. And it just kind of makes people feel worse because they're like, oh, not catching up. I do think that the one of the more interesting angles of it is when you have the giant Petra. Because someone pointed out that like female spiders tend to be larger than male spiders. So the idea of Petra transitioning would make her physically larger. And I think that's really funny. Or the idea of Petra being very physically stronger and punching someone through a wall and being like, oh gosh, oh heck, oh gosh, oh heck, and like not realizing that she was that strong. I think that's really funny. I think that is a way to make it more interesting than just, oh, it's character but trans femme. And this is a little bit of like VTuber yells at clouds. This is not a big deal. I don't care. I am happy people are enjoying their art their art trend, right? What matters is that people are making dope art. They're doing it themselves, usually like without AI. They are sharing it. They are getting attention off of it. And I got like a little viral Twitter post out of it. Cool. Awesome. I prefer when it actually involves the character and the transition intersecting. And there was one art that I saw, which I thought was pretty funny, where it was female spiders tend to eat their mates after engaging in activities. So it was an image of Petra and MJ has like bite marks all over her, and she's just like, wow, I didn't realize you were into that. And Petra's just like, I didn't either. And I think that's a really cute, fun way to like explore the art in an interesting way. Explore the trend in an interesting way. The same thing with and that's the same ethos of why JJJ reacting as like, oh, I'm a hater, not an ally, or I'm a hater, not a bigot. Sorry. That's why that's so fun, is because that's taking not just Spider-Man but woman. It is taking Spider-Man but trans woman and actually making it a trans story. I think that's really interesting. I mean, that's the thing about art. If a trans character transitions in fiction or comic, it's the literal next scene, they become female and present perfectly. And that's just boring. Like, I don't even think that it's necessarily problematic, right? I think that if you want to make a story about a character transitioning and they have a flawless transition that happens quickly and they go from like their first injection of estradiol, they suddenly get like 36C chest and they lose all of their hair on their body, and also their hips fill out, and also like they get like 2 inches shorter. Like, sure, I don't care. It's your story. You tell the story you want. But it's much more interesting to see a character that transitions and goes, this isn't fast. And no, I don't necessarily care about the idea of like, oh, we have to see all the nitty gritty of like the transition happen. But if it's like 6 months, like you have a time jump of like 6 months after, show that like maybe they have like 32 egg chests and that nothing has happened to their body hair. Now they have been shaving recently, and their hair, what they once had as a crew cut, is like just past their ears now. And so it's a situation where they're like clearly going down the path and they're happier. But it's a moment of character reflection that, oh, my life wasn't solved. My mental health didn't just completely swap by doing this. It is a journey. And then boom, that's one more vector of characterization you can go down. And how they react to that will be characterful. If they give up immediately, you know that there's someone that doesn't know how to push through tough things. If there's someone that like says, well, I guess I'm going to DIY it, and they like make risky decisions to inject a whole bunch or like take more than their doctor recommended, that's another decision. If they're patient and they go exactly with what they're prescribed and they keep going, or they're doing exactly what they looked up online, you know that like they're the sort of character that is patient and has the self-control. Right? That is vectors for characterization in the same way a fight or a romance or a conversation are. See, no, Mizzle, you can't say that, because he would never call Parker his best photographer. Unrealistic body standards in fiction is universal. It happens to guys, girls, enemies, trans. Yeah. And that's why like, that's why it's a little bit of me like just VTuber yelling at Cloud, because I mean, do we want to talk about like, where are her organs? Have you ever seen a man in fiction depicted where he is supposed to be sympathetic and he was not jacked? And I don't mean bodybuilder. I mean like muscular, toned, has a six pack, has defined pecs, like all of that stuff. All of that is jacked, right? Women, where are her organs? Non-binary, perfectly androgynous, not a single defining characteristic of their assigned gender at birth. And that's just how art is. That's just how artists are. And like, I'm not going to yell at clouds over that. But what I am going to say is that if you're going to make a whole art trend about a character being trans, do interesting things with her being trans. Right? Me personally, I'm envious of Mickey Mouse, but those body standards, yeah. Women, how did her spine twist like that? And that's why the Hawkeye principle is really useful. Anytime you see a woman strike a pose in comics, replace it with Hawkeye. And just see how it goes. See how ridiculous it is. And like, no, I saw the rice crackers again. Oh, these are the rice crackers I got. These are the rice crackers I got. But they're sweet soy flavored. They're good. Oh, I want more. Hawkeye pose. Meme. Well. Oh, here we go. So this is a redraw of a comic where this was Hawkeye, this was Black Widow. Think about how ridiculous this is. It's silly, and that's why we need the Hawkeye principle. College tips. Broadly speaking, when it comes to college, I'm going to say focus on your academics. I'm not saying go to class every day. I went to class every day. I had like perfect attendance throughout like all of college. Except for days where like I physically missed because of like traffic that was like notably congesting the entire city that day, a class because public transit like had me stuck. Focus on your academics. You're there, either you're paying or family is paying, or you're there on scholarship for academics. Join some form of club or org. Leave yourself open. Not just to new experiences, but also new people. I met a group of people, and actually I met my roommate through this group of people, and I've known my roommate for years at this point, because a random guy in my dorm walked up to me, started chatting with me, and then other people that knew him walked up to him because he was like a super extrovert and he would just talk to anyone. And so he started talking with me. I started talking with him. Other people talked to him. I started talking with them. And then I kind of joined this friend group. And then I left that friend group. And then I found a smaller friend group from people within that larger friend group, right? Take care of your health. Focus, like no one can make you eat healthy. No one can make you exercise. No one can make you go to the gym except for you. And personally, what I did in university, I started the habit of going to the gym thrice weekly. I did push-pull arms or push-pull legs. And I added cardio to that. And once I started, because I was commuting, and so I did that at a gym by where I was at. But like, do that. Like, take care of yourself. It doesn't have to be you go on like a regimented like gym routine, but like maybe do 4-minute abs like every day, and then like twice weekly go on like a 1 mile run. What I will tell you right now, that will build up good habits for later. That will set you up so that you feel better about yourself mentally. And also, if you're trying to like hanky-panky explore yourself in that regard, like you will be more attractive because fitness tends to be very attractive, particularly in the Western sphere. So like, for basically every reason, just devoting like, I don't know, 15 minutes a day for a minor exercise. Maybe some stretches, maybe some like sit-ups, and maybe like a couple push-ups, or like if you have like weights that you can have, like 5-10 pound weights, and then a little bit of cardio. Knocks it out of the park for keeping yourself healthy. The club or org is to have done cool things. Yes, you're probably going to need to pay dues. Yes, you're probably going to need to pay to be a part of it. You'll meet people. Leave yourself open to meeting people. Something that I saw in like a Subway Takes a couple months ago is say yes to 9 out of 10 things. And I try to do this too. I do agree with this. Obviously listen to your like gut if you feel concerned about something. But if someone says like, hey, we're all going out to a bar, you want to come? And you're 21 plus in the US or like 18 plus elsewhere, say yeah. Maybe you're not in the mood to drink right now. Maybe you're not trying to like do anything in particular. Maybe you wanted to go home and play video games. Say yeah. See how it goes. Maybe you go to the bar. It's not your scene. You know, going forward, you don't like bars. But maybe you go and you like bars. In university, I went out with some guys and we went bar hopping. And I don't drink. And so we went to 3 bars. And the first one, it was loud so I couldn't hear anyone. I knew these guys. I wouldn't say I was friends with them, so I didn't have much to talk about with them. And it was just like loud. It was sticky. It was hot. It was kind of cramped. The second one was even worse. I'm not drinking. I don't want to drink. I'm not here for that. And then the third one had a dance floor. And that is where I learned, not only do I love to dance, not only did I have a dance battle with someone at like 1 a.m, I also have a couple like stories that I can share from that night. For instance, when I was there, one of the guys, absolutely like off his rocker drunk, like was with a girl, dancing with her, did a perfect salsa in time with the beat, spun her around, did like the hip swivel and everything, like kisses her hand, walks her off, and then he comes back and we're like, dude, I didn't know you knew how to salsa. And he's like, I didn't either. And it's like, you can just have fun experiences like that. Right? So I, in university, had experiences like that. I also had experiences in university where probably the single worst time period in my life happened for multiple reasons. And I was really struggling, and I had a lot of bad things happening in a quick succession. I really struggled, and I felt I didn't have the support network, and I really was hurting. But when I can look back on university, I can remember that time I went out drinking, not drinking, bar hopping. I wasn't drinking. They were drinking. I went to like a party one time. I went to a sports match. I went to a lacrosse game with some folks, and we just like watched lacrosse. So it's one of those things where like, when it comes to university, prioritize your academics is my number one. Because the reason you're there, the reason you or your parents or your scholarship is paying for you to be there is academics. Even if you were there for like sports, or you're there for artistry, or you're there for like some other reason, focus on your academics to whatever extent that means for you. And then, yeah, say yes to new experiences, meet new people, join new clubs and orgs, make experiences that you will treasure. Fun fact, there is actually did you know that? Did you know this? The first time I was ever recognized by someone that like I didn't know because of stuff I had made was I had a poetry blog with 2 of my friends back in university.
and we posted poetry, and one of them basically immediately lost interest and stopped contributing. I think she contributed a bit, but not much. And then one of them, like, just, oh yeah, I'm going to contribute eventually, and just never did. Like, so one of them contributed a bit for a while and then stopped. One of them contributed a little bit and then just like never kept up with it. I was posting fairly regularly, and we had a poetry blog, and we got like some followers. We got shouted out by like another blog that was just like, because we were all ace, and so we mentioned to being ace, and one was like shouting out like ace blogs, and they're like, oh, this one blog that does poetry, I think it's like 3 people, all of whom are ace, really cool. And then I was like, hey, cool. I was talking on a server I was on that was with a larger friend group that I was a part of, like a couple years later, and I mentioned offhandedly that I did a poetry blog, and then one of them was like, oh, I love poetry, which one is it? And I said the name of it, and she's like, wait, really? I'm a fan of them, I follow them. And so I had this experience where I had someone recognize me in the wild based off of stuff that I had made, and that was prior to content creation. My first time that happened, it was a poetry blog of all things, which also, fun fact, the first stuff I posted on this channel was poetry. And the only reason I have privated it since is that it doesn't fit with the rest of my channel. And it does link back to, like, for instance, that poetry blog. So like if you like copy pasted it, you might be able to find it. I just wanted to keep myself safe. But like I am absolutely the sort of person who I'm just like, it's cringe. That means I need to keep it. If you've seen some of my oldest content, some of my initial content, like the OG, here's an idea series, that is so cringe. I don't like, the mic quality is bad, my editing is bad, my scripting isn't great, my ideas are fine, but just like my presentation leaves so much to be desired. And I think it's very important to leave that there, because if you look at me and you say, I want to do what you do, you can look back at it and say, wow, you sucked. I suck. That means I can do what you do, even though I suck. Awesome. Imagine Magna Gothica, Kane, and Lancer were all in the same universe, and the 3 crossover in small ways. Kane is part of a diasporan world within Lancer, in which Anza Mesron is hidden as a temerity black site, away from the rest of the world. Therefore, Kane keeps Anza Mesron contained and is part of the local authorities of the planet, and Lancers are being sent in by probably either Horus or like SSC, or maybe even HA, like really any of the corpos, to go in and investigate, what do you mean death is broken? And can we use this? So you as Lancer pilots arrive and have to fight Kane XOs to get into Anza Mesron and investigate. Getting late, good evening, had a nice time, enjoy. That's stupid, obviously, but that would still be funny. It would be funny. Unlearn shame, be cringe, then grow from there. Honestly, like, cringe is a sign that you grew, right? No, that does not mean you're a different person. No, that does not mean you'll do something different later. But that does mean you're aware of it and that you're trying. If I'm cringing at something I did 5 seconds ago, I'm not gonna say that again. That means that I'm probably growing. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to adapt. That is a very important mindset to have. Someone that is trying to get better and incrementally doing it is better than someone that does not. Death is broken is probably the Lich's fault. Yeah. Does the house thing connect all 3? I mean, there's no houses in Kane. Because there's the great houses of Anza Mesron, there's the houses in the KTB, but there's no like Kane houses, right? What is my professional opinion on the Magnus Archives in terms of doomed to not doomed? I know nothing about Magnus Archives except that it's really good, so I cannot comment. My apologies. Front flip win? I did a front. I've done front flips all the time. Watch. See? Simple. Easy. Did I know that D&D Beyond is partnering with Ghostfire? Yes. For the new Kindred class D&D supplement. Why do I think Petra Parker blew up so much? Why Petra Parker blew up? Because it's an art trend. Right. Spider-Man is popular. The recent movie just came out, which apparently there's some throwaway line about identity that made like the original artist think of that. The original art gets popular. People see it. They get their own idea because it's a very easy concept to pick up on, right? It's a very easy concept to translate to something else. And this really hits the three notes on being an art trend. One, it's recognizable. Two, it's flexible. Three, it's easy. So recognizable, also accessible. If I draw Petra Parker and all I do is draw Petra with the trans flag, even if you've never seen the trend before, you can probably pick up, oh, okay, so it's like trans Peter Parker, right? Right? Trans Spider-Man? And then you're like, yeah, so it's Petra, transitioned away from being Peter, and this is a whole art trend going on. It's got this whole thing with it. Cool, awesome. It's flexible. There have been people that show her with MJ. There are people that show her talking to JJ. There are people that show her off fighting villains. There are people that show her talking to Harry. There are people that show her right after Gwen died, like all that stuff. And then it's easy. If you're an artist, you can contribute. You know, like it's one of those things where like it doesn't have a high degree of requirements in order to contribute to it. It's very simple. All it is Spider-Man but trans. Spider-Man but femme presenting. And then you go from there, right? In the same way, what I think of when I think of this, I think of Bowsette. Recognizable. I mean, it's Mario. It's Peach. Bowser. Flexible. Bowsette can be doing anything. Easy. If you can draw a female character, you can draw Bowsette. Right? The Golden Week bikini trend, or the 4th of July like star-spangled bikini trends. Similarly, they're recognizable. It is just women in bikinis. It's flexible. It is just women in bikinis. They can be doing anything. It is easy. It is just women in bikinis. The GTA 6 girl trend. Redrawing characters in the same pose and outfit as the GTA 6 girl. Brazilian Miku is another great example. Recognizable. Miku. Flexible. Miku. Easy. Miku. Like that's how you make an art trend. And then the main thing is that all of these hit a lot of different art things a lot of the time. So it's a matter of what gets picked up and shown to people. And that's why I think the Petra Parker meme took off so much, is because it is recognizable / accessible. It's flexible and it is easy to do, right? Have I heard of Heart, the City Beneath? If so, what are your thoughts? I really want to play Heart. My main exposure to it is the Quinn's Quest video. And Heart is a dungeon delve where, for whatever reason, the dungeon is alive and wants you. It wants you to come down here, and you have something down there that you want. And again, much like Crows, much like Darkest Dungeon, it has this kind of grim, dark, blasé attitude of characters. You are not intended to survive. You are intended to die in a horrific way that is at the same time a travesty. And so I think the example Quinn gave in his review is that one of the characters in his group wanted desperately, and the dungeon is trying to give you what you want, just in its own twisted ways. So one of them desperately didn't want to be alone, and they're turning into crystals. And in their death scene, they look to another character and they hug them as they're turning into crystals. And this other character's trying to get away, and this first character hugs them tightly and turns both of them into crystals, and they became a crystalline statue stuck together forever. Because the first person didn't want to be alone. And that's the kind of game you're playing. I think that's really cool. I think that's really horrifying. I think that would work great with a very narrative-oriented group that still wants a bit of dungeon delving. I think the dungeon is only ever like 12 rooms or something. It's like on a grid where it's just like... Right? So it's like you build out these tiles of rooms, and so the dungeon can never be more than like 4 floors deep. The fourth movie had some interesting lines about identity and stuff. Some of my favorite arts were Petra and the Human Torch. Makes me want to make my own cartoon with Iceman and Firestar. Oh my gosh. So the thing about Human Torch. Human Torch. One of the biggest F-boys in all of Marvel. I would go so far as to say almost all of comics. He is almost always best friends with Peter. Like Peter, like Spider-Man has been considered to be like the unofficial fifth member of the Fantastic Four, and they would have changed the name to the Fantastic Five had Peter wanted to join. Transitions to Petra. It is one of two things, and I've seen this happen in real life. Have I? I have kind of seen this happen in real life to me. When you're friends with someone and you transition and they're an F-boy, their response is either, and you transition into like a expression that they're attracted to. Their response is either, "Aw, sweet buddy." Because now they're like, "Oh, great, I can like hit the homie and like I can hit someone and they're a homie, awesome." Or, "Oh no, buddy." Because they're like, "No, you're my friend. You will always be my friend." Like, that's so weird. Ew. And so it's one of the two. I don't know Human Torch well enough to know which one it would be. If he would like see Petra and like try to hit, or see Petra and like be like, "Oh, haha, you're my buddy. I am never hitting on you, ever." Yo, on the topic of House, there's been quotes of Tom Bloom saying that all his games are part of a weird Cosmere thing and connected through a thing called the House. Oh, got it. As bad as Chris Evans, Fantastic Four, Chris Evans, Human Torch was a delight. Yeah. Your favorite interpretation of heart is that it wants to give you what it wants, but it doesn't know how people work and can't quite figure it out. Honestly, I like the interpretation of like, there's the idea of elder gods being the idea of what would you do if you hear distantly, "Pig night, pig night, pig night." And you're like, "What the frick? Pig night? That's my name. I'm Pig Night." And you look around and you see an ant standing before you and calling out. And there's a dead ant right next to it. And it says, "Pig Night, please. I sacrificed my own kin in order to get your attention. Now, give me the power to make this other ant fall in love with me." And then you're like, I don't know how ants work. Okay. And so you take the other ant and you put them together, and then you kill every other ant because you're like, well, now you have to be in love. And the first ant's like, "My God, what have I done?" And they think that like you're some fell, beyond comprehension, malicious entity, when in reality, you're just like, I have no idea what to do here. And so I like the interpretation of eldritch entities being like that. They're not malicious. They're just so far beyond your comprehension that they can't comprehend you. And I like the idea of heart being the same. Heart knows you don't want to be alone. So how can it, I guess like, I'll graft your flesh to another person? Like, then you're never alone. Then you're always with someone. And like, I'll fuse you together into one like makeshift amalgam. Right? That works, right? You're happy now, right? And they're like screaming in pain as they want to die. The most powerful abilities usually kills you or a way to retire the character. Yeah. That's what Heaven's Eyes are for, being talking to the house. Oh, interesting. Tangential idea to previous topic, but maybe the sister side story could be released with the zine as an end of zine chapter released with every volume. That would be really fun. That would be very fun. I did consider releasing a little short story with every zine release. The issue is I need to set up the framework of what the zine would be, and then make sure the stuff I'm releasing is to par. I think I would feel confident in releasing the virtue notes and how to like change your blasphemies and become a virtue. And I also think I would be confident in releasing the untouchable notes. I would just need to tweak them a little bit. So I have stuff I could definitely work on. The idea with the zine is that I would want to make a zine based on my setting of Cain, where it comes with a little bit of world notes, something mechanical, and a short story. And I think that would fill out a zine very nicely. I think that would probably, like, if the world notes are, say, like, I don't know, 6 pages, and the mechanics are another 8 pages, and then the short story is 6 pages. That's like 20 pages right there. That's a pretty healthy zine. And that's assuming I don't include many world notes. I could include more. You wanted a horse? What even is a horse? Ugh, close enough. I guess I'll stick some organs and meat and make it run. Oh my gosh, that's horrifying. Anyway, I am now done with the Q&A. If you have any more questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to be wrapping up. Tomorrow should be a Lancer video. Sunday, or Friday is going to be, I want to look over the Crows playtest. I know I said I wasn't going to do TTRPGs today. Half the stream was TTRPGs. So I can't wait to show you a bit more about Crows, because I'm super excited for it. Saturday, I'm going to start 1000X Resist over on Twitch. And Sunday should be a Mega Dungeon video. So, with your permission, may I contact mods to run a Google Forms thing for the zine and or short story? Sure. If you reach out, do that in suggestions. Shoot the mods an @ and say I said it was okay. But it's up to them how and if they run it. But that is up to you for reaching out and say I said it was okay on stream. Anyway, we're going to do the bye wave, the Sayonara. So if you in chat just drop a little Sayonara, you say goodbye, you say later arrow, whatever it might be, much in the same way of the high wave at the beginning. If you acknowledge me, I want to acknowledge you in turn. Whether you're a lurker, whether you're watching the VOD and leaving a comment, or you're active in chat right now, just shoot a little goodbye and I will respond in kind. And then I am going to go eat my food because I want rice crackers, and I'm going to go help my roommate make chicken. Bye, Calcifa and Wander and Pharaoh and Bee and Shade and Pig Knight and Sperez and Grave and Some Dude and Kane and Baguetto and Ekimak and everyone else. In case I don't see you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Stealing my line. How dare you? Anyways, have a lovely day, night, evening, morning, whenever, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye.